company getting involved in it.
Yeah.
All right, Super Comms. It's Friday night.
Oh,
We
whoa.
made it.
It's not good when you
Jesus.
use gamer words on the internet and your whole company finds out about it.
Well, that's not
Yeah.
my style, but I mean more just how awful some Eve players are, where they'll involve your work and your
Pretty awful.
personal life.
sometimes.
Yeah, fair enough.
Honestly, the worst of the
Oh,
worst.
shit.
Woo.
All right.
Oh, we got a
all right.
hype train.
Oh, damn.
Fuck already?
Yeah.
Got it.
Fuck yeah. We're
Alright.
fucking hyped.
Hyped up.
Hi.
All right.
Hey, how's it going?
How's
Hey,
everyone?
great.
Friday.
How's it going for you?
Pretty good.
I'm gonna see if I can.
Friday?
Fucking A,
His
baby.
names are.
Another week in the books. We made
Yeah,
it.
just another week. Nothing happened.
Nothing happened up here. I don't know what's
Exactly
going on
right.
down there.
We shall not
Exactly
go that
right.
way.
Nothing happened, and let's keep it that way.
No, a whole
Whoops,
bunch of
there
shit
we go.
happened at
Let's
Eve,
try it like
though.
that. That looks a little bit better.
A whole bunch of stuff happened at Eve. What are you talking about?
Oh, yeah,
Right, yeah, no,
yeah,
the-
yeah, it was
Schnitzer
no
The other
crazy.
nothing.
It was a busy ass week.
So do we want
Absolutely.
to,
What
start
happened?
with the beat then?
We can't start with the
You
beat.
got-
Let's start with the beat. We gotta get people going first before the
We
beat. We can't
got
ever
the
start with the beat.
You gotta
Yeah.
get the people
Who's
going
gonna
with
send
some
him this?
Kanye
You
or something,
You
or
gotta
maybe
ease
around
into
the,
it.
around the horn, something.
I'm asking Dave to ping it to Imperium. But
Oh, and I even have a fucking special beer to grab. Sorry, keep talking, Drayden.
Ooh.
I'll be right
Oh,
back.
is it? We got Lucky Choco Chips with us as well.
Yo, how's it going, guys?
There's a specific war going on. We'll be discussing.
we
Um,
will be discussing.
Yeah.
Well,
Right?
we will be discussing.
We'll be
We'll be
discussing.
discussing.
I
We,
won't be.
we could touch on it, maybe
Touch
brush on it.
There you go. Let's
Touch on
touch
it,
on
baby.
it.
Got Mystical Might here as well. How's it going?
Hey, sorry, I just got ambushed in Warhammer 3, so I'm just trying to fix that real
Oh
quick.
shit.
I'm good, though. I'm good. Hello. Happy week. It's a good week, eh? Everyone? Right?
It was a
More
good
Yeah,
week.
yeah,
what?
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes, my lord.
I got to talk to Misty twice this week. It's a good week.
Hey,
Got to
Right?
play
It's
some
a
Among
great
Us as
week.
well. That was pretty
Yeah,
good.
it was a lot of fun. Oh,
Ooh, very nice.
Here we go.
All right.
Here we go.
Well, yeah. Let's.
Boom.
Oh shit. All right. Everyone
53,
subscribe.
baby.
He lends a lot of credibility to what, as far as I last recall, is the 8th best talk show in the Eve community.
Who does? Misty does?
Misty does, yeah.
He does.
Oh,
I
I
bank
don't
on
He's
know
you.
doing
if
us
that's
a real
true
solid
at
right
all.
now.
I don't know if that's true.
We bank
Space
on
Gator,
your
Maximus.
mysticism.
Hi, Brand.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, let me get my notes ready.
I'm extra smiley tonight. Just to let you know.
Yeah. Do
I
we
like
want to hit a quick around the horn, and then we can move into some
Some Eve Online?
quick Eve stuff, and then
We have
Yeah.
get into the meat and potatoes.
we
gotta
have to
make
do
a
a
call
quick
for it.
around the horn because
There's a
Yeah,
lot.
special beer.
old Snackaroth was one of my coworkers gave me a beer on the way out the door, and I was like, "Oh,
It's
should
not
I
a
bring
Reds?
it in the parking lot?" And I was like, "No, bring it as like a light exoticness to your norm, and drink it with the rest of the guys." And also, I was like, I drink to get drunk. I don't drink to just like, oh, it tastes beer. So like, I'm not gonna drink one and then wait a few hours and get none of the effects. I want to add it to the calamity that I try to create every Friday night.
I get that.
So anyway, if y'all
What is
want
it?
to start, I will start.
Yeah.
It's a Voodoo Ranger. It's an atomic pumpkin, and they scratch out special release. It's a spicy release. Apparently, I guess they added some
Ooh.
fucking spice to it.
That sounds
I don't
good.
know that I'm into these, but it was given to me and free, so I'm gonna drink it.
Well, when see your face, taking the first sip. Crack her open.
Pumpkin
baby.
spice? Okay.
Hey,
Atomic pumpkin spicy release. So I guess so. I don't know.
don't hate on
Oh,
the
so there's a
pumpkin
release
spice.
in
That
it?
shit is
Ooh.
tasty.
No one's hating. No one's hating. I'm just
I am. I'm
confirming
hating
that
on the
that's what it is.
I'm
Why?
hating on the
I guess,
pumpkin.
yeah,
I can't
indirectly
help
it is a pumpkin spice of flavors then. There's a lot of pumpkin beers around here around this time of year. Maybe
Yeah.
that's everywhere. I don't
Mhm.
know.
it. It is
don't-
everywhere.
North Carolina
uh,
does a lot of craft beer shit, and all of them do some sort of pumpkin.
The
Let's see.
pumpkin spice craze.
What's the verdict?
What's the verdict?
He's not
Pretty
puking.
subtle. Pretty subtle, I'd say. Honestly.
Mhm.
It's probably the best way you could ever be.
Yeah.
There's two choices: subtle or non-existent. I prefer non-existent.
All right, Dom,
Okay.
you're up.
I'm going with the milk stout again. So I like my bottles of milk, and it's
Milk
pretty good
steak.
beer. Milk
Milk
steak, stout.
Oh, milk steak.
I suck it right off the tit. It's good.
Nice.
Does it
Yummy.
bring all the boys to the yard?
It does.
I made a drink that's not. It's a mixed drink, but it's not super weird this time. But it's It's like a blue.
Bright?
Someone said, I think we mentioned blue balls at one point. So it's like, oh, those blue balls drinks were good. This is not those, but it's like a citrus vodka, blue curacao, and Sprite. It's actually pretty good.
Nice.
It's like a citrusy. It's like a lemon lime vodka drink.
It looks like the
Basically, is a
jet
blue ball.
dry rinse agent you'd put in your dishwasher.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I was going for. Or,
Or
some,
Windex, yeah.
or Windex, or like the.
That's yeah. So you're
yeah.
Greek.
Perfect.
Windex fixes everything.
Don't want them.
Index on it. I don't have anything yet because I'm still eating dinner, and then I want to go get a huge daiquiri. So,
A big one.
not there yet, but I'm getting there.
Like a
I'll tell
whole
you what, I'm
gallon of
drinking beer
daiquiri.
right now.
They sell those.
They do have gallons of daiquiri.
You got a
What
pen
type
that
of
says
daiquiri?
marijuana on it. So that's what
Yeah.
that is.
Didn't we? Were those gallon bags that you had at your
Yeah.
party at one time? Yeah.
Sorry for the ads, Rachel.
Oh,
Is it a
yeah.
particular type of daiquiri you're gonna get, or?
I don't know yet.
What is your favorite flavor of daiquiri?
It
Yeah.
depends on how I feel. You know, it just depends. Sometimes I go for just strawberry or pina colada or
You
white
ever had a
Russian.
mango?
So, I don't know. I
Mango
usually go-
daiquiris kick ass. I'm telling you.
Sometimes
Mango.
I mix the strawberry
Mango.
and the pina colada. That's nice.
Ooh,
I'm thinking is like a limoncello daiquiri. That would probably be awesome.
Ooh,
That
that's
sounds
good.
like it would be great.
Mm.
That does
And they
sound
have
good.
they
Yeah.
have seasonal flavors. Oh, they might have the Cajun eggnog. Oh, that shit is the best.
In the
That's worse than pumpkin.
That sounded
You-
kind of weird.
You think it
Eggnog's
sounds
worse than
weird, but no,
pumpkin.
it is delicious.
Yeah,
But
sorry.
Delana, speaking of limoncello, Tachi and I were at a bar Sunday, and this place had like a spritz with limoncello, and it was fucking great. They had lemon and
Oh.
raspberry, and both were amazing.
Yum.
What are
that was
some-
some-
drinking LB. Sorry.
elbow. Elbow. What do you?
Nice,
Elbow.
nice.
Elbow.
drinking
LeBlanc.
some scotch tonight. Can you
Oh,
see
wow.
it?
No, it's Sprite.
it's-
What's it say?
The Balvenie Doublewood 12.
Mm.
Single malt.
Yep. Think.
Ooh, fancy.
Yeah,
that.
it says right on the top there.
Oh.
Single malt Scotch whiskey.
Hey,
Balvenie's actually very good. It is highly underrated, I would say, especially for price points.
Is that
Although it
what-
is
is that a northern Scotch or is it a peaty Scotch?
It's a neutral. It's not overly smoky or peaty. It's nice. I like it.
It is yeah, it's really
Is
nice.
it Costco Scotch?
You can probably
What?
get it at
No,
Costco.
it's Balvenie.
Maybe. Oh, you
No.
guys have do you guys have liquor stores at your Costco's? Or you
Yeah.
guys? Oh wait, I
They make their own
Depends
booze.
on
totally
the
forgot.
state,
Actually, you
I
guys
think.
actually have liquor aisles at your Costco's. Yeah. My
We
bad.
do,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think it depends on the
Yep.
state.
It's been a while since I actually went.
Total Wine.
This is in
Um,
Canada.
Lucky, you got a drink tonight?
Are you guys gonna kill me if I say I'm drinking beer or no?
No.
you
no,
don't.
not at all.
You
Act
can
like
Literally,
you
I was a
can
big-
just drink.
Literally just drinking Coors Originals, like
The
Sam
bank-
Oh,
Elliott.
it's
That's
Peter
what I
Elby.
usually drink.
That's what
That's
Elby.
what
That's
he
Elby's
drinks.
drinking
Can we
choice.
just become best friends?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
We can be best friends.
You want to do
Um,
karate in the garage?
Yeah, no, it's
Yes.
I mean, it's always okay to drink some water and hydrate every now and again.
drinks
Well,
or
Coors Light.
Bro,
actual-
it's special water.
I
Hydrate
drink
or
Elby, I was-
hydrate.
I keep one in the refrigerator for LB at all times.
Yeah.
To be fair, Coors Light is very watery,
Oh, it's
right? Like
gross,
Coors Original is like a slightly
Not as good as High Life. but it's gross.
denser lager, right? So
Misty, you got anything?
I'm just drinking Pepsi before I go to bed.
Nice.
There
You,
you
you should put vodka
But
in it.
now I'm thinking about the limoncello spritz because I had one in an airport and we drank half of it and then mixed it with Green Monster and it was amazing. So
Do you have the
now I
makings for
kind
that?
of want that. I do not. I do not have the
Oh,
makings
we're
for that
teasing
now.
you, aren't we? We teased you a lot.
I might buy it, but not right now. It's 2 a.m.
can I
There
just
was
say that?
like 3 there?
Go ahead.
What's
go
that,
ahead, sorry.
The 3 there where you're at?
2.
Oh, you're the same as us.
We're
then.
we're,
Okay,
we're
all right.
same as yeah, it's GMT now.
Can I
That's
just
not
say this?
terrible then?
The show's gone like such a long way since you guys started. Like I remember watching you dudes, and you guys were like just taking shots of Tito's like
Yeah.
every 30
We've
seconds.
become sophisticated.
Yeah,
since
yeah,
then.
yeah.
We've,
The drinks really got fancy. You guys
That's-
are like really get after that shit. It's good.
Yeah. It's also there was the rough times. There was.
Rough time.
I think
The
there was
troubles.
the trouble. Yeah, the great trouble. There was a bit too
Great way of
many.
putting it, the rough times.
There was a bit too many tough Saturday mornings. And eventually, I think a lot of us were just like, you know what? Maybe we should just not.
There's Braver and Low Sec with Tito's. I could accept that.
Everybody's getting older.
Vlad, what do you got?
I'm not drinking anything either because I am trying not to fall asleep.
Oh, that'll work. All right.
What I do, I'm
round the
really
horn,
tired.
Done.
Shots of tequila.
And also, Comrade
Nice.
Rachel. Yeah, sorry about the ad. I cannot do anything about those. Those are something Twitch automatically puts on. All I get to choose is do I want the ads to be at the beginning when someone comes in or mid-roll, and I fucking hate mid-roll ads. So I'm just putting them at the beginning to where
So how do you
you
not
suffer
get ads?
through it,
You
and
have
then you don't have to see any
Honestly,
more
I
ads
feel
for the
like
rest of the show.
Pre-rolls are worse because
Oh,
you're
you have
like
to
you're trying to
sub
get
it.
into the stream and
I agree.
immediately as soon as you get in and like starts shoving like 2 minutes of ads in your face, and
Yeah,
you're like,
but
dude,
Yeah.
I feel
I
it's
don't even
worse
know
that-
what's going on yet.
Yeah, but I feel it's worse because then once you actually start watching the stream, then you're locked in, as opposed to like you're in there, you're watching for an hour, and then you're like listening to a conversation, and boom, you just have to like you miss half of it because ads start. I hate that more. I would rather miss it at the beginning, but I don't. But
Yeah,
like,
so
I
next
don't
time
have
you
a
don't have to worry
choice. There
about it.
has to be one
Might
section
have
of
to have
ads
commercial
minimum.
breaks.
So
Nope. They don't
I
have
have
to
to put
worry
those
about commercials next time.
I
think you should
prefer
sub.
LB's method, and I think it encourages subs, even though it's
Oh
not
yeah,
really a
that's
huge
the
effort here.
whole
But like,
point. Yeah.
if we're in the middle of something you want to hear, then yeah, that's why you should sub. But otherwise, it's like, it probably wasn't fucking important on this show anyway. Like, you'll be fine.
Oh, there you go, Commander, or Comrade. Now Don gave you a sub, so you don't have to listen
You
to him
should
for a
leave
month.
and come back in.
You don't have to
just to
watch him
enjoy
for a
it.
month now.
Yeah, so next time you come, you don't have to pay. You have to watch the ads. No one likes
Right,
ads.
so
Oh, Nerve, what's he doing up there? The hell? What the hell, man?
Hello,
what do
you
we want?
beautiful bastards.
Hey, what's up, Maggie?
All right, what do you want to hit?
We want to hit into the
Expansion
revenue
notes?
expansion.
The beat.
You want to
the-
speed run the community beat real quick?
I
Okay,
got my-
we
I
can
got
we
my
can
phone.
speed run the beat.
Hold
Who's
on,
got the
get the
time?
timer.
Get your
Let me get the timer,
stopwatches
hold on.
out.
I'm getting
I
it
linked
right
it.
now.
I linked it in
I
chat.
wish we had a music thing to go with.
LB, you're getting summoned.
Whenever you are ready, LB.
Hold on.
Here we go. He's chewing on it a little bit.
I just gotta just take a little quick little glimpse over it. Now we're ready. Okay, here we go.
Boom.
Whew, all right. 3, 2, 1. Tuskers AT20 overview. L minor makes a return. Stats. Crafts. More crafts. Charity brawl. Gate is green. End.
That was quick.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a new record.
Not under 10. It's under
Oh.
11 though.
Damn.
This
Eleven-
one was
10
longer than that one, though.
Almost.
I got
Yeah, I got like 10
10.75.
I got 10.75.
I feel like
as
you got to
well.
shift it or do it like per capita. You
What's
know
up,
what I'm saying?
Oh, he's just gotta
Yeah.
get
By
faster.
the way,
I
if you-
want to hear like auctioneer level fast.
That
Micro
sounded like
Machine
someone
Man.
It sounded like someone on a
Micro
game
Machine
show.
Man, I fucking missed
Like
that
they
guy.
give 10 seconds to guess this. He's like, oh, this.
I'm gonna just because when they fuck, I can't go for that fast like the true auctioneer
No.
style.
Should we do the Alliance
talent,
tournament
that's a
wrap up
skill.
since Misty's here?
Yeah,
Okay,
are we
yeah.
actually going
Yeah,
to dig
we
into
can.
these?
Oh yeah, I
No,
think
no,
we,
just
we,
do the
we
wrap
touched
up.
on it for like 30 seconds last week. We didn't really discuss too much on it.
I mean,
I mean, do you guys have a
Tuskers-
shitload of other?
Tuskers won. What
Tuskers
happened to Frat
won,
though? What happened to Frat's
Frat
team?
loss.
Well, I mean,
Uh,
wasn't it like roughly the same team as the
I think
previous
Goose
year?
did better than Frat. Didn't Goose win one at least? I don't think Frat won one.
Frat won a couple, but they dropped into lower bracket, so their wins
Yeah.
didn't mean as much.
They lost their
Didn't
first
do it.
match, and then I think they won what, 1 or 2,
Well,
and then they lost.
we
it.
saw a bunch of what I would call shit comps at the very beginning from a bunch of teams. So those teams dropped down into low bracket, and then they
They
had to
didn't come
make
with the
their
shit
run.
comps, did
And,
they?
Yeah.
yeah, they started bringing actual good shit. So I don't know, the Armageddon Navy craze. I was depressed on the desk about it, as I think everyone saw.
I
and,
saw Misty.exe
yeah.
stopped responding for that
yeah,
one
so
session.
it's people wisened up. I don't know. I think it was a good tournament. People say it kind of got stale with the meta, but you know, Tuskers won by bringing off meta shit. So
Yeah.
be more creative, I guess.
I asked South
I'm-
still to give me a breakdown of behind the scenes if it went smooth. He thought it went really smooth. That
Oh, it was fucking chill.
did
Yeah,
really
it was
well.
a good
It
vibe.
went really well, which
I
is
do-
awesome to hear. The easier it is for them to run it, the better chance of them improving it. Right? And as soon as it becomes a chore and nobody hates doing it, then it goes by the wayside.
Oh, we had a
Everybody's
lot
still
of
doing a good job and they're still loving it. it.
we
sounds
had a
like.
lot of CCP people like GMs and stuff, are volunteering to kind of take part and get involved in the production of the tournament. So I'm hoping that CCP continues to kind of push to have the AT going on, you know, as it's one of the things that really drives player engagement with the game. I don't know how much more I can say due to like NDA stuff,
No, no,
but
you're
there's some
fine.
cool things going on in the background, basically.
Yeah,
That's
for
kind
sure.
of what he said too. That he was
We'll get
really,
Zealous
really
drunk and
happy with
let
how
him
it
spill
went.
the beans.
Yeah,
I-
let Zealous pull a Satan.
So what like I mean I know the general buffs on the Navy getting, but like why was it so prevalent as like the main flagship? Like there was some flag Balgorns, some flag Vindy. There's like what one flag Vindy, or but I mean there was. It's like I think like 2/3 of the flagships were Navy Geddons, and even if they didn't bring a flagship, there was lots of comps with Navy Geddons.
I think the major point was points. I think Navigeddon was like 44 points, and then a Balgorn's like 50 something. So there's a significant difference in the point cost and how that affects the comp. I also think that people brought Navigeddons and then stacked them too much. There's the whole point inflation thing. So if you bring 2 Navigeddons, then they cost more, 1 point each. Where people could have brought things like Redeemers, which I mentioned on the desk a bunch, but they could have also brought things like Abaddons or any other comps that or any other ships that they wanted to that were lower in point cost, gave them more flexibility with comps. I think the Navigeddon is just a very good flexible ship because it has the nuke buff, the nuke bonuses, and also damage bonuses to guns and missiles. So it gave people options of flexibility, but I think people lean too heavily into the Navigeddon. I saw the Navigeddon flagship, I was like, this is cool. And then I saw 3 Navigeddons on grid, I was like, this is shit. So there's a fine balance.
As
Yeah.
prevalent as they
What a
were,
part of it-
why weren't they banned? I mean, they started getting banned a little bit more later on in the tournament, but like it's like if everyone's bringing these Navigeddon comps and they're potentially good, like I don't know why there wasn't more Navigeddon bans early on.
I just don't think the Navigeddons were that good compared to other comps that people were banning out.
Yeah.
So people banned out the things they were afraid of, and we saw Navigeddons lose a lot. So people
Right,
kind of
right.
you're not going to ban out the ship that isn't winning, basically.
Yeah.
It is interesting to see though, because I know plenty of these teams do have back ends where they communicate and stuff, but I think a lot of the lesser pedigreed teams probably aren't interacting that much with people with a ton of experience. And who knows, I could be wrong, but it was interesting to see so many different teams settle on that as their choice.
It made sense.
It felt like people recurringly agreed, like, I think this is the thing this year, whatever.
I think it was only like what 55-60% probably people picked Navigeddon, maybe even less, and then there was
That's
a
a
good
lot.
mix of there was a good mix of like Balgorn and other stuff as well. In previous years, we've had more people pick the same. So like
That's
there was
fair.
the year where everyone had Barghest.
Were you
Basically.
surprised by
Right,
the number of Balgorns that picked his flags? Or
No,
not?
I'm surprised that there weren't more.
Yeah, there was like I
Because
think
Is
like
this not the
six-
first year they
six-
brought them back?
Based on their performance, I would agree with that. But before the tournament started, were you surprised with the number of Balgorns?
Nope. I mean, they
Okay, you
said
knew
that
it
they
right
were
from the get-go?
allowing. They said they were allowing officer webs again. So I mean, that's the only thing you really need. Plus, the Balgorn was unbanned as like a flagship thing. So
and
that-
well
that-
they weren't allowing.
It got out of hand the last
No, they
time.
weren't allowing the officer.
No,
Yeah,
you couldn't use
they
T2.
were.
You could only use T2 newts on your flagship. You were
The
not allowed
newts,
to use
okay,
officer newts.
yeah, you couldn't use officer newts this year, but you could
use the
use
officer
officer
web.
tackle. So
Was it only
you
restriction
had-
on? Oh, sorry. Was it only restriction on the officer newts, or was it also like faction and Dead Space newts not allowed either? Just
I'm
only.
pretty sure it was just T2 or meta newts, no
Okay.
faction.
And then
But
also like the Widow was banned as a flagship. Like you couldn't. And I wonder if
But
that's
the other
because
three
the
were not,
jams were
correct?
too strong. But I'm wondering like if they did the same thing where like you couldn't use officer or faction jams and only T2 jams, would that still have made it too OP to have?
Well, okay, two questions there. So the
sorry.
other 3 Black Ops weren't banned as flagships, so you could have had like a Redeemer, a Sin, or a fucking Panther if you wanted to. But Jesus Christ, if you
Why
put
would you?
Panther,
Yeah.
yeah. As for banning like faction or officer ECM, it may have helped balance it a little bit, but I think the key with the flagship Widow would be more in the tank that you'd be getting from it. One of the weaknesses of the Widow is that it's not that tanky, so you can bring it, but you have to build a comp around it, and it can work well in
You
some
gotta protect it,
cases.
yeah.
But you have to protect it, yeah. Whereas if you start like putting officer mods or like faction mods on it, then it becomes a lot harder to kill in a 10v10 format. So that's probably part of the thinking. But I'm hoping that it's unbanned next year as a flagship.
And those Balgorn Widow combo seemed to work pretty well. I mean, that was pretty
Yeah,
tough
we saw
call.
it used really well a couple times, the Widow, but many teams opted not to bring it. And then in the final 5-set series that we saw, Tuskers and Hydra, THL basically decided to bring comps that could kill a Widow if someone decided to bring it, regardless of where it was on grid. So
Yeah. But speaking of the
there
final,
were ways to theorycraft into it.
Well, that makes it obviously a formidable ship because you have to plan against it.
Yeah,
If you
Ben,
can't,
and then
you have to plan
imagine
against it. Yeah.
imagine it was a flagship, so you couldn't ban it.
Oh,
I was gonna say that was my thoughts, is because I don't have any Widow experience myself, but I have heard that if you get a little spindy, they can get ridiculous. And then, like you said, in a 10v10, you don't have enough ass to bring. You can't just keep bringing more to solve the problem. Whatever. So
Yeah,
but
and
you can't throw numbers at it. Yeah.
I
and
feel
the key
like that's
thing
one of
is-
those that shines really hard when you get a little spindy, and that's not good for viewership. That's not good for gameplay. Whatever.
I think it would be fine for viewership because it's cool on a technical level to see the one jamming ship. Basically, you're probably not going to have too many ECM boats in a comp where you have the Widow. But the key thing is that the flagship allows you to dodge bans, so you'd basically never be able to get rid of the Widow comps. You'd have to ban
Yeah.
around the other ships in the comp, which you can do.
Yeah, it's possible.
Widow's
yeah.
Widow as a flagship probably doesn't work as well as a Balgon as a flagship with a Widow in the back, as you have better control with the flagship Balgon. So it would all be a toss up, and I don't know how many teams would actually go for the Widow, but it would still be cool to have it as an option.
Of all
Yeah,
the
that's fair.
comps you saw during this tournament, which one surprised you the most? What was the most
the
unique comp you saw?
potato, the triple potato that was undefeated. And I'm not counting the
We've
Navy
seen that
Dommies
before.
in the Sin one because that was just, that was the
That's
same.
the one that both surprised and depressed me a lot, because we were saying on the desk beforehand, like, oh, they won't bring Navy Dominics. There's no way they bring Navy Dommies. And then someone in chat was like, they'll bring a Sin as well, probably. And then they brought it, and we were like, oh,
That's
They
for
were
fuck's sakes.
squishy. They went shield fit on those, and they melted.
And they
That
just
did
died,
not work out for them. But the fact that was the one thing I was like, that triple Dommy fleet with it was just like what, Vigil, Hyena. I think they had a Navy Vigil too. So it's just like a bunch of paints and webs to just allow the drones to. Oh no! That's the Typhoon.
Typhoon one,
Comp.
yeah.
That's a Typhoon comp. Never mind. Say that's another comp that was really strong, but like those two comps you didn't really see much until Tuskers got towards the end. Like I think it was like the finals of the losers bracket and then the actual finals. They brought
Obviously,
out
you
the
knew they were
triple
holding
Dommy
on to
fleet. And it
something
was just
good
like it was
there,
just like
right?
oppressive as fuck. Like if you go for the low end, which is ruining you, then you don't have enough damage left on your team to kill any of the Dommies at the end. But if you go for the Dommies first, you probably don't break them, or maybe you kill one, but now your fleet's gone and the low end kills you. So it's like,
Yeah.
I don't know what you do against that comp. I don't know how you beat it.
I don't really remember if we mentioned it on the desk, but we were doing some fit reviews after. Actually, I don't think we mentioned it because it was after the tournament. But one of the things that we noticed is that in the Tuskers versus Platinum Sensitivity match, the Typhoon had a single plate and then a bunch of BCUs to do more damage. And then in the Tuskers versus THL matches, where one of the Typhoons died, it had 3 plates instead. So it was way more tanky.
Mm.
So they were adjusting their fits depending on who they were going into and their expected matchups. So perhaps knowing that they had a single plate before, I'm sure some of these teams probably share information in the background once they're knocked out, because there's friendship groups, but also the better that one team does, the better chances that you'll be able to control some of the AT ship prices if they get more, not less. So if any of that information was shared and you go into a match expecting a single plate and you end up with 3 plates on an enemy ship, then you've committed to shooting something that you are probably not going to be able to kill in time before you lose most of your fleet. So there's a lot of the metagaming and the fit changes in the background that weren't necessarily obvious to us or the viewers, because all 4 of the teams in the top bracket weren't uploading their kill mails until after the tournament. So we kind of just had
I
to guess
hated-
at what was happening as we went through.
I get it, but I hated it.
It's entirely fair, and it makes
I-
sense, at that
It
point.
is, and it's like these fucking
But it still
tryhards.
sucks. Yeah.
On the surface,
It's a
you're thinking
tournament, you
fucking
gotta
elite
try hard.
PvP, blah blah blah. But of course, like there is very large strategic implications.
Yeah.
But it just felt more easy to be like, you're elite PvP, or just share your fucking kill mails. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
basically, yeah.
The like that actually makes a lot of sense, because there's definitely times where you'll watch a team and they'll be trying to headshot one of the battleships on whatever comp it is, and it's like they just can't break it, and they spend so much time, and then either by the time they finally kill it, most of their fleet's gone, or when they decide to switch targets, like it's not working, they've lost too much of their low end of their support wing, where it's like now you've just lost the match. Like you spent too much time on that, and I always wonder like why would you try and headshot that? But maybe it's like because they thought it was not as tanky as it, or
Right.
didn't think it was going to be as tanky as it is, and by the time they realize that, it's like, well, whoops,
Yeah,
Too
there's a
late.
shit ton of different reasons why people make their decisions. Sometimes it's obviously bad, and sometimes it's like, yeah, I can see why they would have gone for that, and it didn't work out, and that's just the way it goes. But oftentimes it was just poor decision making, where they shot the wrong thing, their target priority wasn't correct. We tried to call that out on the desk, both as a learning lesson for other teams to learn the tournament, but also for the teams that maybe watch back their matches and try and see what we say afterwards. And also, it's a stressful environment. You land on grid and suddenly you have another fucking team in some shit ass comp that you've never seen before or practiced against. You're like, what the fuck is that? And then you have to try and figure out how to take it apart. So I can respect some teams kind of falling apart at the final hurdle there.
Yeah.
Sure.
And
Honestly,
then
that's a cool perspective, and I guess you guys probably did say it in the chat. I might, or during the tournament, and I probably missed it, but that occurs to me now that there are some of these people who are skillful and forethinking enough to do that in a match and make it look like it didn't go well, and so people see it and then bring that same comp with a little tweak like that and be like, and now it's a damage sponge, and we're gonna get a bunch of work done while you think that this one's gonna die just as fast as that last one. Like maybe even just feed one, just 40 chest shit.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
Well, remember the 4D thing that Goons did, where they brought Matani out in a max damage Og Navy, where they figured that everybody was just going to primary because it was the Matani, and that they would whatever the hostile team was would assume it's a brick tank and not shoot it.
I mean,
Yeah.
we've seen that on TQ as well with things like, I think it was maybe Billy or somebody bringing out like Komodos and shit when traditionally maybe you wouldn't think they would be, but then it was like, as long as they don't die, that guy's just going to sit there and sponge for a hot minute, and that's good for everything else going on around it.
poor
It is.
Villy.
Yeah, it is.
Poor Villy this year, man. Both those matches, it's like he was just getting kited to fuck, and he was like,
I
felt
wanted to see that loss.
I was
so
like, oh,
bad,
man,
dude, 'cause
it's like
Billy,
he-
Mr. I used to print trillions of ISK. Like, I want to see what he fucking spent on that.
yeah.
flagship.
It's like both those matches, he just because they have the flag Vindy? It was a flag Vindy, right?
yeah, I
For
believe
Horde,
so.
yeah.
And he just couldn't land
He just
a web
couldn't
on
get
something,
close
so-
enough to anyone to web anything down, so he was just. And I think he eventually got capped out, so he couldn't even MWD anymore. It's just
Yeah, I
sad,
think
sad
found his
times.
Micwarp drive in that final match.
I think
Yeah.
they- Yeah, I think
Oh,
at least
that's
one
what
of
it
them looked
was.
like-
Yeah, I was like, oh, he just slowed way the fuck down.
Yeah. And as we're talking about Horde, I get to shout out Nalani again for boundarying in Immortals.
Oh
So
yeah.
I get to keep saying that he can
That
drink,
was
but then he can
mean.
fly.
I feel like
Yeah.
there's significantly less boundaries than we used to see, and granted, maybe that's just how things evolve and people becoming more spatially aware and skillful and experienced and stuff. But like that used to feel fairly
How
common,
dare
and I
people
feel like
get
I
better?
I feel like I don't see it very much, and I will
People have
say
gotten
I'm a
better.
casual. I'm not a great pilot. I have a I've been playing forever and whatnot, but I'm not like a high level pilot by any means. And I was a stand-in for our team, which we did garbage too. But I didn't realize, so twofold. I was flying overpropped Logi for a lot of these frigate Logi, and then there was so many times during practices I was like, "What the fuck? Where the fuck am I? Like I'm way over here. I need to be." I was like, "How did?" And I, it took a couple
you get
matches
it?
before I looked at the fits because they were all just being handed to me, and they were like, "Yeah, you're flying a scalpel. You're flying a blah blah blah." And so I'm like, "I can fly Logi. I know how to fly. Like I'm fine with all that." And then it was like, how come I'm never near my dudes? And then I finally dug into it for a moment, and I was like, oh god, dude, you're just flinging yourself across with overpropped frigates, and yeah, you're not a good enough pilot to catch it before it happened.
It's such a weird thing
I
because
do
like
remember a
that's
good
something you have
friend
to
of
like, you'd constantly have to keep an eye on. Which fuck, I could. That's something that, like,
Spatial
you know,
awareness is hard if you're
I-
not good.
I did one
Don't
of
you
those.
remember our good friend Drayden, Random? His first time he did the AT, first
Ran-
match he boundaried.
Random McNally?
Yeah, Random McNally. Remember
Yeah.
he boundaried like right away. First match
I've-
he ever did.
I've never been in an AT. There was a who was it? Geronix was doing that 5v5 thing that was really cool. That was fun. We went over
Yeah.
there after a Friday night one night, and we made our own like little open comms team with one person from their like Geronix's group. I don't know if maybe it was Geronix himself, but to fly with us. And we were picking stuff, and like I got the curse, and I was like, "Let's go!" And so I'm like start nuding and doing all this stuff, just keeping distance. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm nuding the shit out of him. Man, no one's shooting me. And like, I didn't realize that in local the entire time. Timber, thanks for the raid. Welcome back. Welcome, guys. We're talking about AT, but I was like, I was sitting there nuding, and I'm like, man, no one's even shooting me, and I didn't even look at local, and eventually someone came on comms, like, Drayden, stop, you bound, like, I was like 70 kilometers out of the boundary, just like nuding the shit out of people. Like, I should have been dead like 3 minutes ago, and I was just like sucking people's cap dry when I was like violating them. Yeah, I was like, oh.
Wait, are you talking about like a casual turn, like
this was just the
player
5v5 thing. Yeah, it was just a practice match, so it didn't matter. But it was just one of those things where it's like, you're fucking cheating. Stop. Turn your shit off.
So
we still lost.
Mystical, what would you think about if they ever were to go to like a soft boundary where if you boundary, you take like 10% HP damage per second, to where someone could strategically boundary for like a second or two?
I don't like it.
I enjoyed the hard boundary a lot more.
Yeah.
That because there's been like conversations and discussions within the community about like, oh, why don't we just have a more like abyss boundary type thing, right? Where you go across it and you start taking increasing amounts of damage as you kind of sit outside. But half the fun, I think, is the fact that you can skirt that boundary. You can play with fire if you want to, but if you go over the line, then you die.
Yeah.
That's
I
kind
think
of
from
half
the
the fun.
viewership, it's way more exciting to see it go like, wait, what?
Yeah.
It's also, historically such like a main staple of the AT that like,
The boundary, yeah.
think about how many fights went one way or the other because some guy boundaried. Like it's such a big deal.
You'd lose iconic
You should
moment.
not. You should not
boundary
remove
record
that.
distances would like be bullshit. Like, people just blast past that.
Well, it's also like there was that one team that anchored up on their FC, and then they all flew out of the arena immediately, which was like iconic moments.
Oh, was that the TN or the TNT Magoo thing?
I think it was one of those related.
That was my corporation guy, like CEO. I was in TNT during that time. It was like it was Dirk McGurk was on there. Hakua, fuck that guy though. And then. Yeah, it was basically like the TNT. He's just like anchor up on. He just ran it like a fucking nullsec fleet, and it worked. Like they won 2 or 3 matches that way.
And then hit the boundary, and like 4 ships exploded immediately. It was, oh, okay.
Yeah, that was like Daniel Estelius and like Giles. I think was on there. Giles Navarian.
Yeah, I think if you strategically allowed it, it would. Good pilots who can control and know what they're doing, would find great ways to exploit it. While they could still get logi and repped and stuff right when they get back and blah blah blah. And I think you'd see some just I don't know. I personally think there's a lot more value in just making it
the hard
black and white.
Yeah,
especially like faster, smaller tackle and things like that. Like I think there would be way too many ways to like not exploit it in an illegal way, but I'm just exploit it to give them so much of an advantage that it's just
of the matches for sure. Because you have people who would use that flexibility to their advantage.
Yeah, it's like you
would work it. It would create a new style of play, but do we want that?
Yeah, I like the hard boundary. I think it's just kind of it because if you gave it a soft boundary, now the arena is so much bigger that it could just allow for a lot of uneventful.
Might draw the
kiting and running.
Yeah,
I like the hard boundary.
Hard boundary encourages a small, finite area of play, so people can either fit for it, have strats that rely around it, or push people towards the boundary edge and force people to kind of like burn into your comp a little bit. So
your choice is die or die.
Yeah, and the MJD, I do like the MJD beacons. The MJD beacons are a really cool dynamic, but I don't think I would enjoy a soft boundary.
Yeah,
anytime you can corner somebody, they're fucked. Right?
Many years back, I feel like over the years we've gotten better about some matches, and some of this was like things like Tinker and etc. But we used to see a lot more matches go to time, and not necessarily like for tie breaking or anything, just like too many things live too long. And they've whittled at some of those rules to where that that's less likely now. Some of the matches that we saw, which some of even the most banger matches, I like double taked at the time, and it was like, wait, and they did all that in like 4 minutes.
Yeah, no, I agree. There was one match we were watching, like 4 minutes have gone by. Like, holy shit, yeah.
At the end of the day, nobody wants to watch pillow fight for 10 minutes and not get, at least hopefully some
Yeah,
good things out of it.
leave-
I don't know
I'm not
about
saying
that,
long
dude.
matches are bad.
Leave Tinker
Well, you don't want
dead.
to watch me pillow
They,
fight for
they
10
used
minutes.
to have
We-
things there was a few years where things just didn't die well enough.
Yeah,
and it was
yeah,
because of
yeah.
various
Tinker.
rules.
Yeah.
I was gonna say
Yeah,
one of the
Tinker, I
best
was thinking.
matches.
Tinker was the worst. I hated those matches.
One
Tinker
of the
versus
best
Tinker.
matches this year went to 10 minutes, and it was
Yeah,
the
and-
1-0 match with
Yeah.
White Squall. So
Nothing wrong
Yeah,
with
the 1 point
full
win?
duration match. I
Damn.
just want action, and like we were saying, if it was bigger, if there could be more kiting and things like
oh
that.
yeah, then it
I
detracts
don't
from
want to
that.
see
Yeah.
matches drag out. I like seeing a bunch of shit die, even if it takes a full 10 minutes or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
just,
yeah.
I do think
Explosions equals good.
closer, more severe, etc., etc.
Yeah, I do agree that it was White Squall with the 1 point win.
Yeah, and then
Yeah, that was
the team that came
pretty-
afterwards that fucked it up and almost got their 1 point win against Genshin again,
Yeah.
and then they lost their Deacon. Yeah,
Yeah,
that was a good meme.
that was pretty good.
Okay, and there was one match where nobody scored any points, right? And the
There was-
Yeah, but that was
Who
White
was
Squall.
that?
White Squall started
White
with the
Squall.
1 point
That was the White
because
Squall one, okay.
yeah,
Yeah, the Genshin didn't learn their lesson, and they brought like
Same thing.
underpointed comps multiple times, and almost lost again to the 1 point thing. But they managed to snag a Deacon, or rather, the Deacon managed to die.
I
'Cause they
won
didn't
money
really
off
do
White
much.
Squall. That's why I won our.
Oh,
game.
okay, I see.
I just had a feeling this was their year because they'd never gotten
Yeah.
a win up to that point. They've been in several
I-
times, but never gotten any wins. And this year, I thought they're getting some wins, and they did.
They got some wins. They got some wins.
Yeah,
They
they
got some
did
cool
good.
wins,
Yeah.
and they got some actual
But
wins.
they've always been like the lose like the last second, like a real. They've always lost their matches, like close ones, and hadn't won for what 2 years at least that they were in tournament. No, this is their year, and you know what? I won 1,000 plex for it, didn't I, Drayden?
Oh yeah. He did
I'm
win
gonna
those.
touch on this again, and I've already beaten the dead horse a couple times.
I
on
don't
Dragon
care.
already.
Oh, that's
No,
me
something
winning.
different.
Me winning. I'm
Is
gonna
this
burn
betting?
you.
Second year in a row, Drayden invited fucking Radicos on the night before the tournament
Yeah.
started, and he let him pour fucking honey in his ear. And I warned him this year. We went through the experience together last year.
Yeah.
And this year I said, I'm not doing it because he came on like after show essentially because it was so late after the practices. And I said, no, I'm hammered. I'm going to bed. I'm not listening to this dude's fucking sales pitch. Because just like anybody, if any of you came on and was like, and this is what my team's going to do great, I'd be like, yeah, that does sound pretty good in the moment. I'm drunk.
Drayden bought it again.
Drayden let him pour honey in his ear and
Yeah.
his
I had
Second
White-
did
year in
not
a
do
row.
well,
I think I
and he
had
changed a bunch of his choices.
yeah, I had plug
You
and play
would've-
losing the
all
first
of
match
that?
and then going like 3 rounds in the losers bracket, then losing there to like
If you would have kept your original
I
bracket,
don't know
you
who it
would've
was.
beat
I think
us
I
all.
was
He's done so much
I think I had him losing to like I forget who, but
I had
but then like
Templars
after
winning
him
it
talking
all.
and stuff, I
That's how bad
eventually
yours
changed
was.
it and I eventually got it to where it's like I had
That was lost
plug
the
and play
first
winning like
round.
3 matches and then going losers bracket and winning all the way to the end, winning the end and then going to the finals and losing against Barcode. I'm like, what the fuck am I thinking?
Templars
What-
has done well in the
okay.
past, Tom. That's not crazy. You didn't put like goons or something. You didn't
Yeah.
like.
You put
Go out of your
Templars to
gourd.
win it all. Yeah,
No, I had Barcode
mean,
winning
they've
it
at
all.
least done well
PHL.
in the past.
they
Yeah.
have. I know, but I even
It's
called
not
mine
crazy. it's
betting
just
on the
maybe
long
not-
shot.
Yeah, I think in the quarterfinals, I think I had like Barcode versus Tuskers or something in the quarterfinals, but
I had
Barcode
Templars
beating them
Tuskers,
and going to the
yeah,
finals.
with Templars winning it. Yeah,
Yeah, Templates
I
had
did, have,
going,
I did have Tuskers in the finals.
I had
so that
Templates
helped me.
going a ways too. So like when Frat and Templates lost round 1, I was like, whoa, wait, what the fuck just happened here?
Yeah. The first
put
day, the
Frat out in the
first like
first round.
hour. Whoa, what the fuck? No,
What? I
After
did.
last year,
I did.
I
You know what?
think-
That's why I called mine betting the long shot. Frat's out first
something I'm
round.
going to say on this community beat because I didn't before we escape from it. I'm sure we'll talk AT for a little bit longer.
Yep.
The screenshot that they used showing the Tuskers, the most recent winner, but in the edge of the screen they still show the Frat one. I'm sure that wasn't directly trying to throw shade, but I think that was kind of verbalizing like a lot of our being like, what? Like they came out of nowhere last year, did amazing, and we all, many people, I have to assume, thought, okay, like they're gonna do at least well this year. Like those fuckers know what's up. And not to say that they don't. I'm just saying obviously that it didn't work as well this year. But that screenshot that they use showing both, I'm like, do they always show the last year's one? I don't know. I don't remember. But it was like, I'm gonna assume this isn't
A little
throwing
bit of a
shade,
dig-
but it kind of
dig a
feels
little
like
bit, yeah.
kind of feels like a dig.
Sorry,
Oh, I
sorry,
didn't
lads,
think of
but
it that way.
I'm claiming it as a fucking. Even when you win, I'm still in the picture. You know what I'm saying? I'm still there.
Oh, you're
That's how
looking
I'm
at it as
viewing
a
it.
positive. Okay, you're looking at it
Yeah,
as
yeah,
positive. Okay, all right, that's fair.
The
That's
two
fair.
greatest alliances in the AT in the last
I had
couple of
gotten
years.
brand.
I had gotten some insider information.
No
Right.
press is
Somebody
bad.
told me that Frat had a lot of mercenaries last year, and they didn't get them back this year. So I was like, you know what? They're done.
Heard that as well. Is there any
Right?
stock to that?
Don't know if
Mm.
that's true.
I don't know if it's true or
I
not.
was
But that's
talking
what I
with
was
Radicus.
told.
He
and that's
said
how I
that
bet.
Frat's team was mostly the same this year, other than like
Yeah,
maybe a couple
I think the
dudes.
Fret team is mostly the same,
See,
and some of the
but I
mercs
was
have
told wrong
joined.
information, and I went with it. And
Some of the
and it worked
mercs
out.
joined Frat or Frat-related alliances anyway. So when they're mercs, it's
Oh, so
mercs
they're
within
still
the
there. They're
group.
just not mercs anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, I misunderstood the information and still
But
won.
some
I
of
still
them,
won.
and some of them are still out of Frat, but they're in like Winterco, or they're like blue to Frat, etc. Or
Well,
at
and
least
even still,
they have been
after
for a while.
last year, why would any of us assume that
Radicos.
they would leave the next year like immediately when it's like
Yeah,
we did so well? Why would we break up the band?
I did.
exactly.
I bet on
And
it.
also, you listen to Radical, so you know that's.
Mm,
I
that's
did.
seamless.
That
Yeah.
was Drayden.
That was
Huge
Well,
great.
fan.
Drayden, you learned
Everything
your lesson.
Radico said, I did the opposite.
I won't
I'm
do
sure
it.
he's a nice young man,
He won't get me a third
but you should
time.
not listen to this.
He won't
He's a
get me
salesman.
No, you said he won't get me a third time. You did not
Yeah,
just say that.
I did say that. He won't get me next year.
Next year,
Next-
boys.
Yeah, again next
Yeah,
year.
next
don't
next
worry.
year
Someone-
I'm only gonna have
someone
plug and
clip it.
play in the
Someone clip it
quarterfinals.
right
That's
now.
it.
Please clip that. Please clip that.
He said, "I don't know." He made a really good pitch.
How do you clip? I'm trying to. I'm too high. I don't know how to do it.
We'll go back and do it on the bot.
Hi, Radicos here for Plug and Play Alliance team. But wait, there's more. Buy right now, and you'll lose all your ISK betting on the AT by
Well,
thinking we'll actually win a match.
He lost all his channel points betting on him too last
No.
year.
Oh, last year I did.
too.
Oh,
Yeah,
last year. Okay.
yeah, last year I did.
No,
This
no,
year I
apologize
lost.
for doing
I think
a Billy
I
Mays
all,
impression.
I did lose all the channel points I had at the end of the AT last year. So when the feeders started up this year, I was like, I'm
You're
going
smart
all.
about it.
I'm like day one, match one. I'm like all in on Rusty Hyenas. And I was like, all right, guess.
So during feeders,
I did get
which
up
we
to enough
watched.
to get one skin this year, so I did win some.
We watched together on the show. We all got together and watched the feeders as well together, just like we did kind of watch parties of the tournament. And
We didn't stream it, but we
round
did it
literal
together.
one
yeah.
of the feeders, which I think was Odin's Call and somebody. I went into it being like, Odin's Call, those guys are pretty good small gamers. I've seen them doing well, blah blah blah. I bet the fucking farm on them.
Out they go.
I think I had 30,000 channel points. Like nothing crazy, but like whatever. A
enough for
substantial
3
start to
skins.
start with.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I put like 25 on them or something. I was like, it's fucking in the bag. It's Odin's Call, blah blah blah. Just being a fucking terrible null sucker. And I lost it all. And then I spent the rest of the tournament building back up to that point.
One
I think I ended in like
Did you
50,000
lose it all
or
again?
something.
Or did you get 50,000?
No,
I
I'm not a big better traditionally. I usually bet very modestly because your passive accrual of channel points will just kind of keep you going if you bet modestly. And it's just like, I have fun betting on the underdogs, and like eventually I'll get some skins. Who gives a fuck?
Has my
But I
mic
don't-
been
I get a little wild here
muted
every
the whole
once in a
time?
while.
Not on
And
Discord.
I
but
lost my
I
ISK.
think I've
I
been
lost
muted for
my
a while
channel
on
points
OBS.
twice. And I like, God damn it. Because I like skins, as you know.
Exactly.
Right? And I was like at 9,000 twice, and I lost like 5 of them. And I had to build back. It pisses me off. Still, obviously.
Hey, I did the same thing. I always get high over the course of the tournament, and then I'm like, fuck it, I'll put this. How can I not? The odds are too good.
Hubris. All of us flying
So
Lancer Galente Dread.
before
ended
we
up
move
with-
on to anything else, the AT20 success, right?
I had a blast.
Success.
It was
I
it
think
was
so.
really fun to watch.
One
I
of the,
enjoyed watching
Massive
it. I had a great time. I call it success. I don't know
I
if
think
it-
it was successful. I mean, the second day of the tournament, we managed to get to Twitch front page based on the first day's
Oh, shit.
performance. So we got like
Really? Nice.
350, 360k views on day 2 VOD, just based off
The
of that.
big
So
turnout.
350K, you said?
views, yeah, on the day
Wow,
2.
on the VOD. That's awesome.
Damn.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I mean,
That's
none of that,
awesome.
none of that's hidden. It's all on the CCP
I know,
Twitch
but
channel, right?
you haven't
So
looked shit up like that, and I'm
Yeah.
not going to do it 'cause I'm
Well, and of
lazy.
course-
I expect you to tell me stuff like that, so I
There
can
we
feel
go.
good about stuff.
Of course,
Oh,
we
so
know
it's pretty-
290,000 people fucking play this game afterwards and they walked away, but that's
Probably.
pretty
fair.
cool.
I mean,
What
I
the
had
hell were they
people
doing?
people messaging in Twitch chat going like, I don't know what this is, but it seems cool. We had people, I had friends that I know through EVE Online, but EVE Online players, but they don't play EVE, right?
Sure,
Saying
yeah.
that they were gonna start out after watching the Alliance tournament this year, all of that kind of stuff. So I'm hoping it was a success in TCP's eyes as well as the community's eyes.
It had a huge
But-
viewership on just the
Yeah.
daily, like people logged in.
Can't
or whatever.
imagine
I
them
was seeing,
thinking it's
I think
not
it's
a
fun.
success.
I was seeing
Um,
like
Yeah, well-
8K.
We'll have to see.
When are we going to see people using these pythons, though?
They're already using them.
Oh, what?
Yeah, like
have you
within
not
this
seen
week.
that 15 trillionist kill mail traded?
Yeah, that was the L minor thing from the beat that you skipped. No, we're gonna go through it. We're gonna go
Oh,
through.
But I do want to call a shot to all the CCP staff and volunteers that did the AT.
You know what?
It's
I'll
been
drink
getting
to them.
better and better, dude.
Yeah,
And Misty, I
yeah.
love that you guys like household names there. You and BBP.
I did miss though. I wanted to see the hot wings thing again, something like that. That was
Oh
fun
yeah,
last
those little
year.
like
I
cutscene kind
really
of
liked
side
that
thing.
last year. I wish we
remote
would have something
segment.
like
We didn't have any like major shoulder content, so we kind of just like made our own across. We had a bunch that we recorded on Nights Out that we couldn't play due to copyright. Like
that. Okay.
we went out and we recorded a rendition of the final countdown like 7 times, and we were going to stitch them all together to have 7 final countdowns
Oh, that would've been-
before the final series, like the best of 5. But copyright means you can't play shit on
Can't do
Twitch.
that,
So
yeah. Oh man.
stupid
that's-
copyright.
But I think hopefully, and I'll suggest it in my channels that people I can talk to that they do something like that again. That really added value to the whole AT experience. Honestly, those little videos last year, they really
It
did.
was a ton of fun.
yeah, we
We
had
were-
little
It
meme ones.
humanizes everybody involved and stuff. It's just really fun.
Yeah, we had little meme ones like the fucking Bisty show. We had
Yeah.
that
Bisty.
CCP Overload came up with. Yeah, but having like proper shoulder content, like individual little mini videos about each individual person would be kind of cool too.
Yeah.
If
Yes.
nothing else, I appreciate that you guys, I presume, have to be doing some sort of coordination when people are like, hey, make sure and bring like a wild bowler shirt and a da-da-da. And like you guys obviously theme things to some extent. 'cause
Yeah,
I know you
we
can't just be shopping
I-
for
What
everything
was
on the
what was
Summit Island.
Wingnut had like the shiniest shirt I've ever
the
seen.
shiny
in a
silver
long,
shirt.
si-
Yeah,
since
yeah.
well
was a
since
Jintan classic.
Yeah, I was like that.
Yeah.
Jintan's shiny suit was I think a little bit more on the Lux scale, but
Yeah, no, it was good. Don't remember when the tradition started. I think it might have been last year or the year before, but I mean, I always wear fucking Hawaiian-ish shirts anyway.
I think
but
everyone did this time.
we,
I saw
Budget
less
Hawaiian
chest hair this year.
shirts.
I was a little disappointed in that.
yeah, it was a little colder in the country. The time I was showing off chest hair, it was like summertime in the UK, so it was okay. But it fucking cold in Iceland, so
That's
no.
even
But
better. What are you talking about?
after last year,
He
I
said
think.
I wanted to see those
No.
nipples
I
cut
wanna see
glass.
Carving glass, baby.
Yeah, after last year, I think it was last year we started doing day 3 was Hawaiian shirt day. Day 4 is like actual smart dress.
Loki.
I
knows.
love
So,
it.
I mean,
I
we
love
were
the
thinking about
way
doing
to
like
get someone from
cosplay
the
and stuff. But,
States to show up wearing camo.
I mean, people had camo. Like 5 of the people there were American.
Yeah, does that mean they automatically have camo?
Yeah,
that
that's
our
just how it
standard
is.
our
That's just how
standard
it is,
dress
right?
is
That-
camo.
No, we're issued camo.
Maud's
we-
backpack was a
Yeah.
fucking camo backpack.
No,
Yeah, it's like here's your
that's
birth
what it is.
certificate, here's your social security card, and your lifetime camo outfit.
Yeah, exactly.
For all
I got
ages.
3 of them actually.
We're
National
here at the
uniform.
tailgate.
Can I just comment that I love part of my enjoyment, and it's just a little side note because there's lots of elements of enjoyment for me for these tournaments, is seeing mods growing up over the years. From like, he started out, he was well, we were all younger, right? And then just over the years, he's become what I would say is more confident and more polished
was
and blah,
looking
blah, blah, more
sharp this
comfortable
year.
kind of thing. And I love it. It's fun watching like somebody's
Yeah.
evolution track or whatever.
Are you trying to say they turned into a man?
Skyhawk's sick tonight, so he's not gonna make
I mean,
it.
we were all boys when we started,
Rip.
but now he's a man.
All of us.
Go drink the Skyhawk.
That's right. Delana was a
better.
boy back then too.
I still think I'm a boy. Does that count?
What?
Just
Alright,
to be clear,
um,
I'm not trans. I don't know what.
No, sorry, I wasn't meaning anything extra with it. I was just running with it because it was silly.
The
missed
so
things
we've
about
hit the AT. Let's
Do we
let's
want to
shift.
talk about the Alminer kill mail?
We can
It's on the beat,
It's on the beat.
and I think we should.
we speed run it.
What is it?
ran
What's
it?
that one?
Run.
Minor?
Yeah,
Yeah, I see
so
it. Yeah, I see it.
It's a meme.
Who remembers the old Alminer kill mail that people would like?
I would hope all of us that
Oh,
play.
People,
Yep.
Yep.
I would hope.
It's,
I
it's
don't
a pretty
remember the
proper
something.
meme.
I don't remember the story behind it, but I know the kill mail.
I don't know what L minor means.
It's the name of a character that is so Drayden, you ever been linked to fake kill mail where somebody will like delete a lot of the text and retype it as something else? So it'd be like Ragnarok mail in Alliance chat or some shit.
Yeah.
And when you click it, it was like a Rickroll. It was an Eve
Yeah,
Rickroll
yeah.
of it would end up being
Elminer.
Elminer
Like an Ibis or something.
for many, many years. It could be anything,
Oh.
but it was like, check out, oh God, look what just happened.
Ragnarok kill, but
and
it's an
people would
Elminer
Rickroll you
procure.
with Elminer.
Okay, I think
From
I've
way
gotten one
back
of
in the
those,
day,
so
it was
I
something
didn't,
with Black
I haven't
Legion,
seen it
maybe, I
common
think, I
enough
can't
that
remember.
It was Black
Yeah, it
Legion that got the
was.
kill.
It was a
Yeah.
BO kill on like a fucking mining cruiser or something.
A skiff,
Like that.
I think. Yeah.
On the same ship,
Uh,
skiff,
Or
back in like Vale or something like fucking 15 years ago. Or I don't even know.
okay.
But
I was like looking on. There is a 231 billion ISK avalanche loss. What's this?
Oh,
now
yeah,
you're going down a
we're
PL
talking-
rabbit
we're
hole.
talking about the
Now you're
community
falling
here.
down the rabbit hole.
Oh, it's a goon swarm. What were you guys? This must have been.
no, I'll tell you what happened with the avalanche.
Oh, we had
real
a keep
fast.
star in it. That's why it's so expensive. Okay.
Yeah, goons were scooping a keep. Pam Fam scouted it, dropped it on the goon avalanche, killed 2 avalanches trying to scoop it, and then killed the rack.
This was like BFL or something, right?
I won't say exactly which
sadly
group
was,
it
Oh
is.
no, Praetorian.
Sadly, was
Bees.
Yes, it
It
was
was
Praetorian
Milani.
Bees.
It was Milani, yeah.
the keep star in my area.
I won't
It's,
say exactly what group it is, and then proceeds to say the group immediately.
Well, after
I
I
respect
said it, so
I respect
We,
it.
you didn't have to confirm it either way, but
We appreciate
Well,
that you did, though. We
And
do
now it's
appreciate it.
confirmed. Thank you
Now
so
it's
much.
confirmed. Yeah,
What does it matter? All the fucking
it's
SIGs and shit.
confirmed. No,
Yeah,
no,
no, it
back
doesn't
up,
matter
back
at
up.
all.
It's
You
confirmed.
guys are basically journalists, right? So you
I'm
need
gonna-
to really do
OPSEC.
these things with all the people who are
I'm gonna
listening.
go get my daiquiri.
How
be
else am
right
I going to
back.
get my Pulitzer?
We'll be here waiting for you, Delana.
Yeah. Do we want to hit? Loki
Real
came
quick
on.
though, I gotta ask something from. We've got some people here who talk to more tryhards than I do. So back then it was some
Dom.
Black Legion thing, and now that we see it coming out of nowhere, I believe that there was something behind this because obviously it was fed to all the Panthers or whatever. What do they call it? Is it
Pythons?
Pythons? Sorry, thank you. Yeah,
Pythons.
all the new AT battleships. That was the fun of this mail. Elminer made a return for a sacrificial mail. Who the fuck is running Elminer? That's what I want to know. It's one of these
It's
people's
not
alt,
the original
obviously.
character. If you look
Oh.
if you look at it, there's a space. It's L space apostrophe
Motherfuck.
minor. Yes. So someone
fair enough.
affiliated with Tuskers made an L minor character, injected it into a skiff, took it to whatever that system was,
I
and then
respect it.
Tuskers proceeded to drop it with 15 trillion ISK worth of pythons.
I respect the effort put in. I
Mm.
do. That was worth doing, in my opinion. Whoever put
It was
20 minutes
and I
worth
mean
of
it. I
effort
mean
into
it.
doing this thing. But yeah,
Huh?
so Drayden, now they're out and they're in the game, and that's
I'm gonna kill one.
a silly one. There you go. That's the spirit, buddy.
Where's
Mhm.
Tuskers live? I'm going.
Where's that Von Hole gentleman? I know he probably threw in the towel, but maybe he didn't. Maybe he just wants to throw us off the trail.
I would not be surprised if Von Hole resubs just to try to kill one of those pythons.
I fucking.
I just
hope
wonder,
with
like, I mean,
all
like,
my
so if
bones.
that's a setup gank, that's one thing. But like, I feel like there's not gonna be a whole lot of people just roaming in a Python very much.
It's
No,
all
but
gonna
Von
be
Hole doesn't
drops.
give a fuck if you're roaming. He sets up for you. He creates the circumstance for you to fall into.
I'm gonna bait him. I'm gonna bait him with the Python.
You may think you're good at baiting Drayden, but Von Hole is the master baiter.
I'm not good at baiting. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm gonna bait the Python. I'll call it like Operation Capybara or some shit. And, we'll get it. We'll get a Python. No,
I like it.
but the Revenant expansion. Or do we? Hold on. I was gonna say, like, Loki came on. We can talk some low sec stuff. LB does low sec stuff.
Wait, real quick.
Yeah.
Are we gonna finish the beat or no?
Well, we ran the beat in like 10.7 seconds.
That means we didn't touch the beat though. We literally
Well,
touched the beat. Like
did
that's all we
the
did.
Points.
Raiden,
Yeah.
Raiden, we want you to touch the beat.
we touched it. We just didn't
Mm.
caress the beat.
Let me graze it real quick. It looks like there's nothing crazy influential. It's fine. It's crafts and stuff. It's not a
That's
big
a
deal. Keep
charity
moving.
brawl. Charity brawl.
That's
tomorrow.
probably good to talk about for the 8th best talk show, man. People are trying to take us real as
I need to
journalists.
stop
You
making
heard
these
them.
drinks. I think my mouth is turning blue.
That's what happens when you drink a lot of blue.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
By the
it
way,
is. Yeah.
By the way, whatever the
My
fuck that
teeth
shit's
are
called,
blue,
because
no.
I made drinks with that before. That gives you like a wild hangover if you drink too much. So just be
Yeah,
lot
I
of
only
sugar
made
in it.
two.
Yeah,
and
it's
it's
so
I
much
just,
sugar.
I just gotta get a citrus in, and I just wanted something to be blue, and it's like, oh,
Yeah, Curacao has a
turn.
lot of sugar.
yeah.
I just want something to be blue. Well, join the Imperium. Everything's blue, baby.
Dabba dee dabba die.
Yeah, that's what I was doing in my head.
Oh, that's the wrong cap. I was like, it won't close. The top keeps spinning, but it won't seal.
Oh, you gotta drink it all.
Yeah, that's
what
it.
do you do?
No.
So real quick, the charity brawl. Oh, this was talking about Shad Squatch thing. I didn't know. I stumbled upon that 2 weeks ago. Saw that he was doing it. Thought it was really cool. Pitched in, little small token amounts, modest for whatever poor guys like me.
How
That
much
was really
how much
cool.
did you watch?
I watched for hours that evening. I was actually pretty bought in. He's
watched
such a
some of
nice,
it too. He's really
he's such a
fun
nice
streamer,
seeming
right?
kid.
Yeah.
I can't help but just think like, oh, what a nice kid. But yeah, I watched for many hours and left it open overnight and came back and checked in the morning. I thought he had started after, I don't know if it was AT weekend or what it was. I thought he was going to still be going when I got off work or whatever it was the next day, and he wasn't, which kind of disappointed me. But I mean, he stayed up for a fuck long time.
Pretty
Like, he
sure
did a
it
great
was
job.
happening day 3 or day 4 of the AT.
Something like that, yeah.
And
Yeah, he went like 28 hours straight, didn't he?
yeah, he did a long time. And also
Yeah.
the people organizing the stream for us put the charity Twitch chat up on the desk. So we were
That's what
just
it was.
looking at like friendly shit being posted. And we were like, this is not about us. What is this stuff? So for like the first hour of the stream, we just had no feedback.
So you were super upset. And
Yeah, it was
'cause
like,
it
what the
wasn't
fuck?
about
This is all
you.
fluffy and shit.
Yeah, fuck the fuck. It's not about me.
God,
Get this shit out of here.
this man doing good shit for the world. The hell is
I
this?
think that's
We
what
don't want
brought
to
me
see
there.
that. Yeah.
You guys raided. That's what it was. Is you guys raided, and then a ton of people showed up, and I was like, "What a great thing!" Because obviously he's doing a charity stream. Like, it was really cool.
Yeah.
He was there with some lady that I guess is a friend of his, and she also streams. She doesn't have quite the community, but I know at least a few of us were like popping between to like help her viewers stats and like donated as well to her side just to whatever help the whole thing. But
Very
I
cool.
mistakenly was like, hey, Mrs. Squatch or whatever, way to go. And she was like, I'm not Mrs. Squatch. Like, let's make that clear real quick. And I was like, oh,
Mrs.
you guys are
Squatch.
playing games and doing a charity stream all night together. Like, I don't fucking know, but like you're pieing each other and shit. Like they were doing like whatever
Don't
face
call
thing
me
for like you
Mrs.
could
Squatch.
yeah, which respect because he's got a wife. And so like,
Fair, yeah.
let's get that out of the way.
Ooh.
No one wants to be
But,
called
it's
Mrs. I'm going to tell you right now. No one wants to be called Mrs. Squatch. Right?
Sure.
Oh, come on. I bet his wife is proud to be called Mrs.
Well,
Squatch.
Well, there's
Squatch?
the
No.
well, there's the what is it? The
She
doctor
didn't
the
change
Doctor
she did
Squatch
not change
soaps.
her
I'm
name
sure
to
there's a
Squatch. She kept her maiden name because his name's Squatch. That's not going to happen.
Miss Sass.
I don't know. Mrs. LB's pretty
Miss
good
Sass
sport.
and Mr. Squatch.
We all know
It's,
LeBlanc is a weird French name, so come on now.
But it's not
Hey.
Squatch.
What about the guy that was in Friends? Was it he LeBlanc?
Matthew LeBlanc?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, that's Joey.
How you do it?
How you doing?
Yeah.
Matthew? No.
Wait, is
Either
it
way, this
Matthew?
was a really cool
Hang
charity
on one
thing.
sec, I'll
It went
double check.
hard. They broke their last year's records really well. The first like 9 hours, 8 hours, I'll say, they were doing like $1,000 an hour almost. It felt
Oh,
like it.
yeah,
It was
it's Matt
cooking.
LeBlanc. Matt LeBlanc, my
Is it
bad.
Matt LeBlanc? Okay.
I
couldn't-
added that. Yeah, I said Matthew because I'm, formal.
Because you're
that's his-
Canadian.
That's his
Matthew.
given name.
Do I have a name?
I'm too
No, I
serious.
said that's his given name. I was just
Oh,
What
I
is-
see.
is
Yeah,
it? We don't know that. We're assuming that.
I am
he
assuming
came
that.
out of his
His,
brother's room.
his
They're like,
given name could
just
be
call
Kevin
him,
for
just
all we
call
know.
him Matt. Oh, I see. Yeah, because they do like to fuck around with their names a lot to sound cooler.
But Kevin's a
also
pretty cool
because of the
name.
Screen Actors Guild, you have to have a unique name.
Do you really? Is that a rule?
Yeah, that is an absolute thing. So that's why people with even similar names, like they'll change their name or something
Can't
because
just
you
be
have
like,
to have a unique name in the
Can't-
Screen Actors
There's
Guild.
only one John Smith. You can't have
Well, that's
four
why there's
Kevins,
Samuel L.
right?
Jackson.
That's
because
how it
there's-
works.
Really? I did
There's
not
a
know
Samuel
that. That's
Jackson,
interesting.
and then Samuel L. Jackson.
I kind of assumed like the William H. Macy's and the blah blah blah. People who are it's like, huh? Like I know you don't walk down the street and introduce yourself that way, but like, yeah, apparently that's how those kind of things come to be.
April.
I like that B
Right.
Jordan guy too. He's like, no, it's not
Michael B.
Michael
Jordan.
Jordan. There's a B. There's
Exactly.
a B. Jordan. There's a B.
And because Michael Jordan was in Space Jam, he's a fucking SAG member. So come on.
Can I just say this in IRL? You guys don't know my real name. That's fine. But IRL, when I just say my first and my last name, it's like meh. It's whatever. When I say my first, my middle, and my last name, I could be a fucking star. Let's go.
Okay, I already know your
Three-
name.
You talking
Dude.
about Loki Choco Chips, right?
I know
That's
your
a
name now.
superstar.
The 3 name thing is actually kind of like OP a little bit. Like
Yeah,
Philip
I hear-
Seymour Hoffman, like way
Oh.
cooler than just like Phil, like Phil
God,
Hoffman.
what a legend. I was in a
Dude,
rabbit hole
you're
for him
not
like 2
wrong.
days ago.
Yeah,
Loki,
yeah.
that's
The 3
funny. You're
name,
not wrong. That's
the 3
funny.
name
I-
can
I-
really,
I
as
know
long
it.
as you have an okay middle name, it just sounds so much better.
Sounds
Yeah.
so much. Yeah.
I know what it is.
More
Sarah
debonair, more
Michelle
cool.
Gellar.
Yeah,
Got
you're
him.
right. That's
Got him.
funny.
Got him.
He said, "Sorry to do that to you, buddy," right in front
Yeah.
of everybody.
Oh, dude, I dox myself all the time. Ask my court mates; they'll send you my address. It's fine.
Okay, well, I'll get with them after the show.
Yeah, dude, come to Canada. We'll have fun.
Come to where?
Canada.
Oh, I thought he said Vienna, and I was like, wait,
Ah.
what?
Yes, come to Vienna. We're gonna
Come to
have a
Vienna.
I was
lot
like,
of
We
fun.
all met. We all
Yeah,
met Loki.
Yeah,
in
there's a
like,
Vienna,
must be a-
Virginia, too.
He must be an import. It doesn't sound right.
We will rent the hostel where Sigmund Freud
Oh,
made
man,
all
that-
of his crazy sexual theories. It's going
It
to
took
be
me a
amazing.
second. I was like, why is he doing it in German? I mix up Vienna,
Vienna
with
is in Austria.
Venice all the time. I was like,
Yeah,
wouldn't that be
that'll-
like Italian?
that'll
Oh,
do it.
wait, no.
One has sausages and one has
Boats.
pasta.
One has
He
lots
said,
of
"Why
boats.
can't I hear his hand gestures? It's so weird."
Yeah.
You, what was that last week? We did said that. Hey, why did you, we both were doing the same hand gesture? When he said that, I could hear your hand gestures.
Just a little weird side thing. I remember watching some F1
Sorry, that's
replay,
just funny. I could
and it
hear
was
your
an
hand gestures.
Italian driver, and after he got like, whatever, crashed into and was sitting on the sidelines or whatever, and he was fucking yelling, and it was like, yeah, even in his like, just drivery rate, like he's yeah,
You
it was
can
so
hear
good.
it. Yeah.
Yeah,
I was thinking about getting grape juice, but then I was like, yeah, people won't like that.
wait, what?
Vodka
drink with
and
grape
grape
juice and
juice, dude. I'm
vodka.
telling you, that's a.
That sounds good.
I would find it fine. I think a lot of people would be like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Does it get you crying?
Has that ever stopped you?
It never
Like-
has. No, but I went with cranberry juice. Doing the
The
You drink
old-
the wildest shit on here.
The mix is irrelevant, dude. Just
Yeah.
be clear that there's vodka in there. Nobody cares.
If
Yeah.
it tastes
Oh no,
good, it's
I'll
fine.
put gin and root beer. I won't give a fuck.
He
Trade-
mixes weird drinks sometimes. Like I've got some grapefruit juice and lemon beer. And I'm gonna pour that in my vodka.
That sounds good.
That actually doesn't
Good.
sound bad at all.
That's
That's all,
really
that's all
good.
citrus and vodka mixes with everything, and then
That's right.
citrus.
That's
Vodka's
nice.
not
Sounds
mixed
good.
with beer. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
You can make it work.
You
mm.
chase
You get the right beer, you can make
I
it.
disagree. Vodka
Will-
beer just no
Well, you
bueno.
can taste.
We'll
each
find
other.
this
You're
out in
right. No, you're
FanFest. Are you going to FanFest on?
right. I'm not.
Oh, well, I
What
will
the
do that,
fuck?
and I'll let you know how
He's
it goes.
lying.
I'm not going.
You've heard,
I'm
you've
sorry.
heard
Um,
an
Look at-
Irish
look at
car
him
bomb,
smile.
right? This is a Russian
But-
car bomb.
I'd love to be
Dom,
able to
what if
go.
I
I
house
got-
you?
that
What
doesn't
if
matter. I
housing
gotta go
costs
to-
nothing?
I'm going to Florida in May. My mom went
Fuck
to Florida
Florida.
last year, and I have not
Fuck.
gone to visit her. And everybody's giving me shit about it, and my wife's been giving me shit about it. And she said we're going in May. I'm like, oh, I got other stuff going on. She said too late. I bought tickets, so
Uh,
we're going to
Wh-
Florida.
When are you? When in May are you going?
I don't have no idea.
So, because if it's not the first, then you fly to Iceland, and you just ping back to Florida because it's closer.
Man, logistics.
Don't do that to me.
Solution.
It's
But
that easy.
Still means you have to go to Florida.
Dude, that's such a
Yeah,
Florida's
and
good
that's
nice.
idea, though.
always.
I
sucks.
do have to go to Florida regardless. I mean, that's the I have to.
Yeah,
do.
but you could go to Iceland first, and it's not
That's
that
right.
far.
But I don't want to bring my wife with me.
I'm going to be in
Why not?
Florida in February. You
But
should
it's
stay.
expensive.
Or you should
No,
go in
you
February,
just
Dom.
you meet her in Florida, and she comes from
Oh no,
where
yeah,
you're
I
from.
just don't want her to come to
Yeah,
Iceland.
Dom, go in
That'd be-
Florida. I mean, go in February. I mean,
Dom, she'll spoon with
Oh,
us either
Brendan
way.
is
It's not a big
100%
deal.
Correct,
You
Dom.
will. She's a
Go to
sheriff.
Florida in February, and then you go to the 500.
I can't.
Oh, no,
Tickets
I'm
are
gonna-
bought.
Oh,
We're
whoa,
going
whoa,
in
wait,
May.
wait, Dom.
I'm going there for a work convention.
You're going to New Orleans, though, right?
I would. When is it? Yes, I'll drive down to New Orleans. It's a drive
Well,
for me.
there's somebody in this channel that is supposed to be organizing it. So.
No, I don't know who
someone-
that is though. Who is
Someone
that?
might know.
She's
Someone-
getting a
she's
daiquiri.
muted.
She's not
getting
home.
a daiquiri.
Oh, she's not here.
Yeah,
We're talking
she's
shit
she's
about
out
her. She's not
getting.
here.
She's getting a daiquiri.
Now I
She'll-
feel bad. Now I
she
feel
will
bad.
be back.
Thank
Chat,
you.
clip it.
Actually,
Flip it.
when,
Terrible.
yeah.
I'm a terrible person.
she needs to let me know when that is actually, because I kind of feel like that would be. A great
Uh,
thing. I haven't
so-
taken a vacation
so,
like, for like 2
um,
years.
Is New Orleans not the
she's-
greatest place in the world?
Dude,
I
fucking
love
amazing.
What?
Let's fucking go.
I almost
Dom,
died, but
you-
it was wonderful.
You
This
bite
place
your
is made
fucking
for people
tongue.
like me.
I went to
This
two.
place is made for people like me.
I went to two Nollas. It's fun as fuck.
Degenerates.
You should definitely go.
Yeah.
But so Because normally it's in April,
Dirty
but
degenerate,
because
and that's me.
FanFest is at the end of April, technically beginning of May, the first week of May, but it's basically end of April, early May. She's wanting to shift the time to not have it be like right back to back. So I think she's looking at doing it either early April or sometime in March. But there's no
That
date
sounds
set
good
in
to me.
stone. But that's like I think roughly like mid to late March or early April is what she.
I said I would
mean,
drive
does-
down.
when
we
does
should
Mardi
ask her
Gras
when
end?
she gets
On the
back.
streets.
Mardi Gras is February,
Somewhere
right?
therein.
It's
February,
like
March.
January.
It's like a month plus.
It finishes March 4th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's like early February to early March.
It's something to do with when Easter is. It's the
Yeah.
I've always said like we should do why isn't NOLA during Mardi Gras? But she said because the town is
No, it's
like
a nightmare
it's
down there.
one, it's like
Yeah.
massively
Booking,
expensive to stay there. Also
it's a
it's
nightmare.
it's tough to like everything's booked, everything's full.
I watch Cops.
So she
I watch Cops. Yeah,
like I'm
that's-
sure Mardi Gras is fun, but trying to set up a
Yeah,
Eve
in an
meetup during
actual
that
meeting.
time
Just go
would
on your
be
own
kind
and
of a
stay
nightmare.
till NOLA. That's your best bet if you want to experience
That's
that.
what Misty wants me to do is go down to NOLA and stay there until we go to fucking Iceland, and I cannot do
That
that.
sounds like a good time. I was saying to Delana, we should do fucking NOLA the week or so before FanFest, and then we will just roll over to Iceland.
That'd be dope.
God,
I've
that'd
done
be
a
dope.
Be on a
Together.
bunch of the
I've done
same
a
flights and
back-to-back
stuff.
thing like that.
Yeah.
And it's something.
Well, we'd all have to take one block of
What was
time
it?
off.
It was the
Might that be easier, maybe. I
we
don't
we
know.
did it was an Eve Vegas one year, and then literally I came back, and then next weekend we did like the Eve
The
cruise up to
cruise.
Alaska. Yeah, that was really fun, but it was a lot of fun because it's like, man, this is like
Yeah,
2
but you
whole
got
weeks of hanging
married,
out with people.
so-
But at the same time, by the time we got back, I was like, holy shit,
And you got married while you were on that trip.
that's true. Yeah,
That is true. I mean,
was
you
my
guys remember the
experience.
Vegas that I went to with y'all, right? 2 years ago or whatever it was. The Vegas
That's
I
the
went
year-
to.
no,
that's the year
no,
Drayden
no,
and I
no,
got
this
married.
this was like 2 or 3 years.
Oh, no,
before
I'm
that.
saying, do you remember that year, which I think it was 21,
Yeah, when we walked
22?
around till like 5 in the
Yeah,
morning.
this was 2019.
Yeah,
we did
we-
that, but yeah, 21 I do remember.
So what I'm saying, Drayden, is similar but different. I went to Vegas with you guys that week, flew back home, and literally the next week had to fly back because of a trade show for my work.
Oh,
I
shit.
did 2 back-to-back weeks in Vegas with like a little gap,
With
like
the fly home.
coming home. It was
Does
Me
everyone
this year.
it was wild.
does everyone just do this with Vegas? Because I went to Vegas for Eve Vegas this year, flew back a day early because time zone differences, and then the next day after I landed, flew to Iceland for the AT. So
Oh,
does
shit.
everyone just like go to Vegas and
Apparently, it's a rite of
No,
passage.
that's not what
then
everybody
bounce on
does.
to something
I mean,
else?
it is one of the more affordable flights, like anywhere, even from Canada, which is like an
Yeah.
insane.
Oh,
usually
to Vegas?
insane.
There's so
Yeah,
many
for-
flights in there.
Yeah, so many flights, dude.
It's
well,
a tourist trap
well,
of
you
a
have to
town.
deal
but
with
you
well,
can
that
get
was
tired
one of
of
the
that.
few years
When
where
you,
like, I
live
had
in,
a.
when you live in bumfuck nowhere, the flights are still expensive.
That was one of the years where I had a bunch of extra money because like, and I forgot like it's 2 weeks before that or like a month before that was Eve North in Toronto. So I did Toronto, and then 2 weeks later did Vegas, and then like a week later did the cruise.
I wish I would have done Toronto because I got my brother-in-law lives in Buffalo, New York, so it's right an hour away. I should have fucking
Yeah.
done
Yeah.
Toronto.
And then that was like I was supposed to be saving up money for a down payment on a house, and then like after spending $5,000 or $6,000 on
Ding
vacations
ding ding ding.
in a month,
Yeah,
I was
fuck
like, wow, there goes the down payment. But
Well,
you know, I had a lot of fun.
My, all your priorities changed. That's all that's happening.
Yeah.
Your priorities changed.
All changed, and now you'll never know. I know
Is
your
that
plan.
bad or good? They just changed.
It was fun though.
Are you
It was
drinking
fun.
red now? You went from blue to red.
Yeah, I went from blue to red.
Drayden
Um,
can't be
I
married
don't
right
know if
now.
like
I-
I told you
I don't know
it's
if I
just
like
it's
that.
just
That's kinda
vodka.
scary.
This guy
It's
has
just
no loyalty.
it's just vodka.
He already
crayons.
got blacklisted.
It's some cranberry juice.
Oh, do you guys remember Red versus Blue?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You ever
Good
wonder
times, man.
why we're here?
Yeah.
I hit my coworkers with that a lot, and
Mhm.
it doesn't
Hey, what?
resonate on anybody. And
Does it
I'm not even
resonate?
a huge fan.
What?
My ex-girlfriend introduced me to Red versus Blue. I knew of it pop culture wise.
Yeah.
Red versus Blue, the Halo series from back in the day.
Yeah,
What's
yeah.
up? What's
It's
up with
amazing.
that? What's up with that? Cost? What's up with your suit color? What? Why is it pink? It's not pink. It's light red. Yeah, they have a
Damn it,
color for that.
Caprice.
It's called pink.
I hate to admit it. My kids introduced me to red versus blue.
I mean, that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
Not a
My
console
ex
gamer,
introduced
so I
me to
never
it.
played Halo. I didn't know.
My
about
ex
it.
introduced me to it, and she was 9.5 years younger than me. So
Do you guys remember the low
it was
tech
during
group?
my time, not hers.
I only saw the season 1 of Red vs. Blue though.
What was that, Loki?
So there was also there's two different groups in Lozak. I don't know if they were part of the same alliance. They may have been. It was like maybe a corp was called Red and the other corp was called Blue.
No, it was the
And
alliance. 2 alliances. I was part of
oh,
it.
it was two alliances. That's what it was. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
So
We kinda
that's
gotta make
actually what I was
sure-
So they
referencing.
were
But
good-
also,
yeah.
that Halo series is also fucking awesome. Yeah, that was
yeah.
fucking
They,
RVD
had
was a thing
red
in-
versus
in
blue and
Yeah, I
blue
thought you were
versus
talking about
red.
the
Wasn't or no, it's red versus blue, and they would just split up into like blue and red. I
There was
think
Red
it was,
Alliance, Blue Alliance. I was in
yeah,
both.
there
of
was
them.
two
It was a lot of
corporations
fun.
in, but the alliance was red versus blue, and the
In its
corporations were.
heyday, it turned Eve Online into World of Tanks. You literally
It was one
logged
of the
in,
coolest
joined the
models.
fleet, and fought. I mean,
Yeah.
within
Yes, it
seconds you'd be
always-
fighting.
Yeah,
Now
it was
the problem is
exhibition
it doesn't
mode.
teach good PvP, but it's fun.
It's
right?
fun.
Yeah.
It's
I
just
got
fun.
so many kills just
point
like
of the
Oh,
game.
I was
Just-
an FC for Red Federation for a long
Yeah,
time.
it's
I fucking had a blast.
I mean, I would just warp in some Pete's and start killing them all and freaking.
From the outside looking in, it looked so cool.
It was a lot of fun. And
Well,
we'd
remember
have
also-
events. We'd have events across alliances. Like we'd do like purple fleets where we'd go
Right.
into nullsec. We'd all die because we were terrible. But we had fun doing it. And we'd have weird events like we'd do like we did a badger brawl one time where the guys who run the alliances just jumped literally thousands of badgers into one area. You just warp in, get in one, and then fight it out. And it was just a lot of fun.
Yeah, it
that
looks
was
super
a lot
cool.
of fun.
Like,
I
what a
wish
neat
it wouldn't have
little
went away.
footnote in Eve's history. And yeah, I agree.
They were
It
around for a
had-
long
it's
time
really
too.
cool. It did. It held on for a long time, but it is what it is, right? It's unique, it's niche, but it's not for everybody, and it just Once
my
you,
mind,
once
the
you
people-
grow,
Remember
I think
how it would be
they didn't
purple
do
if
a
anyone
good job
decked them?
of recruiting new players. I think is a problem. Right?
The people who
just
bitch about proving
phase
grounds,
driving.
which in my mind, I know there's other elements, but in my mind, that's on tap PvP. I wish they would just put efforts into like reviving something like that. I know they're different, but it's similar enough in my mind. Again, from the outside looking at it.
I like it. I want it. Did I tell you
That,
about
that all being
what's going on
said,
tonight?
because I think we conquered the beat at this point. I know Drayden was trying to ask Loki, like, what the fuck have you guys been up to?
Well, are
Yeah.
you guys in a little bit of a scuffle or kerfuffle?
Oh, little dust up?
Little dust up?
Little dust up. I mean,
Or-
the dust up's mostly over. But what I can do, what I can talk about is just the last couple of years in Eve for me, and then how we it led up to kind of like being in Lowsec again, which is kind of interesting. So, yeah, like I took 2 years off. Basically, the second I met Dominic at Vegas, I was like, all right, I need to unsub, and I did. I
You
did for like
I
2
know, you
years.
fucker.
For like 2 years. That had nothing to do with Dominic at all, but just the Canadian economy was like a
But you
fucking.
ended up moving across the country, didn't you? I mean, you had a lot of changes in your life.
Yeah, I live in like I own a house in Alberta right now, and I live in Ontario. So like I basically own a house in Montana, and I moved to New York, right? Like it's a
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
relatively long distance. So yeah, so that's where I work right now, just because that's like really the only places to get jobs. It's like heavy mining focused, I guess, which is works with EV shit, so that's good. And oil and gas is out right now, so wait for the next election in Canada, and then Loki can go back to Alberta. But so anyway, in that time I came back to Eve, and the first thing I actually did was get into to wormholes with a bunch of my guys. So all my guys from Corp came back.
Then he
We're kind of-
pestered me to come back, but I didn't do it.
Oh yeah, I just kept poking. He was like, "Oh, like Dominic's in a fucking, he's in a fucking wormhole group. Like, come, ours is gonna be better." And honestly, it probably was. But then we started realizing like what was actually happening in wormhole space, because like I had kind of just taken 2 years off and then said, "Oh yeah, let's just do like C5, C6s, right? No big deal." So we started doing that, and I've kind of classically I've seen pretty much any sec at this point. So easy peasy, got all our fits together. I probably spent I don't know, like 100 bill or something getting all the guys like up into the right stuff, and then we were like heavy Legion focused in a Wolf Riot, which is like hilarious. So like we had like 350k EHP or like 400k. I can't even remember. Maybe it was like 420. It might have been 420 with high grades. It was
Believe it.
pretty bad. Anyway, and then we just realized that like all of like the wormhole space was in this giant war, and then people kept trying to make us take sides, and we would see what happened to the people who took sides. They just get vaporized, and we had like I don't know, like 20 guys maybe, right? So we weren't the biggest. So we decided maybe to get the fuck out of wormhole space, because that looked fucking rough. And yeah, joined Shadow Cartel. So we joined Shadow Cartel. We've been here for I think 3 months now at this point.
Are you liking
Dude,
Shadow Cartel? It's a
dude,
lot
low
different
sec.
but it's a lot different than the last time you were in low sec, right? Do you like them? working out good for you guys?
I would say right now we're getting more content like on a nightly basis, or the same amount of content at least than any group in null, like easily. Like it's really good.
But
Except
I'm
all,
talking, but compared to the last time you guys were in LoSec, which was, I mean, it was right before your wormhole time when I was around. It's different. The Shadow Cartel is a little bit different. They're more organized than anything before, right? Or no?
Yeah, so that's what you would think, right? So yeah, when I was first in Shadow Cartel was like, the second largest group in LoSec or something. We were just fighting stuff all the time. And then you had the Korean group, Siege Green, right? Siege Green was always there. And yeah, like we kind of just like we either teamed up with Siege Green to kill Snaf, or they teamed up with Siege Green to kill us. And it was just that's kind of how it went. Moon changes happened while Beggar wasn't around or whatever, and then like we lost to Keepstar. I had already been out of Shadow Cartel by that point, having nothing to do with Shadow Cartel itself. Just I had to move on to bigger and better like FC opportunities and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, like we got dunked once on one of my fleets by NC Dot, ironically, and like I had a hard time trying to navigate. This is when I was early FC, right? So I had a hard time trying to navigate the amount of people in system, which looking back now was like nothing, but it was just kind of funny.
The
So I
town
ended
is
up
new to you, yeah.
yeah. So like, yeah, and at that point, like I had been in Black Legion for a bit. I had like a big enough pedigree in Eve at that point when people actually cared about that to get into NC Dot. So I joined NC Dot and then
That
went
was
on
his
from there.
downgrade
Which
to
corp
Black
were you
Legion.
in
Okay.
NC, Loki?
Which corp I am currently?
Oh, NC
No,
Dot.
when you were in NC, which corp were you
Oh,
in?
I was in Shiva,
Okay, I
No-
couldn't remember which one.
number one corp in NC still today, I think.
Black Legion's still better.
You
than NC,
mean
though.
number
That's a
one
downgrade.
corp for Tremor enjoyers?
Well, I mean, I don't even know what that means really, but me and Nidus are good friends. I like Nidus a lot, so I think Shiva number one. Just saying, but yeah.
Nah, Trevor's trash.
Don't hold back, Vlad.
I actually don't even know. I actually don't even know who that is. But
Are you
yeah,
talking about
I'm sure he is.
the ammo or like corporation?
Remember in the muted fleets how people would always want to load Trevor, and so there's
Okay, the ammo.
Oh, you're saying Tremor is?
I thought you said Trevor.
Yeah, I thought you said Trevor is trash. I'm like,
Who the
I don't know who that
fuck?
is.
Don't hold back. Fuck Trevor.
I think there was no. I think there actually was a Trevor guy.
Trevor can kiss my ass.
I was like, isn't there a Trevor guy in NC Dot? I think there is a Trevor.
No, Trevor's an asshole. Don't fucking listen to anything.
No,
Trevor
like I think
says.
there actually is a character like Trevor something in NC
And
Dot.
he's a dick. Fuck him.
Like I don't know if he was. So I was like, wait, no, but I thought you were saying like Tremor sucks. I was like, wait, are you talking about the ammo or is there a corp named like Ticker Tremor or something? I don't know.
Yeah, about because
no, I
loading
get it
means
now.
you're
It
a
makes more
coward.
sense. But I thought you said Trevor.
Tremor gives you range and accuracy, doesn't it?
Not
You're a
accuracy.
coward.
Oh, it gives you range.
Yes, it
all
does.
Trevor.
Because
All
just
Trevor does
put
give
him
you
in.
smug.
Isn't Hail the
and
like I'm gonna
asshole.
destroy you if I can track you and you're close?
Yes.
Like all okay. So the entire immunity meta at the end in Nullsec was essentially idiots keeping at range. So if I'm the anchor, I'm keeping at range of the enemy anchor at like I don't know, like 40k or 30k, and then I'm just loading fusion or depleted uranium. I'm just like smoking people, right? Like that became that was essentially like there was no Tremor near the end there. Maybe at the beginning.
Trevor or
I
Trevor?
don't think Tremor. The ammo type
Quake.
Tremor. I'm
Trevor's
gonna
always
say.
been there though, right? He's been around.
Yeah, it's always been there. But what I'm saying is that in Nullsec, when the Munins were the big thing for like fucking, I don't know, like 5 years or something, near the end of that, like there's like probably a 2-year period where Tremor never got loaded by a single person in fucking Eve at all.
We all
You guys,
carried it.
you guys are still talking two different languages. I hope you.
Yeah. Wait,
And I saw LB's reaction, and I was like, okay, he's right there with me.
I
Like,
mixed it
okay,
up. I was
yeah,
thinking it
we're-
was the autocannon ammo. Hail is autocannon. What's the long range?
Oh, it's
What?
the guy who ran for fucking
Barrage.
Barrage. That's the one that gives some range.
Hail
and
never
tracking.
fail.
Doesn't Barrage give tracking too? That's what I was
Blag
thinking.
and Brad.
No.
What?
Hey,
Why,
and who?
dude? Why don't they get some fucking tracking bonuses on some?
Who's
You
that?
do.
Projectile.
You
Yeah.
either get short range tracking or you get long range no tracking.
No, but
That's just-
Hail, I
that's
think
the
is.
deal.
I think Hail is like reduction in tracking, but just does a shitload of damage.
Tastes good too.
Correct.
When you're close, you don't need to track in the same way.
And Quake gives you
Oh,
a
you
bonus
do.
of
You actually-
tracking.
you
but-
actually
but
tab.
really, really
Quake
shitty range.
is artillery though. I was thinking autocannon.
Yep.
So Tremor gives you an 80% range bonus, just so everyone's clear. On
Yeah.
that,
Not Trevor. Trevor only gives you a 30%
Yeah,
range.
Quake is
And
the
just so we're
close
all
range
clear-
tracking bonus artillery one. Hail
Quake is the other one that you never load because by the time you've loaded it, everyone is already dead, right? Like it's
Yeah.
just
I
close,
mean, you're
close
probably.
range.
I feel like you're just going to be loading
correct.
like EM or fusion or something like that. Anyway, so
Best
Re-
way to
yeah,
do it,
you
don't
let
listen to the
EMP
FC
and
and load your own
blast.
ammo.
Okay, so I did the NC
Real
dog
quick,
thing.
though.
Anyway, but coming back to Chet Arkadell, yeah, so we rejoined, right? And we knew that it was kind of an emerging, like coming back to life, sort of. That was sort of the idea I had because like Wildbagger was back, things are going. Turns out these guys are like fucking killing it. So
So
yeah,
they're
it's
still
been
well
great.
organized. All right. That's what
Yeah,
I was
it's
getting at. I
basically
didn't know how
all the
much they had
same.
lost. Yeah, because they went through a lot of changes. Right?
It's
I
a
mean,
lot of the same. Yeah, it's like a lot of the same guys, and then we
Okay,
just have
cool.
like a really good USDZ as well, which is fucking awesome. So I have lots of fun doing that. Yeah, it's been great. But what I would say though is like because you guys are mostly I guess from nullsec. What I would say right now for lowsec really impressed me. Like lowsec probably is like one of like the top space to really get frags in. Like it is hopping right now.
Topping right now. Yeah.
What's driving all the content in low sec? Is it Fact War? Something else?
There's nothing's going on in nullsec with all the moving.
I am.
There you go.
Oh,
LB.
LB is. There we go. Now we know.
I drive
I've
all the
watched his stream.
content.
LB's
Now
the
we
main,
know.
the main
He's
driver
b-
content.
He's got to be one of the top 3 content creators.
I would say Metnoxes with their short timers, with their ease of operation, and the fact that they're just passive, means that anyone's going to anchor those to just try to get a month out of them to pay for the
Yeah.
drill, right? So like Metnoxes right now in lowsec are probably I would say the main driver of content.
Like it
ultimately.
really is the return that people wanted. Those people, I should say.
Yeah, and then you'll get spaces around, right? Like any of the fucking Syndicate or Pureblind, or not Pureblind, fucking Placid, right? Like these places all have just random groups throwing a bunch of Metnoxes in. So like there's never a shortage of things to either shoot or defend at this point.
Okay.
It's really, really
So it's
fucking
not
cool.
necessarily a bunch of fleet shit, but I mean on some level if you make timers, but it's
Well,
not like
I mean, yeah. So I mean, you can make timers for fleets. Is kind of like
that's what I'm saying.
more of
That
a-
is
yeah.
obviously a pathway to fleet shit, but like in general. So is it hopping all the way around, or is it because of a lot of stuff like that? Like it's still new, fresh content because of Equinox changes.
No, I think CCP actually did a decent job with faction warfare as well, right? And so you do
That's what I've-
get yeah. So you do get a lot of like so if I want to go on a solo killing rampage or something, there are a ton of small groups right now between like especially in Black Rise. Just on the outskirts of like not obviously in like places like Rakapaz, but like I was in I don't even know what the fuck I was. It's like 3 jumps from Rakapaz the other day, and I met this this kind of newer group that new to me anyway, out of the deep. I thought they were warlords of the deep at first, so I was like getting ready for like a real crazy solo fight. It ended up not being them because I'm like, I'm still old and I've been AFK for a long time, so I don't think they even exist anymore. I was like, oh, maybe like this is like some fringe group. Yeah, they're not. They're really bad. But lots of groups like that, lots of little tiny groups of like 20, 30, 40 guys that can get 10 guys together and just go fight. So it's really fun to just do small gang or solo PvP as well.
Yeah, fair.
And they do pack a punch. Like these guys, like I lost 2 solo kills because a little hero Griffin warped in on me at like 50 and got a jam off twice in my Legion, which is like how fucking impossible is that, right?
Yeah.
Pretty,
People
yeah,
don't
it's not very
People don't
good.
always give LB the fights that he deserves, but I get it. Like when you're top, like your name rings out, people are just not. They're not gonna just dish themselves right up anymore, right? Like
What is
that's
That's a good
understandable.
point. If you're known, FC,
But he
then
tries to
don't
show
you
us
just
what faction
be a-
warfare is about. He's a great guy trying to introduce the rest of us to the con.
I do what I can with the tools I have. You know.
You got good
That's
tools
right,
though
that's-
sometimes, right?
You're gonna have to use alt.
Sometimes.
You're gonna have to have a tough talk with that old lady of yours one day. Nah, just use a different slot
What?
on the same account. You'd be fine.
Don't use that.
I was making a
that
joke at LB
language.
because
Yeah, don't use that language.
Mrs. LB knows how to budget better.
It's true.
I mean, she let him go to FanFest.
Well, yeah, because
Did
she's
she
a
let
great
you, or
woman.
did you tell
Nobody
her?
ever said
Did you
otherwise.
put your foot down?
No, no, hell no, no. We don't do that.
No, you
He
don't.
said,
No.
LB said, I do exactly what I want to do all of the time, but first I just make sure and call home and make sure that's what I want to do.
That's right. Yeah.
Like I always say, I get to do what I want because I do what I'm told. That's just a fact of life. 27 years of marriage, I do what I'm told, and I get to do what I want.
So, Dominic, was your favorite part of marriage 28 years ago?
I was still with her then, though. That doesn't count. Been with her for like
That
30
doesn't
years.
count.
I just
Been
wanted,
married
I
for
was going to throw this
27.
out about 10 minutes ago, but I just want to make sure that everybody knows that Shiva is only the #1 group in NC. Because Doom no longer exists. And I think it's important that the viewers know that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, sure. We can talk shit about Shiva, I guess, if you guys want.
No, I'm just doing ancient history because I was in Doom way back in the fucking day, a few stints, and
I think like Evolution's a pretty like hype, corp
it
in
was
NC Dot. Like
Try for a hot minute.
anciently,
It was a few others, and then it was NC Dot, if I recall correctly. I
That's a
think
bunch
it,
of ball watching.
Our
bastards.
OG Tribe was Doom, RA, Wreck, and
Viper Squad, a couple other.
yeah,
No, it's just so Doom was a big part of the initial circle that did NC Dot and such as well, but Darkness had
NC
other
is,
plans,
I mean,
and then
NC
other
Dot
people
is-
went off and formed Habit and some other groups.
oh, I'm totally forgetting this too. There's also Spectre Fleet is like fucking insane right now.
Is it?
Yeah, it's big. Like it is back to being big. Virion, Stonechart, yeah. So he's kind of like one of the main FCs that drives a lot of content. There's a bunch of other guys too, so I'm not gonna remember everybody's name, but Virion's kind of like the main guy who like
Okay.
gets them big fucking numbers. So they can actually go and like fight groups like Big Ab, or at least third party, like be in on those fights
Yeah.
and be on grid and hold on grid and actually like influence the grid and stuff like that. So that's pretty cool. So you have like a really strong like NPSI kind of presence right now too in Losec, which really mixes it up.
That's pretty cool.
is
And if
cool.
any of the four
I
of
like
you
Spectre
watching
Fleet.
is listening and you want just some casual and low barrier to entry combat, like the MPSI groups have historically been very fun.
I owe
They're
them like
actually really good
I owe
for
them like
the
100.
newer newer nullsec people can really benefit a lot from those MBS and BPIS. I don't know. I can't-
NPSI.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Is that number there or those letters? Letters, whatever. No, I forgot what I was going to say. Never mind. Go on.
They can
But
benefit
yeah,
from those things.
I was gonna say like I'm a main FC in that, and I haven't like FC'd at all because I kind of fucked up there. So Loki needs to probably do a lot better. So I owe them like 1,000 fleets at this point, but they are actually like a crazy big
No, it's a good place
kind
to
of
learn.
thing happening in
Yeah.
Losec right now.
It's a good place to
Are
learn.
you going to do 3
Fleet.
fleets a week?
I mean, I'm already
He's
doing
not
like 3
Redline.
fleets a week in Shadow Cartel, but yeah, I'm not Redline, so yeah, it's okay. we I think Loki's past the
Somebody say his name two more
learning
times.
phases.
He'll drop it.
Redline.
You know, I'm a good friends with Redline. I'm also good friends with Loki, and it's funny watching these two argue.
Hey, look, I haven't talked to Redline in a
can believe
long time.
It's been a while, yeah.
Yeah.
I just must
Even when we all were talking, it was a lot of fun. I'm sorry, Loki and I get along.
No, Trash
Loki,
Talk
I've-
Tuesday was great. Like I thought that was pretty good. Like I was there for 50 episodes. I thought it was fun.
Dude, I love, especially when Brisk was hosting the Meta Show, of just saying Trash Talk Tuesday is better than the Meta Show, and just
I'm
getting
back.
Watching it freak out.
It would always get a good reaction.
Oh
Took me a
no!
little while
You
longer
get a
than I
reaction.
expected.
Did you
Yeah,
get a
take
whole
break.
gallon?
Did you get a double?
Did you get a whole gallon of
I got
daiquiri?
stuck at a train crossing that very rarely has a train, so I was just like, what the fuck? And then of course I'm
Bullshit.
sitting there and I
Bullshit.
can't.
When I
I
came
can't
down there,
drink
I
out
got
of
stuck
this.
at that fucking train track. I know what train track you're talking about. One close to your house. I
Yeah.
got stuck at that fucker twice when I was down there. It's goes
Oh,
all the time.
well, there's 2 crossings actually, because I'm like right by this giant bridge that goes over the river, so it's very active, and it's like, but there's one other little track that goes, I don't know. I just rarely don't.
I got
touch
stuck
the
at that
train.
fucker twice when I was down there for a weekend. And
And I was like, well,
one of
shit.
the times I was there for like an hour. It sucked.
Yeah, I think that's the other one. But and it's like I can't drink out of this right now because it's not an open container if you don't put the straw in. But once you put the straw in, it's an open container, so I can't drink out of it.
What if you
in
just
the
take
car.
the lid off? Don't put the straw in. Take the lid off. Take a drink. Put the
I
lid
think
back
that
on.
if you
That's
take the lid
exactly
off,
the
it makes it an open.
No,
I
you
don't-
put it back
look, I
on
don't
right
make
You put
afterwards.
it back right back
It's
on.
a whole
don't think
strategy.
so.
I think this works. I think this
It
tracks.
just
Akron,
It,
this
does-
track.
it would get
Now
wet. 'cause
I
the-
have-
Dominic, you are not wrong. That is the common trope.
how do you
That's
put
That's
it
the
back on?
approach.
That's the way you do it. Yeah.
I mean, now
Just
I
don't
have.
puncture. Just don't puncture it. You're good to go.
Delana,
What-
you're following the local laws. You just finding flaws.
What
There's
flavor?
nothing wrong with that.
What's the
When
And
you
it's a
do
flavor?
light,
this-
it's
She
a
likes
light
the law
Russian
and the
daiquiri.
law laws.
I like that. I like
This
white
is-
Russians.
Mystery.
White Russian.
What?
Mystic. Fuck. I'm
Myst-
not even drunk. I just
You
can't
trying to
talk.
say my name?
Mystic
You trying to say
Night.
mystery?
Mystical
Okay,
The
hello.
Misty, since you were here, and I was thinking about White Russians.
Hello.
She's
So,
thinking
yeah.
about
Aha.
Mhm.
How could you not?
Give her a yeah.
I love white Russians. It is my favorite drink.
Because the
can't-
last night
I
at
love
FanFest,
milk.
we
and
were
I
at
can't
the
stand
house.
White Russians.
Lebowski
It's-
bar, and we were just like having so many White Russians, and I had to tell him like, dude, I leave in the morning. I can't be
Look,
drinking.
okay, wait. We're skipping critical information here. Lebowski's bar has the spin wheel, right? So you pay to
Oh
spin the
yeah,
wheel.
we were also getting like a
Yeah.
ton.
Lots of places have the spin wheel.
But one of the options is
Hey,
White
we're gonna-
Russians.
yeah. Well, okay.
And we spun the wheel like 5-6 times in a row or something, and we landed on White Russian every single time. So the person behind the bar looked like they wanted to kill themselves and us at the same time.
Yeah, they're not that hard
thankfully
to
I
didn't.
do know
make.
that I do
They're-
know
they're
that
easy to make.
if Misty gives you a Irish coffee,
Yes.
smell it before you drink it.
No.
Mm.
Whoa,
what
those
does that
were
meant to mean,
delicious.
what is
buddy?
the
Those
implication
were
here?
delicious.
Yeah, what are you
Those were
implying?
really
Are you
good.
kidding me? The one he gave me, the guy said, "Sorry, I'm out of coffee. Is that okay?" Like, I guess
Then what did he put in it?
whiskey.
Just booze.
Oh, yeah, of
just
course.
booze.
Fucking whiskey.
Oh, I thought you were
didn't
talking about.
expect
An
that.
Irish
I-
coffee
I-
without
I
the
expected-
coffee. That's
I
just
expected
like
some coffee to it, right?
I thought you were talking
I was
about
like, whoa, that's a shot of whiskey. He wasn't kidding me.
I thought you were talking about the Irish coffees at that. What's that bar in NOLA?
That place.
Molly's?
They fucked me
Molly's.
over because they
Molly's.
ran out
Molly's
of
at the
coffee.
market.
Wait, how did they run out of coffee at an Irish
I
coffee
don't
bar?
know. Because we were like 5 in the morning and they weren't
they
going.
had their-
Oh,
They're frozen Irish coffees.
yeah, those were delicious. That's the only thing I drank there. They were. I don't.
Whatever-
I'm not even a
whatever
big
Misty
fan
gave
of
me
coffee, and those
was
were
pure
good.
booze, and I had a hard time. I ended up believing you guys, and I walked like 5 miles before I got back.
To
the
me, it's
hotel.
like it had less of a coffee flavor. It tasted more of like a frozen like Oreo cookie and cream
It's a
drink
milkshake,
with
yeah.
a little tinge of coffee flavor in it.
No. This was food coloring added to whiskey. That's all I got.
Okay, look, listen. I don't remember that happening.
And I was
That
blasted.
doesn't mean it didn't
like-
happen though.
I
Which
drank
means it
it.
didn't. Exactly.
I drank it, but I was hammered. I mean, I was non-functional when I got there. I was comatose when I left. I
He
browned
said I
out.
was
I browned out.
somehow less functional
My,
when I
my
left.
shoes were worn through. When I was in the motel room, at least I wasn't naked in the bathroom.
Hey.
But what do you do?
Forgive and forget, bro.
Who would do that?
Can't beat that dead horse forever.
I'm gonna. No. You weren't the one traumatized that had to go pee next to the
We've
naked
all seen
Drayton.
We've
I
all seen
had
Drayton's
no
surprises.
bathroom.
You'll be
There was only
fine.
one bathroom.
You're not scarred
I
for
had
life.
to pee. So I had to sit down to pee next to him. He's passed out like next to me. I'm
I
sitting down
vaguely
to
remember like the
peeing.
door opening, and I'm like,
Didn't stop you from peeing.
and then
I
like
had
he-
to pee.
I
was either
remember,
pee
I
on him
remember
or
Dom
fucking-
going like, "What the fuck?"
There was already pee on him. He'll be fine.
This is the night Misty got me so drunk I didn't know where I was.
No. Stop saying Misty got you drunk, buddy.
Oh, you were you got me
We
hammered.
He
drunk
said you signed
together.
up.
We got drunk together. We did. That
Yeah, I
bar.
didn't-
What was the one at the bar at the end of the road? What was
Oh,
that
the
one called?
fucking the sussy one.
The one that had the good music. They had live music.
There are a few places.
But they're
It's
all there
like the corner
at
of
the end of-
Frenchman Street and where Molly.
Yeah,
at the
like at
markets
the end
is.
of the French.
Port of
it
call.
was-
This is
the-
their music though.
what
It's
was it
the
called?
one where
Checkpoint Charlie. Checkpoint Charlie.
yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
The one
had
where
a
we
lot of
walked
fun
in
there.
and they were shaving someone's head on the fucking stage one day.
wait,
Yeah.
they have good music. I thought. What was that place with like the blues band or the rock cover band or whatever? That place is really
Oh,
good.
yeah, that was on
What was that?
that was on the actual strip.
Yeah, that's
the
the one that's across from famous Fat Cats.
Yeah, that place was amazing.
That one, like that band that was on there that night was fucking amazing. They
I
were
went
really
back
good.
there
Played at
many
fucking
times.
Checkpoint Charlie's were good too. They were good. I liked them.
All I want to say, Dom, is that I know you. We've hung out and had plenty of fun together. You are the epitome of buy the ticket, ride the ride. And so I never want to hear you complain about something you got into.
That's fair. You know what? You're right. That's fair. I bought the ticket.
And you always ride the ride. You're a
I always
champ.
ride the ride, man.
You're a
yeah.
champ.
Oh, you would have loved me down in New Orleans. I tell
I'm
you what, I got hooked up with 3 different sources in
Okay.
24 hours. It was awesome.
I'm from that neck of the woods.
You
Whoa,
are.
whoa,
That's why you're
Shock
from
me.
Houston. I forgot. Yeah.
Somebody just said that Irish coffee is awful. That is incorrect. I woke up every day, got myself some instant black coffee at the hostel, got a shot of Jameson's, poured it in. That's breakfast.
Okay, well,
can't
what?
drink
So
all
that,
day.
that,
Breakfast
that
all
Molly's
morning.
Breakfast is a thing.
the Irish
Yeah,
coffee at the Molly's
pigtails
place was
with
like it was like a frozen like sugary drink.
Not all of them were. No, they
Yeah,
had coffee ones too.
there's
Busy and I
normal
had
coffee
coffee
ones, yeah.
ones. We were drinking.
Okay,
coffee.
it was like a coffee frozen
Milkshake. Yeah, it was a milkshake.
No,
It was like a
the one I
milkshake
got was
with
like
some
hot
alcohol in
coffee
it,
and
yeah.
whiskey.
Yeah.
That's proper Irish.
That's a normal
coffee.
Irish coffee.
Yeah, Irish
The-
cream.
the-
Yeah,
the-
it was,
the first
it was
one
like a
I got
milkshake with coffee
great, the
flavor and
Skyhawk.
booze.
The second one I got was when Misty tried to get me drunk and take advantage of me.
No,
Which
Ren,
worked out.
You
It
tried to
hap-
get me drunk by drinking with me.
I
Goodness.
did. You're right. I challenged you too. I believe. I remember that. This
what,
little
Misty,
whippersnapper
what-
can't beat me.
What you need to do, mate, is next time you see CCB Swift, is take him to Irish bar and buy him Jameson shots.
Everyone will succumb to Jameson shots. That's not a an anomaly.
Because CCB
Jameson
Swift
shots?
with Jameson
I might not.
shots becomes a very humorous and fun drinking companion.
Are you suggesting he's not otherwise?
Yeah.
He becomes
I
more
would
humorous.
contest. Like I said, everyone will succumb to the old
Did
Jameson.
he start out
but
as fun as I am? And the answer is yes. He's a
ton of fun.
blast. He's a lot
Yeah.
of fun to hang out with. He's super fun to talk to. And he's fun. We had him in
Who-
Vegas at
Who
our
was that?
Swift.
Swift.
Oh yeah, I'm
Maybe we
excited.
can
He's
get
a
him to
great
actually
guy.
show up to Nolo
He's
next
always
year.
a fun
Yeah,
time.
I'm
Now
excited to
that
see
he has
him.
his passport.
I'm excited to see him at a because he was supposed to come to NOLA this year, but his passport didn't get sorted out.
Yep.
Which is a bummer. But
His passport came in during the middle of Nolo.
yeah, it was like 2
NOLA.
days into it. He got his passport, but
Shake my head.
So, Delana, do we have an official date yet?
Ah,
Well,
You alone.
if you were to pick one, what would you pick?
Oh, I want the
No, Delano. If you were to pick one, Delano, what would you pick?
right now, what's looking more favorable is the March 22nd.
Right, so the person who's
Alright,
in
alright.
charge of no said
Just
March
past
20
the Ides.
March 22nd.
That's
That's when
because
it is.
like the weekend of
flights
the
now.
29th is like my grandma's birthday. April 5th is kind of
She
getting a
can come.
little close to
March 20
FanFest.
March, whatever you said, is the perfect.
It's just gonna be a little bit rough because that's like the week after St. Patrick's Day, 2 weeks after Mardi Gras,
Is it-
and like
okay,
2
2
weeks
weeks
after my
after?
birthday.
I've already found events
We
to
should
go
do it
to.
2 weeks earlier. Then.
Alright,
we should do
Dom?
it on your birthday.
There's a place called Sips and Strips, the happiest happy hour. That's happened on the 22nd, so we go
that
there.
sounds fun.
Where's that?
That's in NOLA
What
on the
day?
22nd
Of what?
March.
That sounds
it's-
perfect to me.
And it's either a steakhouse or a nudie bar, and I'm down for either. So
I like
it's at
nips
5 p.m.
and sips. Yeah.
It's at 5 p.m., so I assume it's just an actual.
Sips and nips. What'd you call
So-
it?
I don't.
Sips and strips.
The only thing, Misty, I mean, like
Oh,
French
no.
Quarter Fest isn't
I like
until
nipples.
April
I
12th,
don't-
so I don't know about that. But then, if you want to show up early,
Okay.
I mean, there's St. Patrick's Day on March 15th.
Holy fuck! I can,
When's your
okay,
birthday?
okay.
There's, well, I mean, yeah, Mardi Gras is March 4th, and my birthday is March 6th. I don't know
So right
how,
then.
if you
Right,
want
yeah.
to show up that early, but
I want to go to Snips and Nips. What's it called?
whoa,
Sips,
whoa!
sips and
What was it called?
strips.
Snips and
Okay, brother.
Strips.
It's
You want to
it's-
spend a whole weekend with bag of frozen peas on your crotch?
Snips-
What are you talking about?
Snips
What
and
are you
nips is
saying?
like it's like a strip club
it's a
barbershop.
5 p.m.
It's,
event. It is just a burlesque. It's not an actual fucking.
Oh, no
strip party.
snips.
Come on.
Okay.
Oh, it's not a
okay.
place. It's not Snips and Strips.
it's sips and
No, no,
strips.
it's
an
It's,
event.
drinks and steaks.
got
I'm guessing, but
It's just a burlesque event. Oh, the cocktails look good.
a burlesque
I-
event. Okay.
If that's when you want to make it, Misty, that's when I'll be there. I will go back.
Alright.
Like I said, I'll drive down to New Orleans.
What, are
It's
you going to
like-
be there the entire time I'm there, bud?
No. I'll come
No,
see
what,
you.
what,
though.
what is that meant to be? What do you mean? No.
I can't make it. You've got more vacation than I
You-
get.
yeah, that looks good.
Technically,
Yeah,
Jim.
I would go to it.
Yeah, Missy, you got luxurious vacation team so far.
Yeah. I mean, unemployed. I mean, every
Oh,
day is
that's what I'm saying.
vacation.
Yeah.
Oh, well, there you go too.
No,
I did not know. No
I am employed,
apologies if
and I can only get
necessary.
so much time off. But I will come to New Orleans if you're there.
So it's not
That sounds good.
official yet, but it does seem like I've looked at some prices, and it seems like the earlier it is, it's not as expensive. Because like the later it is, the more it is into spring, it's gonna be more expensive.
Or
once it's
touristy time.
once it's
yeah.
closer to like Jazz Fest and stuff. But like it's still the peak crawfish season is like March to May, so it's like it's
When's
perfect.
Jazz Fest?
Jazz Fest is the end of April.
Oh, let's do Jazz Fest.
Dude, God, Jazz Fest is so crowded, and
I
God
bet
forbid
that's
it rains,
amazing,
and then it's just a giant mud pit. And also, it's during Fan Fest anyway, so.
Never mind. Okay.
But yeah,
Jazz
I
Fest
I
sounds
usually don't
fun,
like to
though.
go unless there's somebody playing that I really like because it's so crowded. It gets
How many-
really muddy if it
Latest,
rains,
I would love
and
to
it's
go to
just
Coachella.
gross.
Where do they have Jazz Fest at?
the fairgrounds where they have horse races. So
Ooh.
it's
Oh yeah.
Well, that's on
Like
the other side
racetrack.
of the horseshoe, isn't it? It's on your side, isn't it?
the what?
Loop around like I don't know where you live compared to downtown. It's on this side of the bay, right?
It's kind of far. I forget where. Yeah, like it's out by City Park, Bayou St. John.
It's on
It's
the end then of the bay.
it's farther out.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not coming for that. I'm coming for Misty.
But,
Yeah, I'll be there. I'll
Oh,
probably go for
yeah.
like a week and a half.
So
Why?
it depends on when you want to be there.
Thank
at
you,
least-
Symbiotes. Thank you.
After Mardi Gras, I might have a little bit of
good for you, baby.
recovery time. It's like Mardi Gras, and then 2 days later is my birthday.
And 2 weeks after
but that's-
that, with Sim and
yeah.
I, or Sim, Misty and I will be there.
Yeah. So it's gonna be a little bit, but that just makes it easier.
That weather time frame is pretty good still, right?
Yeah. I mean,
What's the weather like?
I like the hot stuff.
it could be
still.
Yeah.
kind of cool. Although, like this year's St. Patrick's Day, I remember I was sweating. So you never know. It could be still kind of cool, but it's probably gonna start warming up. It's not gonna be hot, but I do remember walking.
When you
around
say
being
warming up, what temperature does that mean to you?
like,
60.
I want to feel like I'm walking
no,
through
let her
soup.
answer. What temperature does that mean to you? Warming up from what to what?
well, that's like.
From 50s
I
to
feel like
70s?
sweater weather. It's like you start wanting to wear a sweater when it's like in the low 60s. When it starts getting like high 70s, low 80s is when I would
What?
say like it's.
I was
warming
thinking
up.
80s, 90s because
Damn.
you guys have to realize the southern band like we get to skip winter some years like entirely.
Yeah, like
Yeah, I
me-
mean
me,
right
it's
now
like-
you're-
Below 40, I'm not
right
wearing a
now
coat.
it's 77 degrees.
when it gets up to 50 degrees, that's t-shirt weather.
T-shirt weather. Shorts.
Yeah,
is
that's
fine.
t-shirt and shorts is
Fucking
50,
northerner.
50 degrees. 60 degrees, like that's nice out. 70 degrees, like
Oh,
holy
that's-
fuck, it's
I'm
hot.
camp-
And it gets
I'm
above
camping
75.
it.
It's like
Yeah,
I'm
see,
dying.
I-
I'm a
I'm
little
dying.
skewed because like 60 is when I want to wear a
That's-
sweater, but it's like
that's
80,
right.
it's like oh, it's nice.
50s
You
and
know, it's a
70s
little
60s
warm, but
is
it's
the
fine.
perfect day.
And then
60 is
90, you're like,
t-shirt.
fuck, it's hot.
Yeah,
and
no,
then
it's-
100 is like, I'm not going
it's still
outside.
humid though, right? So it's still going to
Yeah,
feel
it's-
warmer than it actually
It
is.
always makes it feel worse than it is, unless
Okay,
it's
okay,
right
that's
in
fine.
that
That's
perfect
okay.
temp. Because even when it's cold, it still like sinks into your
I
skin.
want
like,
to feel like I'm walking
Symbiotes is
through
right.
soup.
You know what? Fair. You're fair.
That's an interesting approach.
I enjoy winter
Okay.
because
We can
like,
provide
in
that.
the
I mean,
summer,
if you really wanted that, then you would come in August. That's the perfect.
I said that's
time.
when we should do
Hot
it. Is August.
That's too
But
far
also-
away.
We've
Go
done that.
fuck yourself.
We've done it in August before, and it was brutally hot. It was
Women
too
wear less
hot.
clothing in August. I'm going
That's
to tell you
right.
right now. It's a fact.
It was awful, and then it's also hurricane season, and I don't want to risk that.
don't care about I like the women in Scantille.
But hurricane season is 6 to 8 months in this region of the world. So like, what are we talking about?
I mean, peak
let's be
hurricane
real.
season
What
is
a wide
like
window.
August, September.
Hey, I like hurricane season. Just
Katrina
get
hit on
Ryan's.
August 29th, so like it's kind of August,
Hurricane
September is when
season
it's
starts on June 1st, right?
yeah.
Ish. Yeah,
Starscream,
okay.
or you must be in the
Ish.
Midwest because it's 48 here.
And actually, we had a hurricane.
It can go a little earlier into the spring.
There's a
and it can
hurricane in
usually
the
go
Gulf
pretty
right
late
now
into the
that is
the
like
winter.
it's basically done a loop-de-loop and it's kind of drunk, but there is one in the Gulf right now.
Did you know it's a
Raphael.
proven fact that the
Raphael.
more pirates there are in the world, the less hurricanes there are. So when the pirate population decreases, the number of hurricanes.
Oh, yeah.
The
The lack of pirates has caused global warming.
Yes.
I'm blaming big capitalism.
Yeah.
Yeah, for killing pirates. Don't kill pirates.
Yeah, also, Raphael is the least popular of the Ninja Turtles.
It's true.
Okay, well,
No one,
I
no
thought
one,
But
no
he
one
got
likes, no one
drunk and
likes,
Scorpio.
decided to
no one
become
likes
a
Where's
Raphael.
this
warlord.
fun fact,
Scorpio
bro?
and Ninja Turtles.
'Cause he-
Scorpio.
No. Scorpio's
sure?
not a Ninja Turtle.
No,
Yes.
it's
that's a zodiac and various
I like
other
that
things.
Ninja Turtle. What are Ninja Turtle names? Raphael,
It's
Scorpio,
no, it's
No.
Leonardo, Donatello,
Toodles and-
Michelangelo, and Raphael.
Trinkles.
They're all named after artists.
Renaissance art.
Renaissance artist.
Trinkles.
Michelangelo was the sculptor guy. He also did the Sistine
was Trinkles
Chapel.
in? There was something called
Leonardo
Trinkles.
da Vinci, and then Donatello.
Trinkles?
I didn't know who that was, but he's an artist as well. And
Who's
I didn't know who
Trinkles?
Raphael was, but he was an artist apparently.
Are you thinking of Nibbles?
Trinkles the rat.
Yeah, Twinkles the
No,
Rat
that's
was
Splinter.
their sensei.
Not Trinkles.
No. What?
Who's Trinkles?
Yeah,
Trinkles the rat.
Drinkles was who they learned martial arts from. He was the one that adopted them.
yeah.
After
I
they,
knew it was
after they got
somebody.
infected with the ooze, it was
I
Drinkles
won't
that
stand for
found them.
that.
Oh, Trinkles, not Drinkles.
And that's
Trinkle.
Splinter.
No,
Not
Drinkles.
Splinter.
Yeah,
Drinkles.
I will not
Splinter.
stand
Drinkles was
Drinkles
his
is
last
my-
name.
That's my uncle.
Drinkles was his last name. It was Sensei
a
Drinkles, but
dick.
it was Splinter.
He's always
Was,
over the bar drinking
yeah.
Drinkles. Fuck him.
I thought it was Sensei Doug.
Doug, what? How did you know that?
Isn't that from Napoleon Dynamite?
Oh, maybe.
Yeah.
He
And
said
then-
Starless.
There's,
with his-
there's a private
his,
conversation about Doug that you don't
Yeah.
know
And
about.
then-
His
then-
American
Fucking
flag
talk,
pants.
and that's weird.
Yeah, and then
Why
they
did
got
you
a-
mention
I
Doug?
want to get
Doug's a
I want
weirdo.
to get kicked in the face by a man wearing American flag pants.
yeah,
I
and
think
then
anyone wants a roundhouse, so they're wearing pants like these.
they also got a hold
These
of that.
bad boys.
That movie's great.
They also got a hold of the reporter, May O'Brien. That was the reporter that started reporting on the Ninja Turtles as well. So
We don't know what. We're not
No, April won't
I'm
stop.
not gonna play into it anymore because it is
April
obvious
won't
that
stop?
he hates us,
All right.
and I
so-
get it. I get it.
Okay, here you go. Before I,
Easy to hate.
this is my last coherent thought. I'm gonna. So, did you see the MER this month?
this
Month?
year, month, yes,
Month.
maybe.
I was told it's supposed to be pretty
It was put out,
interesting.
like
Line go
yesterday or
up.
the day before.
Yeah, look at the
Did line go
exports.
up this
I
time?
go up.
Export Delve and Aquarius for and this is the
Line went
last,
up
basically last
and down.
week of the month. Look at that, 808 trillion moved through Aquarius.
Well,
What is
yeah,
the total active ISK in the game again?
What is it? Oh, that's a good one. We
Three
should look at
quadrillion.
Did you guys not do a comparative and like covered on your 18 propaganda shows?
This is our first. This is the first propaganda show of the week.
Whoa.
Is our show.
Oh goodness!
We are now officially Imperium propaganda show.
Well, as
I
of this
refuse.
moment,
We're going to
Hmm.
start getting pinged out very soon.
Mm.
I
So-
refuse.
last
Still
I
better than
recall,
that
wasn't
show.
wasn't the active ISK in the game or something like 1,700 trillion or something? Like, did you guys
2,200
move?
trillion.
That's
You guys have
it was
effectively
how
moved
much?
40-45% of the entire active ISK.
It was
That's
six.
and that's in
amount?
the last week of.
You
that's
said it
not
was
including what
6,000
we moved in
trillion?
November. 2,206 trillion.
So that's two. I don't know why that was just like 2 point something quadrillion.
2.2 quadrillion.
Okay.
But they listed
And you
as
guys
2.
moved
Point, they listed as
30%,
2,206
yeah.
trillion. That's what
Yeah.
they listed. Yeah. So
And that's
yeah, we
also how
moved
you guys secured a bunch of
about-
the CSM, which good on you.
we moved about 50% of the value of Eve in the last week of October.
Active value, but yes,
The active value, correct? The active value. That's fair.
because if we're being fair, 50% of the value of Eve is stuck there on logged off accounts where you just left.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, we left. I would say we left as
Yeah.
much as we moved. That's what we left. In all honesty,
Yeah, I
that's
could
the
see it.
case.
I could see it.
I know that my
I saw a lot of
my little group of people, a few of us that we talk, we
Your Little
moved like
Ponies?
15 trillion worth of shit. Right, that was just like 5 of us.
Yeah.
And then we were moving alliance level stuff with me, but we 15 trillion we moved.
Yeah.
And I was like, good lord,
And yet you guys still had to do war bonds. How shameful.
I paid those out. You know how I did it?
I know
One
again.
at a
You
time.
embezzled money.
Yeah,
I-
hopefully.
I,
one at a time.
I paid in. That's how I paid out.
Yeah, there you go.
So, Dominic, if you got to pay out, how much were you able to skim for yourself?
I did not take part in that because I didn't want to be accused of that.
So you're saying that someone skimmed, it just wasn't you.
This wasn't me.
Okay, well that's fair.
That's in
A lot of
I
moving
did not ta-
parts.
I did not take part in any of that.
Breaking
because I
news,
didn't want to be-
margin.
You
I was at the
skimmed over
time I was still an
bonds.
alliance diplo. I did not want to be accused of any improprieties, right? Because
So just remember, kids, if you're in Goons and they ask for war bonds in the future, they will be skimmed when it's payout time.
oh, I'm sure they were.
Of course, they
Mm.
How are they not? I would have if I was able to. I'm not gonna lie.
They're gonna
And
skim.
so would you. So would
You
you.
were.
They're
And
gonna
we all would.
skim any legacy carriers that
okay.
ones might have.
I got mine back because of Akaroth. and we actually moved into an area, it's one jump away, baby. One jump away.
I spent
How'd that get
way
started by
too
Jay?
long moving that down there, though. It
You
didn't
did.
start there.
No, you did way more work than I've got. Literally, I'm gonna have to jump it once, and I'm in a
Well,
safe
and I
area.
tried to get it to as close as I could without dying
Oh,
on the way
where
because it
you
was like,
got
well, what was the
I
fucking
can't believe
point?
I can't believe you got it that far.
Oh, I mean,
There had been a couple
that's
hairy
not-
jumps in there.
there was a couple, but like nothing crazy. Like sphere of influences, it
We're
wasn't
talking
wild.
an unfit, legacy rigged Archon. This man moved across the universe for it. He got it for me. I appreciate that. You know what? I love you, man. I love you.
You're good people, Dom, and I would do it for you 3 times over.
Thank you.
But don't you ask me for.
When's the
I
wedding?
won't ask you for it, but I love you.
1 second, guys. 1 second. Someone's too shy to say hello unless I interrupt. So, Redline,
Oh.
feel free to say hello.
Redline?
Oh, hey, what's up?
Yo,
Hi,
Oh
Redline.
shit! Redline just came in,
He's
So-
been here for a
not-
while.
Redline,
I
just so you know,
wait,
but
is
I
that-
didn't hear him, so he didn't.
Is that the real
Redline,
Redline?
real.
That's
Redline,
Redline
Redline.
XIII.
no, you gotta
Oh,
listen.
right.
Listen, so I don't forget to tell you. I
What?
took the 20th off. You're coming the 21st for sure, right?
Yes, absolutely. That's the day that I'm going to Dave and Buster's
Well,
for my
I-
birthday.
I took it
I
off.
will-
I took the
I
20th
will
off.
be
I will
there.
be. I'm
If
driving
you're
out.
There,
I'm
then
driving
I'm
out for
there.
you. For you.
okay.
two
bring
best
Blue
friends
everyone with
For
you, bro.
Redline. I'm doing it for Redline.
Bring
The two
everyone with you,
that
bro.
anyone ever had.
Anybody who's in the area can go absolutely go with me.
Yeah, it's a
I
public
probably will
place.
bring at least one other Eve player. You don't know him, but I'll probably bring one.
If you're, no, never mind. I'm not gonna say that. But
No,
yeah,
he's a friend
no.
of mine, so he's good.
Come to the Dave and Buster's.
And
But-
Skyhawk and I are going to hang out in Grand Forest. Which one is it?
Those, yeah.
One of
Grandview.
those.
What's a Dave and Buster's? Is it like a Pizza Hut with arcade games?
Yes.
It's a bar
Okay.
arcade.
No,
thing,
yes,
yeah.
no. It's a Pizza Hut with arcade
It-
games. It's not Chuck E. Cheese.
Pizza Hut doesn't
I was
have
saying,
booze.
it
But it's
sounds
not
like
cool
sounds like a
either.
Chuck E. Cheese.
So it's not Chuck E. Cheese. It's a little better than Chuck E. Cheese,
like a Little
not that
Caesars
great.
with games,
But with beer and booze.
but with
Oh,
beer,
dude,
and it
it's-
also has pool tables, which I think is fun.
yeah,
yeah, it's very fun.
you can't just use pizza because Pizza Hut doesn't serve booze. At least not in my neck of the woods. I don't know.
You used
So
to.
it's like
We
a
used to
it's like a
British.
Little Caesars and a like a fucking truck stop.
arcade.
like a
No,
what?
no, no, no.
I don't know.
It's a fun arcade. It's like one of those old
Truck
timey
stop.
You guys
to
got
the
arcades.
good
bar,
truck
like-
stops.
They got old games. They got new games. They got pool tables. They got dartboards. It's a lot of fun. Dave and Buster's is a lot
It's
of
an
fun.
adult arcade.
It is an
it-
adult
as far as
arcade with
I've-
all the.
Yeah.
I was trying to think of that one. Like, it's like a Little Caesars and a Bucky's, but yeah, like truck stop selling. Well, I mean, you could buy beer at a truck
Most
stop.
of the
but
world's not
they
going to know
don't
what a
sell. They don't have
Buc-ee's
a
is, Green.
bar. I didn't know what
the hell are
Bucky's
you
was
talking
until you
Buc-ee's
started
is
talking
just
about
gas
moderator's
station.
shirt at the AT.
Buc-ee's.
It's prominent in the South, but most
Just
people in the
gas
world
Yeah,
are not going to know about
I've
a
never
Buc-ee's.
heard of a Bucky's before, but yeah,
Well,
it's a
As
thing.
you
Louisiana
should.
is finally getting their first Buc-ee's, so like we didn't even know for a while.
It said,
Yeah.
stop the press.
Well, Louisiana's getting it. Everyone should know about it because they're last usually, right?
North Carolina has some. They're
I feel like
they're
it's the
happening in the
Southeast.
South.
Nothing, Delana. You're not gonna defend yourself at all.
They're
huh?
happening.
You weren't listening.
Resistance is
What
futile.
something
You
about
will be
Louisiana being
beaved.
last and everything? I mean, we are. So
So yeah, I'd say you didn't really. Yeah, I didn't. Really.
Hey, that's your own choices because of the.
I
friggin'
want to venture a
Federal
guess
Highway
that
Act.
my state might be last in education.
You should have
Not
raised the
gonna
drum
lie.
like
You
the
know
rest
what?
of us did.
I gotta be. I'm gonna. Here's a proud moment for my Iowa is one of the most educated places in the United States. They literally
Really?
came up.
Hmm.
You ever heard the ACT test, right? To get college entrance exam.
The one that
Uh,
nobody
yeah.
used.
Well, that's
Yeah.
shut up.
Yeah, we
Everyone-
had
Yeah,
the
yeah.
ACT.
west of the Mississippi, they use the ACT. East, they use the SAT. Right.
SATs
ranked
all day,
11.
The
baby.
ACT was made in Iowa, where I'm from,
The
Huh.
ACT is
And
I
pretty
got a
nobody uses it.
32 on the
except
ACT.
for most of the West Coast. Yeah.
Isn't Iowa just corn?
All
And
so
education,
It's
There's
apparently.
also bicyclers. We've seen them.
corn, corn,
not much
soybeans, education,
actually.
bicycles,
Not much
and
education.
drugs.
Not
Yeah,
Yeah,
love
all
the
those
drugs.
good things.
a little more
Redline,
drugs
settle.
than
Great
there are
combo there.
educated people.
Settle down, buddy.
What do you mean?
It
I'm-
says that they are ranked 11 on
Oh.
Everyone
education.
knows
That's pretty
that
good.
Iowans are
out
superior
of
to everybody.
out of 10.
Out of
how many,
however many
how
states you have.
Out of
You
50.
don't know how many states I have, and you're talking about education.
Well, it depends
What-
on
what's
whether they
happening here?
count Washington D.C.
It's not a state.
Well,
Districts and
That's
oh,
great.
God
That's
damn
just
it.
like a city state or
just
some
loading
shit,
the
isn't it? It's not
stats.
a fucking
It's,
state.
it's
there's-
kind of a weird
There's
gray
48
area.
states
It's a
and
district.
2 commonwealths.
May
Come on.
It-
What we
it-
what are we
it-
talking about?
I don't know.
Just
I don't
make
even know what we're
DC part
talking
of
about.
Maryland.
The number of dogs per person that we're talking about.
Yeah.
Per capita.
No.
Per
That's
capita.
not
How
what
many
we're
do you think
talking
there
about
are in
at all.
America? Dogs per
I
person?
would say 3 dogs per person.
No
No,
way.
Googling.
No, I would say like less
Too
than
many
one
dogs per
even.
person.
Not everyone has
No.
dogs. Well, I
No.
guess it might be.
Not
It's two,
0.5.
one
What?
dog or cat for every 2.4 people.
Yeah, that sounds.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's less than
Did you-
1
did
one
you
to one.
Google
Like
that or something?
not everyone has pets, and not everyone has dogs. Like there's plenty of people with multiple dogs, but there's
There's
lots of
only
people without
60
dogs.
million dogs.
Yeah, there's lots of people
That
without
was-
dogs.
that are documented, bro.
No, also
yeah.
that's
Yeah,
per
what
are
person.
those
all those
That's
illegal
also-
Idaho
dogs?
That's
has
also
the
per
highest
person.
dog
Please
ownership in the
stop.
United States. Idaho.
Oh
has
wait,
the
no,
That's
sorry.
highest dog ownership in the United States.
Wait,
I
wait, sorry.
believe it.
I was wrong. I
There's
was
This
wrong.
is
like-
where Drayton's from, Idaho, with 58% of households owning a dog in 2000.
Yeah,
it's-
I
it
believe
was 60 million
because,
households,
like,
not
when
No,
a
I'm just saying,
fucking-
Iowa,
okay.
Idaho, 60% of the people in Idaho own a dog.
I believe it because when a squirrel runs by here at these apartments, I hear like 50 fucking dogs going nuts.
Ground
There's not enough squirrel for all of you.
Yeah, it's like you
Pick a
can't-
leader.
You know, I swear the squirrels do it on purpose. Like, check this out.
Yeah, I believe.
Just remember, Drain, who let the dogs out?
No, we
Shut
shouldn't.
up. What?
I am glad that
Ah,
Never
we-
let your dog out.
Redline.
Never let your dog
I'm
out.
glad that the
What?
old neighbor downstairs that
I'm
had the
here.
very very
I
barky
said
dog
hello.
left, but also
Where's
the,
that? Where's the happy fluffy red
the
line?
new neighbor
What do you
downstairs
mean
has
the
a very
happy, fluffy red
new
line?
baby. I think.
Redline,
So,
how high are
in
you?
Vermont,
Happy
in Vermont,
fluffy
Vermont,
red line.
more
Hey.
people own cats than dogs.
Drayden, when you
He's
say
saying you're winning
new
good
baby, is it human baby or fluffy
Same
baby?
with Maine.
Human baby.
Maine
So,
and Vermont.
so
Oh, okay.
the old neighbor downstairs
Human
several months
baby.
ago used to have a dog that would like just bark nonstop, just always bark. That's gone now, but now the baby downstairs
That's
is
how they
like
communicate, Drake. Don't be an
about
asshole.
6 a.m.
Did you go down there and punch them?
just
Is that what happened?
baby crying
You
from like
went and
6
punched
a.m.
them?
till
Why
7
would you punch
a.m. every
That's just
day.
what
Guys, I have
babies
a
do.
question for
I
That's how
know.
they communicate.
Yeah.
Don't be
no
an
problem.
asshole,
Like,
Drake.
I think I'm gonna like
Just listen to him
Well,
next
I'm
time.
probably gonna be moving out next year to a different apartment. I'm gonna probably look for one that's like I'm fine if they allow pets, but I'm
Senior
looking for one that
living,
doesn't
I
allow
get that.
babies.
Unfortunately, that's
It's
illegal.
okay if you have pets. No.
No
people.
babies allowed in
No
this
people.
apartment. No, I'm kidding.
That actually would be nice if it was like no children under certain years allowed. But unfortunately,
you can
that's
do the
No
other
one
way
would
around.
ever-
No, you can do no
You
one
can do
under
senior living
you
No
can
one-
do senior living
Yeah, that's not
community.
no,
Yeah,
Mace, I don't own a dog.
There are also
I would
places that
never
have
own a
no
dog.
children
Like-
as part of their agreements. You can live here with no children. There
Yeah.
are that's legal.
that's not legal under the Fair
It's,
Housing
it's
Act.
legal in Iowa.
Vlad.
I know somebody lives in one. I mean, I know
You
they
can
exist.
stipulate things about communities. There, it may vary from state to state. I'm
Sure it does. Yeah, I'm sure it does.
But that is a thing in this country.
I
Okay, I was under the impression that that family status was federally illegal to discriminate on.
You would be surprised when you find out about senior living communities with
Demo.
various
Senior
contractual
living
bylaws.
Senior living communities being the only exception.
Okay,
When
well,
we were talking
when
about
there's
dogs,
an exception,
What happened?
Talking about
where-
dogs.
people
I
were
think
saying dogs are kids, and I was agreeing.
Yeah, hell yeah.
That's not
me
what
too.
was
I'd
said.
much rather
I
listen
dress
to
my
like a
dog up
barking
in
dog
clothes
than a
all the
crying
time,
baby.
and I treat her like a little girl. She's my little girl. I didn't have one. I got a little girl
No.
doggy now.
There you
but
And
no,
I treat her
Yeah.
like she's my little daughter because I didn't have a daughter. I had
Mm.
sons. and
I-
stuff.
go. Redline, how have you been tonight?
What?
How have you been, buddy?
Me?
Yeah.
How
How have you been?
not
You haven't talked
been?
much, and you just came in, and you're trying to elbow in for a word, which I can understand. No, I don't
Why is
mean.
he elbowing me?
whatever.
I'm just
No,
I'm
just-
enjoying. I'm enjoying the vibes.
Just a second.
But I
He's just
do.
vibing.
I did want to ask something about something funny. Do you guys think that you can be banned from your alliance for posting badly? Because if you
Yeah.
thought the answer is no, the answer is yes. You can.
Does it happen
did
to
you
definitely
get
you?
kicked out of
Or you
test?
No,
talking
it-
about me?
Redline, did you get banned from another alliance?
It didn't happen to me. It happened to somebody else
Okay.
because of
Mm.
posts that they posted.
You're not talking about me though, right?
What did they
Mm-mm.
post?
No.
Share
Well,
the band
I'm already
goods.
in the bad
We
posting
need the
group. I
banned
don't need any
goods.
worse to happen to me.
I can't really. It was like threats of violence against people.
Oh,
And
no, that's
that's
not good.
good.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
ban. I would
Well,
say
then
that's
you
just.
can't do that.
I would say
Yeah.
that's just bannable then. Like I don't know why that's a surprise.
No. But like it's crazy
don't do
that
it.
it's crazy that you could post that stuff somewhere and there's consequences immediately. Like you should think
Consequences?
about
No.
that.
No, that is
Think
weird.
about
That is
think
weird.
about that like when you're posting that there can always be consequences, right?
Mhm.
I will choose not.
Sometimes,
Mhm.
sometimes they matter, sometimes they don't. Yeah, but there's always
Mm.
consequences to whatever you do, for sure.
But now the guy got blacklisted from his alliance and everything.
That's crazy.
Rest in peace.
Wow.
It'd be weird if I was in a group that like blacklisted people rarely and for fair reasons. So
Yeah,
that's not
true.
Yeah,
surprising.
that would be
Yeah, that
weird,
makes
Adam.
plenty of
That would be weird.
I don't know
Adam.
why
Yeah.
I'm- I don't know why I'm
Weird.
blacklisted. Am I just blacklisted
I
because
do
I
know
was
why
an
you do know
asshole?
why you're blacklisted.
Because I'm an asshole?
Because you pissed off a couple of people, a couple specific people. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Someone lost the Marshall. I pissed off Asher because I was too
No,
aloof.
wasn't even Asher.
Aloof.
Shit.
You know
was
who it is. The first
I
one that
like it.
pissed off.
No, who
I
did-
was
who did
too
piss off? Tell
aloof.
me. No, I don't know
Viper,
who.
Viper.
Hyper Viper, dude, that guy can kill a bottle of whiskey in
He can
10
kill a
minutes.
bee.
Redline, I will
Saved
give
it
you.
there.
I'll give you a hug because I did mention it, but that's why. That he's the first reason, and he's listed on the reasons.
Oh, good. He's very weird. I
I
don't.
I
like
don't
him at
disagree.
all.
I like Hyper Viper. I like him a lot, but
I don't think
you
you
two
should.
don't get along. I get whatever
No,
it is. He
it's
doesn't
not.
like you, and you don't like. I
No,
don't. You
dude,
don't like
it's
him.
because he has a data.
Maybe I don't know. I don't care what the reason is. I'm just
Is
telling
it
you.
data bin?
I understand that you guys don't like each other. I like you both,
Oh,
and
someone
I'm
lost
friends
the
with you both.
Marshall. No
But I
offense.
don't. I understand you guys don't like each other. And you asked why you're banned. I'm telling you, that's why you're banned.
Oh well,
What a perfectly good reason.
yeah.
I mean, and it comes. I can look that up. I know I'm not right. That's why you're banned.
Good lad. Thank you for looking it up.
I tried to
Um,
get you. I actually tried to get you
anyways.
unbanned, and I don't have that kind of clout.
Yeah, no.
yeah, we
not
gathered
me.
that a long time ago.
What? I had all
Yeah.
kinds of clout.
It's
LB,
no,
I helped you
it's
out,
no-
didn't I?
It's no
When?
offense to you,
When you
but
came to
Did
You
you?
are known.
No.
You are
Did
known. You
you?
can't come here.
So
So because he knew because he knew me, it actually was bad for him in Imperium space.
It was worse.
I think it might have been
Don't
worse.
shoot. I know Dom. Get him. Get him,
Get him.
guys. Get the pod.
He's known.
What a great group.
who me?
Wasn't it like anybody that's
What a
like
great
of us
group.
always gets primaried?
You know what? Hey, hold on. Symbiotes, thank you. I appreciate that. That's exactly what I try to be.
Goons.
I like to hang out
suck.
with people who don't see eye to eye.
Goons,
I think I'm
goons
good at
suck
that.
anyways, so I don't want to play
Yeah.
with y'all.
I've heard that a lot about them.
Anyways,
And I respect that Dom will not rush to their aid.
but yeah, no, it was weird.
I will rush to
posting
your
that the guy
aid.
was
What are you talking
posting-
about?
Apparently not. But it was
I just
weird.
not good.
It was
I have
weird,
no.
the guy
I've got
posting,
zero
and
power. I got
it's
yelled
crazy
at by
that
my
someone-
alliance leader 3 times this week. So there you go.
Bro,
That would
wow.
mean
did-
something if your alliance leader meant
TNT
something.
means something, baby.
You got to
Who even
improve your
runs
posting power,
TNT?
dude.
Wibbla.
What? Come on, dude. You don't even know. But
We-
Dom, you just
no.
have to
Our
increase.
corporation.
You have to
we're on
increase
the
your
fuck up
posting
list. We're
power,
on the fuck up
basically.
list. So what do you do?
But if you just increase your posting power, you'll be okay. Because right now, I think you're
Wibbla
like
and I are
you're
good
like a
friends.
2 or
I
a
like
3.
Wibbla a lot, and I'm just kidding. I'm talking shit. Wibbla's
You're like
good.
a-
He didn't yell at me.
You're like
really.
a 2 or a 3.
He yelled at me
right?
once, but not much.
Is that like social credit?
No. Posting score. Like
That's
if
right,
you post-
Symbiotes. When he
if-
gets
if
quiet,
Is it
when
some
he
sort of
gets-
internal metric?
Yeah. It's a good.
Oh,
thing.
of course.
You wouldn't
Okay,
understand.
yeah. I wouldn't.
Did I get part?
admit-
Did I get
Thing
some of it?
You
No?
wouldn't understand.
I believe it.
No.
What if
do
I
that
had?
all
What
day.
if I had a squirt gun? Would that
You
work?
don't. You
Would that
don't.
help?
No.
He
It would
said, but
make
you
it
don't.
What
worse,
if he
honestly.
did though?
Make it worse. So I'm glad I
Yeah.
don't have one. I don't have one.
Yeah, no, it's a good thing that you don't have one, but also
It's only 10
It's-
p.m. and I'm
Sound-
yeah.
Why does a squirt gun sound so dangerous at this point?
just
Yeah,
I'm blotto. That's
honestly,
I'm blotto.
So if
dude.
you
Low-key,
think about
what you
it,
do to me tonight?
we are playing a computer game, and when we adjudicate the water in the computer, it does not go well, right? So you don't want to
Water and
adjudicate
computers
the
are
water in the
bad.
computer.
What do you mean? I
That's
have
a
water
nice
in
These
my
two things
PC
do
right
not
now.
go together.
No,
You
you don't have
do.
water.
Water
You
cooled
get water
system
in
for
it.
the win. It's the best.
I have
You don't
water
know
in
how
my
to
PC
adjudicate.
right now.
No, you
I
have
adjudicate
mineral.
the shit out of water.
You have
I'm
mineral
also gonna
oil.
pour one out
Mineral
for
oil?
homeboys into
You
my
have
computer.
mineral
Really?
oil. Yeah.
I got
I want-
THC
Sure.
oil.
Hey, did you guys have a good summer?
What happened to the stream? Oh no.
I did have a good
I had
time.
a pretty
Hey,
good
did
summer.
you guys hear about the witch in Iowa? There was a
Mhm.
witch in Iowa who was originally was stopped from performing like a world-ending spell. Right? She was stopped.
Like a
And
Cthulhu
the o-
thing?
No, I don't know what the fuck. There's some witch in Iowa, and the only reason that she was stopped is there's no newts in Iowa, right? So she didn't.
No
have
nudes?
Yeah, so it goes to the old saying: is no newts, good newts.
So Dominic,
I'm going to
is
bed.
Which way the same as
You,
a
you
duck?
destroyed Misty. He's out.
I'm going to bed.
Good
It's 4
night,
a.m. and
That's
it's-
Misty.
fantastic. No
Miss.
newts.
You
All right.
killed this. You killed this nice young man. That's what you did.
I'll
I
catch up with
I
you
don't
guys
think-
next week. See ya.
Yeah. See,
I
Misty.
think
Stay
Thanks for
buddy.
coming on.
stronger than that.
Misty, thanks for stopping by. I do appreciate it.
He already
it was
left.
too
Like,
late.
fuck
That
this.
was the second time
Yes,
Britain has been
no.
destroyed by America. No.
Right? Oof.
So here's the
Ooh.
question: does the witch weigh the same as a duck?
Oh my
If it's
god.
a
That's
certain
not the
kind.
question.
I
Oh,
mean,
It's a
that's the
deep
money
cut,
pot.
but
we
No
understand
red
it.
line.
No newts
What?
is good newts is fucking funny. Shut
It's
up.
not. It's not.
hilarious.
Dominic. It's dumb.
No,
Here's the thing, though,
I
Redline.
laughed hard
What?
when I heard it.
It's
Here's the
dumb.
thing, though, Redline. You're not a nullsucker anymore, so that is like a double, if not triple entendre for some.
How am I
folks.
not a null sucker anymore?
You're not
What alliance, Redline? What
In
alliance
what
are you
way?
in now?
I'm
in the way that
Tess.
you live and operate out of nullsec.
Yeah.
No, that's why you're not,
What do you
because you don't do those things. We had this talk like last week or the week
Look at you and
before.
see my phone.
Redline. Do
What?
not tell me that you
Wait.
are actively playing Eve Online and being an
Dude,
active nullsucker.
why
Like
do you
you're
bring
not
that
that.
up all the time? Get over it.
There is a science
So-
question.
so-
I don't know how to answer this.
Anger.
You're
one.
not wrong,
Oh.
but get
No,
over it. Is that
just-
what you're,
Elby,
is that what
Elby.
you're saying?
Yeah,
get us
just
Yes.
started.
stop bringing it
Elby,
up.
get us
like,
started.
what's
Okay,
the
I just want to make
point?
sure we're on the same page. That's all.
What's
We're
the
done with the
point? Why are you
community,
bringing
right?
it up for, huh?
We're done.
Because you
with
were
Community beats
advocating and
done.
speaking as though you
Do
were.
you guys want to talk about the
Is he
Revenant
all done?
expansion
Can't
notes?
take me
Guys,
with my
stop,
fucking opinion
stop.
set on. So you're
Stop.
trying to take me
Revenant.
down before I get started?
What
huh?
about the
Huh?
Revenant
Huh?
expansion
Got it.
notes?
All right.
No, I
Revenue
didn't see them
expansion
yet.
notes.
A lot of them posted.
Real quick,
Merchant
Seema, I
of
actually don't know. I don't know.
Has anybody,
It's-
The
has
ciphers are
anybody
out.
encountered this yet? Have anybody?
with a different question, I will
Embarrassing.
answer it.
Embarrassing.
Marauders are
ignoring you
nerfed.
two.
EIs are nerfed.
Marauders are nerfed. How? That's how I make my
Has
money.
has anybody
You-
fucked with the Mercenary
You know
Guns
all
yet?
the
Has anybody fucked with it at all?
no, they're not live yet, Dom.
Oh, what the hell?
Well, in a few
Next
days.
Tuesday.
Like
I
comes
thought
out the
this
12th.
They
this
go
is the
live.
fucking patch notes, isn't it?
No, this is the expansion notes.
Oh, fuck
Expansion
that. I
notes are
don't care.
different than patch
What-
notes.
That we had a patch on Tuesday. Let's talk about that.
We will have
Really?
a patch on Tuesday.
We did have a patch on Tuesday.
But this coming Tuesday is a bigger patch. And
That's
much more
bullshit.
important.
I don't like it.
It's all about perspective, buddy.
I don't like it. I
If
don't
Now
like
you
it.
let's
trim,
do-
if you
let's-
look
let's
at it from a
do-
different
You know what?
angle.
I might as well just go to bed. Fuck it. I don't care anymore.
Let's do everything Dom wants to do. Let's
then
talk
I'm
about
done.
the patch
Let's
notes.
talk about the patch notes from Tuesday.
The Crimson
Right.
Harvest has concluded. Did you know that, Dom? That's in the patch notes. Yeah,
I
there you go.
missed
It's
the
over.
Well, I want
big-
to talk. See, I learned something.
I
There you
missed
go.
the
Now the
ex-
90% loot drop is over.
I missed the skill point, the big skill point payout by one fucking day.
Are you fucking kidding,
You
Drayden?
fucking
They
guy.
gave you
What
like
the
They
fuck?
gave you a
man?
buffer.
day. More than a
One
month.
day?
More than a month.
I
They
know,
gave you a
but
this
huge
point-
buffer.
I know, but I missed a few because I forgot, and then I missed a few because I was out of town for work overnights, and then I
Drayden,
missed.
you're not
a-
even a multi-boxer, like a massive multi-boxer.
I know, but I
or
missed,
anything.
and then I
accounts,
missed a
you have
couple
three
because I
accounts.
just
do
like
your
was too
main.
tired after work. I just didn't play the computer.
You don't even have to play. You click it. You don't
I know,
have to
I know.
log
I
in
was
and
doing
shit.
it very well. It was just in the last week. I
Are
was like,
you?
I was out of
Doesn't sound
town for
like you're
work
doing it
multiple
very well.
days. I was
Doesn't
out of
sound
town
like
for
you're
work
doing it
multiple
well.
days, so I couldn't log in. That was like 3 or 4 days.
I hear you. PL is a retirement home. Half the time you don't even know you're there. I
So-
get it.
It's just, it's like I do. I
Bro,
tried
where's
logging
all
in
this-
every day.
oh,
I did
where's-
really
where's
good
all
for a
this
while.
hatred
And
coming from,
then I
dude?
missed it.
Which hatred is that?
Attacking the block. You
Are
come
these
for me,
anything
now you're coming
that
for
I haven't
Drayden?
said at any given point? And don't say
Ugh.
I'm coming for you. I've said the same shit about that group for quite a while. But also
My group
you.
or his group?
But anyway,
Anyways,
anyway,
Don't claim shit you don't do. Redline.
Skyhooks placed on lava planets and ice planets will now show how many colony reagents were dropped or destroyed inside them on kill mails.
Oh, is this from the
Mhm.
patch
Nice,
notes?
nice.
Yeah, this is from the patch notes. Warping to
Report
probe
did.
results of SOV hubs or skyhooks will no longer cause you to land inside of them. That would be awkward. You'll land at the edges if you warp to it normally.
Unless you like that kind of thing.
Unless you want to be inside of them, you know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
I do.
How, what if you
Bookmarking a
like
sovereignty
that
hub
bounce?
and then warping to the bookmark will no longer cause you to land inside of the sovereignty hub. So it sounded like there were some issues with the sovereignty hub warping
Positioning,
points and the models and the positioning. And that's been fixed. So
That sounds like a
Hooray.
way to escape.
I learned something.
that was the patch notes.
Thank you.
There we
I
go.
learned
Do you want to talk about the upcoming expansion notes that were just released
Only if you
today?
want to.
That doesn't sound
I
very
mean, I
important.
don't
Only
care.
if you want to.
Sure.
Is
We
it
can
called
talk
the
about
Revenant?
Revenant.
None of
Revenant
this-
expansion
None of this
notes.
stuff has come out yet. This is all
Wait,
what's
this hasn't-
is
out
this
Tuesday.
new? And is this new? Have they mentioned this
Tuesday.
before?
Huh? What?
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, LB.
I don't get it.
I know.
You're gonna break his brain, dude. He's gonna burst an
No,
aneurysm.
LB is an astute gentleman. He will be
all right,
fine.
All right, LB.
So
Let's
next
take it away.
Tuesday, the new ships come
Tuesday.
out.
New ships, mercenary dens, and some adjustments to corp projects, Skinner
Don't care.
and Pochvin and Marauders,
Don't care.
and some other ship
Whoa.
balance as well.
Tholos.
You don't care about
The
any of those
Tholo-
things?
No, the Tholos and the new. What's the other one?
The Cenotaph.
That's all I care about.
Mm.
This
Okay.
kicks
Yeah,
ass.
Cenotaph looks
So
good.
you do care.
Yeah, no, I care about this.
Okay.
All the other stuff that usually matters to me no longer matters
Well, for the
Yeah?
minute. For
For the
temporarily
Why?
doesn't matter.
temporarily because the Tholos and the Cenobite thing look awesome.
Cenobite? Yeah.
Because he wants to
Whatever,
be in your base, killing your dude.
Cenotaphs.
Cenotaph,
Um,
that
Yeah, Cenobite.
Black
There are
Ops, Black Ops battle cruiser. Fuck yeah, fuck yeah.
There are 5 skill books for the Breacher Pod skills.
Which is somehow
no.
less than Skinner. Amazing.
know, hold on.
Crazy,
But-
right?
But those 5 skills cover both the small and the large. Then the two different.
Can we just let me finish the sentence?
Oh,
Mate.
Breacher Pod launcher operation, Breacher Pod clone efficiency, Breacher Pod projection, Breacher Pod rapid firing, Breacher Pod clone longevity. Those are the 5 skill books.
they'll be to both ships. Then those.
Yes.
Those are, that's why I was
Will apply
asking,
to
why
the
didn't you tell me?
small launcher and the medium launcher,
She just said yes.
which has the insinuation of a large launcher coming
Ooh,
at some
the
point,
Titan version. Oh, my
like a
God.
battleship version, maybe.
or dreadnought.
Ooh.
Maybe.
I
Capital
doubt it.
version.
I
Probably
doubt
just
it.
Battleship.
I doubt it.
I'd like to see him skip
I don't
the
see
level.
why. I don't,
Right
I
straight to
don't see
capital.
why.
Why not? It'd be fun.
Because this is this not a way for, bigger ships to take a bigger fall anyways?
You need a hug.
No, I don't.
You don't like these, do you, Redline?
No, I think they're really
I don't like the duration of the scarab thing, but we can get into that later.
I
Let's-
like
let's-
the 1% or the
I
maximum.
feel, I feel like we should go through it. Like, let LB run through the thing, and then we can discuss it after.
How deep do you want to go? Do you want to go line by line, or do you want to go like?
Just
no,
not
just
that
hit,
deep.
hit main points. I think.
Are there parts? Are there parts where you don't want to talk about?
Oh, deep.
Just don't read to me,
I like it deep, baby. Come on.
Talk to me, but don't read to me. You feel me? You feel me?
Yeah, I get you.
Give me.
Hold on. Let me cloak my ship up. There we go.
I'll tell you right
Oh,
now,
shit,
right off the
he's getting
bat,
serious.
both on the destroyer and the battle cruiser, the art team, once again, fucking grand slam.
They are pretty
Always.
cool looking ships, right?
Our art team.
They have
for
a
the
very,
Yvonne Law's art team is got to be hands
Can
down.
we
the
do a
best.
shot for the art team?
I would
No.
absolutely drink to them.
We do a lot of shots for the art team, but I think that it's never enough. So yeah,
You
we
hate
can
them
do a
now?
shot
You
for
All
the
hate
art
right.
team.
Well, let me pour some
No, I love the art team. Are you kidding
whiskey.
me? I do think that the art team gets a lot of credit.
The Tholos
But I
does.
think it's deserved, right?
The
Don't you think?
Tholos looks like some steampunk thing, which is cool. The
Um,
The
Cenotaph,
destroyer. Yeah.
yeah, the Cenotaph looks almost like what's that Caldari? Like I don't, maybe the
Yeah,
Black.
it looks
it
a
almost,
little like a
almost,
sideways,
it almost looks
no,
Blackbirdish, but it's a little different.
What's the
It looks like it's got a fucking
Minotaur one?
Ferox body in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like a
Like
Ferox
it's
and a
in the middle of
Blackbird
it?
combo.
Like a
It's exactly
Ferox
what it is. It's
with
half
the,
Ferox,
with the
half
long wing
tornado.
Yeah, tornado. That's the one. Ferox
That's
tornado.
literally what how
You
it
think
was made.
tornado?
CCP said
Oh, is
There's
it
that.
no,
really? Okay,
there's no
cool, yeah.
verticality on this.
No, look at that long extended wing.
Yeah,
Tip it
but
up on its
the
side, it's a
Blackbird has
tornado.
that too.
Look at the
Tornado. Tip it
wing.
up on
You
its side
can,
is a tornado.
you can
It-
tell
it
by the
looks-
wing. You can tell it. You can tell it.
It looks like it.
Can tell by the way it is.
You can tell.
It's
Why
a
are they
Ferox.
No,
um
but the way it is.
why immune
tell
to all
it's a
cargo
Cenotaph by the
scanners
way
though?
it is.
What's up with
Why
that?
That's pretty
Why
It
neat.
just
not?
added fun. Added
That's
fun.
kind of a weird roll bonus.
Which is weird.
It makes me want to gank everyone I come across.
That's
Well,
how you should.
I
You
wonder
should
though,
do
like,
that
if because
anyway.
if someone's cruising in a
Yeah.
Cenotaph, it's like the amount of effort it would take to gank that, and what if it's carrying nothing? So
Yeah.
like it's
The
probably not
destroyer
worth
gets the
ganking, but
same-
then that
the
might make
destroyer
it the
gets
same.
bonus.
That
So,
might
I
make
mean,
it
like,
safe to carry your fucking like fully researched Tech 2 BPOs in it.
Why
Yeah,
wouldn't
this
you
is where
pop-
I put
why-
the.
Why wouldn't you pop the first?
Although just put those in a shuttle and move them that way. Just
pop
move
it
it
No
in a
matter what,
shuttle
I'm
with a
popping that destroyer because of
move it in a
It's not
shuttle with
hard
a
to do.
scout shuttle ahead of it. So if there's anyone smart bombing shuttles on the gate, you'll lose your bullshit scout shuttle first, and then you know
Whoa.
not to go there with the main shuttle. But then your main
That
shuttle
alt is
has
highly respected.
This
the-
destroyer
bullshit.
gets killed at all costs. All costs.
All right, sorry, hold on. Elby,
Because it's cheap
let's
to do so.
let's let him
it's
keep
cheap to do
going.
so.
Keep interrupting.
Well, he's talking about stuff, and then he's saying stuff, and we're talking about.
I know, but I was saying like we should
Yeah.
just let him run through it, and then we can like go back and like rehash everything. And
It's fine. You
actually
said you
discuss it.
want me to go over it, but you don't want me to read to you, right?
I want
Yeah.
you.
I'm
to
going
read
over
to me.
the. I'm going over the neat parts of it.
Yeah, I want you
I'm
to
going to
talk
sign
to me,
out,
but I don't
so
want you
I'll
to
talk
read
to y'all
me.
next week.
Later, Labs.
See you,
All
Lad.
right, bud.
Safe, lad.
Later.
We got 2 hours. We're good to
Never
go.
long enough. Whew.
All right, so what's the next line?
I don't know. I'm not going line by line. I'm going over the neat stuff.
Just on the destroyer, or on both of them?
Well, they're both. They both have the same traits, basically. One has a 150% bonus to small projectile turret and rocket damage, and one has a 100% bonus to medium projectile turret and heavy assault missile damage. So there's that.
There's a command burst bonus for
Yeah,
it.
command
Yeah, it's a
burst.
There's a
battle
lot
cruiser.
more.
It's
There's
a
the battle cruiser is exponentially better than the destroyer in this case.
I think here's the big thing though. Battle cruiser with a Covops cloaking. First one of those we had.
Huge.
Yeah.
It's huge.
I mean, I
Look at
guess
all
the
different
Python,
silos you can
the
now take.
Python gets one. So like, there's a battleship, but no one gets that. This is something that everyone can fly.
Yep.
Covops cloaking battle cruiser, pretty cool.
Yeah.
Well, they're going to be difficult to get, which is going to make them pretty expensive for you to buy.
Yeah, but I mean,
Because you need to either turn in addivums, which let me see what I've found tonight. I found 8 addivums tonight. So
what
I
does
don't
it
know
take
how many
to-
you need. I don't know. We don't
Oh,
know
that's-
yet.
yeah.
Tuesday
Long term,
we'll
you've
find
turned in
out.
quite a few.
See,
I've watched.
You still be able to get the
So,
blueprint.
It's
Just-
going to
Or-
be, they're going to be
or-
scarce and
or-
expensive, but you can still
or-
get them.
Or
OR.
you can turn in encrypted infomorphs from mercenary dens. You could go get the mercenary dens and throw them on some skyhooks and farm those infomorphs and turn those in for these new ships.
Those sec groups are
So
going to do that on their
nullsectors
own.
print
Yeah,
them, okay.
they're going to do that on their
You
own.
Maybe.
know
Skyhooks,
what
for
I'm
sure.
gonna do?
Maybe.
I'm gonna wait for them to be on the market and buy one.
Yeah,
My
same.
prediction is nullsecers will look at the mercenary dens and go,
Oh, for sure.
No,
They're gonna
I-
We'll
go-
also farm
I
them.
and they're
think-
not going to do them
You don't think
until
you don't-
somebody does it to them, and then they start dropping these cenotaphs and
You don't
and
think
fucking-
null sectors
You are
will
100%
put
correct,
the mercenary
Elby.
dens on their
No,
own
Elby just
skyhooks
called
and
it.
farm
He's
their
right.
own
That's how
skyhooks
it's
for
gonna
these?
No, other people are going to have to show nullsec that these are actually good ships.
Yep.
And then nullsec will go,
It'll
oh,
be an overreaction.
fuck, all right, let's get a fucking 256-man cenotaph fleet going, and we'll go farm fucking
Well, that would make sense
infomorphs and-
because the scarabs don't stack. That's the one thing. But like,
well,
having,
nothing
having,
makes sense in nullsec,
having
does
a-
it?
Having a number of these in the fleet as a support
I'm gonna
thing, like
ask Kakarot.
having like 10 of them would be pretty useful.
Hmm.
But anyway,
Right.
Ask Akaroth.
Anyways, I think these are going to be more like
Now there's no
expensive Black Ops ships and not ships of the line. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you're gonna drop these along with your Tengus and your Black Ops battleships and et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Not
Or
gonna
small
lie,
gang.
Buy one of each just because I want one of them.
The destroyers
I
will be
want
small.
them.
I'm not
Spice or
using it,
flavor,
but I'm gonna
you're
buy
saying?
one.
I think the destroyers will be using small gang a bit just to add a dot onto shit. But
It looks like a
think-
fucking
Yeah.
like a crazy Ferox. It's just
I think-
it's a crazy look. I like
Elby,
it.
are you saying like kind of some spice or some flavor, like sprinkle it in, but it's not a mainline?
the
I
fact
must
that
say,
the
if you like to fly bombers on Black Ops Black Ops fleets, then if you have a bit of cash to throw around, you're probably going to go out and buy a fucking
Yeah.
what is the Tholos, and you're going to fly that instead a couple times. If you like to drop Tengus or Black Ops battleships, then maybe you're going to buy a Cenotaph. But I don't
That-
think if your line member number 255 No one's gonna tell you like, okay, get in your cenotaph. We're flying
That's not
cenotaph
bunkering.
doctrine.
Yeah, I
today.
don't think so because
Yeah.
That's not
no, because the
I don't
scarab
know.
launchers don't stack. If you have 10
Right.
people with a scarab launcher shoot the same target, it applies one stack of the scarab launcher. So
If you have 150 of them, they
it's
need to find
not worth
150
having
different
tons of
targets.
these. It's worth having a few of them to boost damage and spread damage that fucks the Logi up, I would think. So in large nullsec fleets, I could see a number of them be like a support wing, kind of like like you have your boost ships and stuff like that, but then you might have a few of these in there to spread damage with the
scenario that LB
spread
just
damage with the scarab
described
around and fuck the
is what I
Logi
think
up
is
on their
gonna
end.
happen.
But I think they're
But,
probably
like,
going
you
to be more
remember-
like he said, like Black Ops and small game.
No,
Yeah.
it's
Do you
okay.
remember-
What you just said, I think it's what's going to happen. The Tholos.
Do you remember the fuck you fleet though? Remember the fuck you fleet? You ever
Yeah.
flying one of those?
Yeah,
They would
they're
tell you
fun.
like, okay, your name starts with an E, LB. So you're gonna look at the enemy fleet and you're gonna find a guy who starts with E, and you're gonna damp him out.
Yep.
And then you're gonna fire light missiles, and that's gonna be the fleet. So why not do the same thing with a fleet of Tholos or Cenotaphs?
100%.
I think
Your
the only
name,
thing-
Drayden, starts with D. You find Dominarch in the other fleet, and you fire a scarab at him.
Not enough.
Why would you say
And
D?
fucking,
Because you're the double D. It's the double D
Damn
damage.
it.
it's the D versus D.
Yeah, it's the D.
I lose every time. I lose
It's-
every time.
It's the
He couldn't
Depocalypse.
shoot Delana because they're blue.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, we're blue, but we
Yeah.
double team
Hey,
Dominar.
Drayden, do you own one of my corpses?
N+1, baby.
I might.
I don't think you do.
The only
but
so
I have
so
one
I'll
of
be with that.
yours.
Like the only
I have
thing.
one of yours.
The only thing that I think prevents this would definitely be a thing on that. The only thing I think that prevents this from being a viable like fuck you fleet style thing is the cost. Because
Well, there's the
we
cost
used
and the
to use
range because the max
Celestis for
range
that.
on scarab launchers is 6K.
It's
so
not
you're
really
gonna have
the
to be.
max range, but it's the cost. Like Celestis was like 6 to 10 million ISK.
I
These
think
are
what
going to
he
be
said
the
earlier was
hundreds of
they'll
millions of
replace,
ISK.
like, once
Even
out
for
of
the
every 10
destroyers,
fleets,
I can see the
maybe do
destroyers.
Tholos.
I'm saying
I think he's right. Yeah.
I can see the Tholos being at least 100 million ISK, even when the price
Minimum.
comes down a bit.
Minimum.
And so, like, it's having a whole bunch of these is a super expensive fleet. Like, one of these is going to cost more than, most cruisers, even Tech 2 cruisers. So, I don't see them being a just
You've got a
generic fuck
Cloaky
you
destroyer
fleet.
that actually has viability.
But I,
Like,
a
again,
utility
got
role.
here. Yeah, you
I
got
think it's
utility
like you
role.
have a
It does.
fleet of like you have your big ship line, you have your Logi, you have your boosters, you have your Dictors, and
Yeah.
then maybe you have like
It's not a
five-
mainline ship.
You have
Well,
like
you're not gonna
5
have a fleet
Cenotaphs
of
or
Tholos.
Tholoses
You're right,
because
yeah.
they can like just spread their scarabs, and like the cooldown of the scarab is shorter than the damage, the dot that gets applied. So you could have these like 5 or whatever amounts of them spreading scarab launchers throughout the enemy fleet all over the place, and that will cause, I can tell you right now, like as a Logi pilot, I'm not looking forward to these because it's going to cause havoc, because these people are going to need constant reps, because one shot is 75% of their max health over 75 seconds with one application.
Well,
You do
they're
that
quick.
to-
Whack-a-mole,
you do
man.
that-
They're
It's
quick.
always
you
been
do that to 10,
whack-a-mole,
you
and
do
it
that
will
to
still
10
be.
different people. People are going to be broadcast arrest because they need it on top of whoever the primary is, and it's going to be a nightmare for Logi. It will. So I think that they have
and
a
Hardly
ship-
ever whack
and the
I
ship
think
can
they have a viable
honestly give
use
other
in big
DPS
fleets,
too.
but I think also in small gang and like,
But, like-
LB was saying, Black Ops drops is good.
They said that about skybreakers and stuff too, right? It's gonna be hell for
That's
Logi.
true.
It's gonna spread everywhere, and then we never saw them
That's
materialize.
We saw it a little, but it's
'Cause
in
it-
very
I
niche
think-
but
circumstances.
not to the level they were
If you
hoping
use
for.
Right,
them,
right.
if you use them properly, this is gonna cause disruption and mayhem at best, because you're gonna have a Tholos drop in and show up 4K off the fleet. People are gonna fucking panic and be like, lock that fucking thing up and kill it. And then you're gonna hit it with webs, and the thing's just gonna speed up. You're gonna be like, what's happening? And then someone's gonna get hit with a scarab, and this guy's gonna apply his auto cannons and his fucking rockets, and then he's just gonna zip away.
Melt. Yeah.
Meanwhile,
Butterfly
the rest of the fleet is doing what it's supposed to do, and all the DPS and all the tackle has turned on this Tholos, who may or may not get tackled.
All the king's horses and
Probably
all the
won't
king's
get
men.
tackled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Afterburner with web resists.
Resists.
Web resists.
Reduce into webs.
Yeah.
I think it could very adequately
look
add
at
some
resistant.
fun.
It's not
Sorry.
a massive one. It's like what 25% web resist at max level, which you should have
Yeah.
before you fly one of these. So that's a benefit, but not. It's not gonna like make or. Webs are still effective. They're just not. I mean, what
If
webs
it
are
had a
what?
kick-
What
if
are
it had a
webs like?
kick-ass
Teach web is
AB
60%.
bonus, that would be awesome with that web reduction, right?
Yeah,
The
well-
AB bonus would be fun together.
You said broken? That would be broken, yeah?
Yeah,
What's it-
broken.
what-
Okay,
what's
just
it-
making sure that's
Fair,
what I heard.
fair.
What's the
broken,
normal
yeah.
I mean,
T2
you
web?
could-
Is it
Fun, right?
You
six-
could overprop it.
Yeah.
Super broke. Why not?
It would totally make sense to
A
overprop it.
reduction in AB,
Although,
and then overprop it.
can you overprop it with a battle cruiser though, like battleship prop?
Could you imagine if
I mean, I guess it's not
10,000
overpropping on that category.
A
Yes.
Destroyer, you
Yeah,
definitely overprop. I would
Right.
think.
No, I
Um,
I
yeah.
hear what you're saying. Here's the thing though, and just my own assessment, which I would hope could be a possible outcome, is just like Lancers. It's not going to have a household daily whatever, it's just the norm use. I think there is some fun for interesting counterplay, whatever, shocking tactics, something where you integrate things that are a little bit new, a little bit outside the box, and maybe we see some fun, battle reports out of it.
Yeah.
That's the hope. That's all I'm giving.
Yep.
Like
what new
when
skills do
Lancers
these
were
ships
dropping,
need?
people were like, "This is fucking awful," blah 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 blah, and it was like, well, actually, the way they designed them and the way they played out, it's not a mainline ship. Like you wouldn't fly a whole ship, or a fleet of Lancer dreads or whatnot. Like it's a sprinkle. It has a place, it has a function, it has some unique counterplay, whatever. It's not a mainline ship, and like I like that aspect of, hey, let's add something that's a little wild card, but not something that will be like, and then they'll just fly nothing but them, and it's like, no, it doesn't make sense for that. Like it's that
Yeah.
that doesn't work. But if you get creative, like you could have some fun with it, that kind of element.
Are there new skills for the new ships? Or no?
Yeah, several.
Yes, but just
What-
less
what are
than
they called?
Skinner.
It's only the only new skills are the 5 new skill books that you need for the breacher pod. Everything else is Kaldari Mimitar, autocannons, and missiles.
Oh, okay, so yeah.
Right.
okay.
So if you're already flying those ships at level 5, then you're gonna have max skills for these
And-
ones anyways,
And
except
what
for
are the breacher
the
pods
scarabs.
Yeah, you listed them before. I forget what
They have their own 5
Under,
skill
under
books.
gunnery
So,
though, they're gunnery. Or are they missiles?
oh fuck, man, I don't know
It's
what
gonna
they're
be
under.
gunnery. It's
You
gonna be
just tell you what the
gunnery
name
or
is.
whoa, or missiles. I mean, it's one of the
They're
two.
considered more missile-like, but I didn't know if you knew.
I
yet.
bet they're probably more like
Yeah.
missiles because they fire and they lock on and just
I
automatically
bet
hit.
Hobo
So,
Weeks has it.
but
Maybe.
yeah. What are the skills for that? And I'm assuming it's like oh, here they are.
Breacher pod launcher operation of breacher pod launchers plus 5% to the maximum percentage of target HP damage per second per skill level.
What the fuck is it? That's still capped at the 1% max health though thing, right? So that only helps against
Yeah.
higher health targets. Okay.
Yeah, it just helps you get there faster. Breacher pod clone efficacy. Specialist combat training of breacher pod clones plus 5% to the maximum damage per second cap
Efficacy.
per skill level.
Efficacy.
Also, still limited by the 1%.
efficacy.
It's efficacy.
Efficacy.
Fugacity.
Yeah.
No, I'm just.
Efficacy.
Cacophony.
It says efficacy. I'm fucking looking at it.
I know, but I think it's pronounced efficacy. I think that's Cassidy.
No. Efficacy. There's a fucking city on the end. Efficac City.
Efficacy.
I like Cac City though. I'm on board. I'm back.
Cac City, bitch. Cac City, bitch.
That's
Anyways,
what I was about to do, dude.
I know. That's why we're best friends.
Yeah.
Breacher pod projection, plus 10% breacher pod max velocity.
That's important. Maybe.
Breacher pod rapid firing, minus 10% to breacher pod launcher cycle time.
That's the most important.
Not really,
That's 2 now.
It
You said
allows you to
before.
just need
apply
to
it to
get-
more ships at a time.
I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, it's spreading more scarabs across the enemy fleet. That's more important than
Breacher pod clone longevity, plus 10% damage to damage effect duration.
oh.
So,
So it can last
yeah.
longer than 7. Wait.
It gives you, where's the fucking
So
maximum?
10%,
They
so
gave you
the
the maximum.
50%
Okay,
longer
here's
than
the thing.
75 seconds. That
Here
means
it
it can
is.
last over 100 seconds. The fuck? That's over
Scarab-
100% damage.
The Scarab Breacher Pod S has a max range of 4 kilometers, 6 kilometers with max skills. HP damage per second is 0.6%, 0.75% with max skills. Maximum damage per second is 160, 200 with max skills. That's the small.
These are
That's
the
the
small.
small.
Okay,
small
so
one.
when they were talking about the damage these on the during the AT, the 200 and the 1000 that they mentioned, that's with max skills.
Yeah.
But it also does still refer to, I think in most cases, 1% of the ship's max health is the hard cap. Like you can't go above that no matter what.
I believe so. Yeah, it's whatever's lower.
Yeah, whatever's
Right.
lower.
Max. So the Scarab Pod M, the medium one, max range 8 kilometers, 12 kilometers with the max skills. Damage per second 0.6%, 1% with max skills. Max damage per second 800 or 1,000 with max skills. There's your 1,000 right there.
Yeah.
Small breacher pod launcher has a rate of fire of 24 seconds or 12 seconds with max skills. So one Scarab Pod every 12 seconds with max skills.
That's fucking crazy.
And the medium one is 20 seconds or 10 seconds with max skills.
Yeah.
So you get a more rapid rate with the medium launcher and a longer range with it.
Yeah.
Can I just say that I appreciate them going less broken than more right out the gate? Like I
This
think
sounds much better.
Well,
than I
the
anticipated.
seven,
Yeah,
in
yeah.
my
because there is concern and worry, and that's not
in my honest
unfounded.
opinion, I was worried
It's not
about
about
the damage numbers, but when they said whatever is the lowest with the 1% max health cap, that made it's like okay, so the damage isn't crazy, but the duration, the
Trying to find the skills,
75-second duration, I think in my opinion is way too fucking long. You should not be able to just be like tink and then without any reps on the enemy ship, you do 75% of its max health damage regardless. Doesn't matter if it's resist or anything. Like you will do 75% of that ship's damage with one application, unless they are somehow get above the 1%, which it's rare because they were looking like even the battle cruiser shooting the 1000 DPS against a like double or triple shield extended rattlesnake, which gets the bonus on shield extender hit points. It was still not capping at the 1%. Well, I mean, it wasn't able to do the 1000. It was doing like 700 something damage per second. So basically with the battle cruiser, unless you're shooting a capital, it will cap out at the 1%. And with the destroyer, I would assume unless you're shooting a tanked up, buffer tanked battle cruiser or battleship or bigger, you're going to still cap at the 1%. So one application of these in general is going to do 75% of the ship's health
LB,
in
LB,
75 seconds.
Yeah.
will you
No matter what.
prepare-
That's crazy.
I'll
That's
find
so
these books for
long.
me,
It
please.
shouldn't be that long.
They're
You want-
gonna be found in Zarzak, right? That's the only place you can get these books. These new.
Probably.
That's what I think. That's what it says. Zarzak.
And
where you
that's
get them.
I agree,
Can you-
Space
I
Gator.
need, I need 4
Yeah.
copies of all of them. I would appreciate it,
Good.
LB, and I'll come. To
4
you.
of each.
4 of each, baby.
Okay.
You tell me what it's
All
gonna
right.
cost me, and I'll send you the ISK.
Okay.
I
let
can't-
me work on one set for you, and then we'll see what we can do from there. Because I don't know.
Gotta talk to
Buddy,
a guy
I-
about a thing.
I play twice a week, so
Yeah, that's not
if I
You're a pro
can't
level.
Sometimes
if I
3
can't
times a
farm
week.
them up in twice a week, then you might want to go somewhere else for your
You let me know.
skill books.
Yeah,
I'll
'cause
let you know.
All right, I appreciate it
Okay.
because it looks like you have to go to Zarzak to get these 5 skills.
Yeah.
They're not gonna be like automatic.
5 new skill books are available to improve the effectiveness of breacher pod
Through
launchers and can
Zarzak.
be obtained by trading in Zarzak. So are
Yeah.
we trading out of them?
Well,
Or
that's what I'm saying, I
infomorphs?
think you only get them there, though, right?
Who knows? Yeah.
I won't be able to get them just by, I'm talking. If you play the game, you can click on a skill and it'll automatically inject it, buy it, and
Yeah,
inject
yeah.
it for you, right? I
Mhm.
doubt
One of
these will be
some of
under
those.
that. These won't be under that
Right.
category, right? They'll be
No.
like you have to buy them off the market. Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
that's why I
You're gonna
want you
have
to
to
do that
actually
for me, LB,
interact with other
because
players.
you live in Zarzak. I would appreciate
do.
it as a friend of Zarzak. You would help me out here because I want these ships badly.
All right.
I do want
Okay.
one.
Here's the thing: he has no bandwidth for that because he's still working on friggin' Skyhawk's Cayman.
I want to. I want to.
We gave up on that. We gave up on that a long time ago.
I want a Cenobite.
You've been awfully quiet.
Cenotaph.
How you doing,
Can we
man?
just call
Yeah,
them
get
Cenobites
it
though?
right,
I like
Drayden.
Cenobite
Goddamn.
better.
You can't have a Cenobite. You can have a Cenotaph.
You're in an elite group,
I want
trading.
a
Don't
Cenobite.
fuck it up.
Can I have both?
Such sweet.
Act like a
suffering.
professional.
God damn!
Don't be a
I'm tired of
professional.
covering for you.
Just act like one.
Cenotappy.
Cenotaphy.
Ah,
We need 2 Cenotappies, LB. 2
Okay.
of them. Lobos.
do you want-
What's the other one called? Lobos? Lothos?
Tholos.
Tholos.
Tholos and a
Below the
Wolf
Cenotaph.
of Spanish.
The Bologalos and the Cenotab.
Yeah.
I want one of each. Can I have one of each?
Time
See
will
what I
tell.
can do.
Exactly. I'm not going
I
to hold
have-
him to any of these things because he's a great guy who's trying to help us out with our
No, I don't
obscure
expect- I
interests
don't
while he
expect
just
things.
plays the game.
I don't
Yeah.
expect things,
I need
but I,
I need
do expect things.
I
I'm
need
not
a
gonna lie.
Cenobite and a
Yeah.
Bolo.
I'm a bitch. I'm a bitch.
I heard the conflicting things you said. I agree.
All
I
right.
expect things. Sorry, I don't know. What are we talking about?
I don't know. I gotta make
Get-
another ping. Hold
Getting
on.
those Xenobites.
Xenophites. What are they called? Cenotabs.
Not
Cenobites.
entirely sure at this point.
I don't know either. I know Cenobite was a
But I
thing in
believe it,
Hellraiser,
LB.
right? Isn't that
And
Hellraiser?
that was
Yeah,
was
it's
most
the,
of
it's
the
Hellra-
effort.
yeah, the Hellraiser dudes are Cenobites.
I love that. Clive Barker's probably the best horror author of all time.
Couldn't say.
Who would you
Are we
say?
done with
You
new
groaned.
ships?
You groaned at me.
Do you want to talk about the mercenary dens so you can get the new
Yeah.
ships?
Yeah.
Okay.
Gonna get him unless we
2.0?
go to the Mercer days. Let's go there.
There's a new mercenary den management skill, which will allow a character to control one mercenary den per level for a total of 5 per character.
Okay.
So you can, if you have the max skills, obviously you can put 5 dens out on 5 different planets that take it. And remember, the mercenary dens only go on certain skyhooks, temperate planets. So 5 temperate planets, 5 mercenary dens, 1 character. Once you put it down, you can either do the little missions that pop up and you'll farm infomorphs, or you can not do them and it will eat up
It's both
workforce
passive-
from that.
But it's both passive and active. Then there's passive activity and active activity. Okay, right.
Right. So if you, let's say you put it down, like your name's Dominar, and you're like, I want a cenotaph. And the only way I'm going to get it, because LB only plays on Tuesdays and Thursdays, the only way I'm going to get my cenotaph is I'm going to put down a mercenary den on a temperate planet and farm infomorphs.
Okay.
That's the active
get that.
portion of it.
Okay.
So you put the mercenary den down, you do the mercenary tactical operations that pop up in the system, and that will make
It's
your
kind of like a
mercenary
PvE,
den.
right?
Yeah, it's like a PvE thing. It's like cruiser-sized missions that you do in that system.
Okay.
That
Okay.
will generate
It's not
infomorphs for you to
PvP,
pick
it's
up.
PvE though, right?
PvE, yeah. And you don't like PvE, so I don't know if you're going to do this.
I'm not gonna. I'm
So
gonna tell you.
you're probably not. So if you
I
do
wanna
the
know
MT,
about it. I want to know about it.
if you do the MTOs, your mercenary den creates more infomorphs. You go pick up the infomorphs, you take them to Zarzak, you trade them in for skill books or
Fly the shit I wanna
VPCs
fly.
or the stuff you want to fly.
Okay.
The other thing
So
you can do
there's
is
not going to be any of these BPOs until this mercenary den becomes a thing.
right.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, that's
The,
interesting.
the passive part you can do is your fucking your Loki Choco chips, and you're like, fuck these guys fucking workforce. I'm gonna take this mercenary den, I'm gonna anchor it on this temperate planet. And I'm just gonna leave it alone, and it's gonna generate anarchy in the system, and it's going to cause that Skyhook workforce production to drop. So now they don't have enough workforce to power their SOV hubs to make their sites appear, and now everyone's in a fucking tizzle until they go find this mercenary den and remove it.
Mercenary den cannot be placed on a planet that doesn't have a skyhook.
Right.
So this is
Skyhooks are
this is
important
direct.
in both
This is really direct.
And it needs a
Industrial
And
workforce,
yes,
so
correct.
it's
Omega, they can. That's the thing, is that there's counterplay to where, like, if you deploy them and you didn't run them or do whatever, the counterplay.
Yeah,
is.
Omega.
But
So
the
if you show
local
up in a
government-
system where a
or the
Skyhook has
locals
been
will
anchored,
weaponize them initially.
yeah, you can just start running the fucking MTOs to stop the anarchy from happening. Because there's probably going to be a timer on this. So even if you go and find it and shoot it, it's not gonna. You're not gonna kill it first go around, but it's probably gonna still keep generating anarchy.
But
It says anarchy is generated over time and decreased
Yeah.
when successfully completing mercenary den tactical operations. So as you finish these PVE operations, your vulnerability to PvP decreases.
I think it's kind of a tug of war.
But there's also the other things that happen that will increase the production of whatever. What are the things that the mercenary den makes that you?
I know, but I'm saying these
The
sites
infomorphs.
are
Infomorphs.
directly related to your
That's what I'm
security
saying. So
in
like,
space.
I'm wondering if there's I honestly think that NullSec are going to use these things because like, if we want these ships, we
Yeah,
need
we're gonna
infomorphs.
do
So
it
they're
ourselves.
going to have skyhooks and systems that they're like, we're not actually really caring about the skyhook on this planet and its actual workforce production. We're just going to use it to put a mercenary den out, and then we're going to run the sites to get the infomorph generation, and we're going to
Farming
use these to
location.
generate infomorphs and farm them to then get these ships. So I think that NullSec
You're gonna have
groups
to
are
watch
going
that
to.
out there.
I think more likely you're going to see less offensive mercenary den usage, and I think you're going to see a lot more of just like local
Putting
mercenary
our
den.
own mercenary
Yeah,
dens
you're going to
in
use.
place.
You're going to see NullSec groups using mercenary dens as a farming technique to get these ships.
I think
Which-
you're right. think you're right.
Interestingly enough, remember the mining crystals and the mining changes where they were like, some people who want to offensively use them. We're going to make some of these high waste, fast yield, whatever.
The mining
It-
ones. Yeah,
it-
yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, in
The
translation,
Type C crystals.
It didn't,
Yeah,
it
yeah.
didn't
we
pan
do
out
not
to
see
anything
them
though.
very
Yeah.
often. And like whatever. Nobody can
The same thing will happen here.
really predict things,
I
but I
think you're
think
right,
it's safe
Axel,
to
yeah, I
predict
think
this
same thing
thing
will
is kind of where I'm leaning. But real
I
quick,
think you're
before I go too far else, I want to highlight something that I just recently noticed.
How cool
Um,
I am.
There's a lot of divisiveness in this world, and Drayden is wearing a fucking political based shirt, which I think is nice
No.
day for fishing, isn't it?
This is a Viva La Dirt League shirt.
Nice day for fishing, ain't it? And I just
Yeah.
wanted to.
Okay.
When I saw you coming back from the restroom, I was
Hey,
like,
for
wait.
fishing, ain't it?
And I was
Yeah,
like,
no.
what is he wearing? And I was like, holy shit, what
Nighthawk.
is this?
It's
That was
I had to bring it up.
it's-
I was like,
yeah,
that
it's
was
it's,
brilliant.
it's Balog the
Brilliant.
Fisherman.
so fun.
Yeah, have you
That's
ever seen
brilliant.
Epic NPC? Viva La Dirt
Uh-huh.
League is a YouTube channel. They do Epic
The world
NPC.
is
Man, this is Balog. It's like
Yeah.
morning. Nice day for fishing, ain't it?
Need it?
And it's always tough.
Yeah,
No matter who you are, where you are.
I had to
but
get one.
It's a nice
Yeah.
day for fishing, ain't it?
Yeah, I
And that's
love.
I was like,
What a
I
good
have
end of
to
the week,
address
right?
his shirt
Yeah.
because you
Yeah.
only see like an inch of it once you sit down.
Yeah,
It was
yeah,
a
but I mean,
nice
like, yeah,
day
when
for
I stood up, yeah, it's I like this shirt.
When I saw
and-
you coming back from the restroom, I was like, holy shit! Like, I need to find a moment to just talk about this. I love it.
Morning. Yeah, I saw they were having some sale, and
Morning.
it was like a limited time. I'm like, I'm gonna get one of these. I have to.
During COVID,
Drink,
somehow
let's
I
drink,
came
let's
upon
drink
that.
to it. Let's drink.
that
I
thing.
discovered
I've never
them
watched
on
most of them.
Facebook. They are
Yeah,
amazing.
yeah.
Look at
But,
this,
I,
but
like-
around
To
that time,
everybody who's talking about stuff.
real quick, around that time, that's when they put out like the
Mhm.
20-something minute like full featured whatever, and it was
I
like
haven't watched all
they-
of that
we
yet.
took all the shorts and then we
The
made it into a
Barn
thing, and that's what I watched as like my
Be right back.
second
You guys
experience.
don't go anywhere. I'm
Oh,
leaving.
I've been watching Epic
Yeah,
NPC,
well,
these
NPC
guys
Man
are
since like
brilliant.
season 1, and they do a bunch of they have like the whole Tech Town thing, and yeah, their whole channel. I'm glad that they've blown up because they're a bunch of funny people. So
They seem nice enough. I'll give
Yeah,
them.
yeah.
I'll give them that. I'm
They're,
sorry.
they're
that
New-
was a complete derail.
they're
for
New Zealanders.
hopefully
No,
a good-
it's
I
a
was
good
like, I
shut
wasn't
up
trying
because
to- yeah.
they're pretty good.
Yeah, I like everything they've done. I think Epic NPC Man was my favorite thing that they ever did, and like it's especially like they got more and more advanced, and they brought in more and more people. But like the early Epic
budget
NPC
started
Man
coming
stuff was just so excellent because it just hit on a lot of the a lot of the early stuff. But I think one of the best ones was the first one that it was like for the peace of the kingdom, for king and country, and like the guys. Yeah, and then also like a guy sneaks over and like arrows the guy. It's like, what's that then? Someone's prowling around here. It's like
What's in
it
the
goes into
wind?
like the danger music, like someone's prowling around here, and like the guard's like health is like super low, and he's like, no, guard, he's right behind you. Like, must have been the wind, and then he sits there and just dies instantly.
Fucking NPC
Yeah, it's all
chat.
riffing on like your typical games. Like it's
Yeah.
called their world's called Skycraft, so it's kind of riffing
Oh,
on
yeah,
like
yeah.
Skyrim and World
It's
of Warcraft.
quality.
What'll work? Yeah,
But it's
yeah.
like a lot of those. I'm like, that has exactly happened to me, and it's like
Mhm.
I'm glad that it's really like getting into the like what the gamers think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
they
did-
do a lot of stuff. They do like a lot of PUBG and other things as
Yeah,
well now
so
too.
like
It's
they mix
just-
it up in like I guess stuff like kind of like The Forest or any of those like survival games.
Yeah,
Maybe not The Forest, but it's
like I
something
said,
that's
sorry,
like with,
sorry for derailing. It sounds like it was worth enough, but yeah, like
I mean-
I saw that and I
Dude.
was like, I have to say something.
Do you want
I
to
love
skip
it.
ahead to the balance changes?
Oh wait, Eve, you're right. Yeah.
But corporate skins. Yeah, let's skip the balance.
Yeah, it's skins and it's corporate projects, and then it's some kind of mutaplasmid residue fucking thing. Don't worry about it. Balance changes. Marauders.
This is what I want to know.
100% bonus to shield extender hit points, gone.
Yeah.
50% bonus to armor plate hit points, gone.
What, dude? My paladin, no.
5% bonus to reinforced bulkhead hit points, gone.
I didn't use that. I don't give a shit.
Because Marauders were too good.
But
They had to fucking
how am I gonna print
kick 'em
ISK?
right in the
just
dick.
had
What's your paladin?
Marauder
Your
meta,
paladin is
and I
still
like it.
fine.
I mean, yeah, I never got below like
Varger.
3/4
Varger
health,
specifically, fall off bonus reduced from 10% per level to 7.5% per level. CPU output reduced from 625 to 600.
Yeah, I don't care about
Was the Varger the
Varger.
least effective?
Fuck Varger's. The Varger was the most
It was the
affected because
best-
nobody else got
it
a
was
specific fucking
Okay,
Var-
okay,
burp.
that's.
The
I
Varger
thought
was
you
the
were saying
best
that was the
PvP.
only changes. I was
No,
like,
because
The Varger's
the
the best
fucking
PvP.
egregious as fuck.
the meta was Vargers for a while there,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
oh,
Yeah.
That makes more
Solo-
sense. Those plus that.
solo roaming streamer in your space, Varger.
Yeah,
Sure.
A large gang coming through, Varger.
Straight to jail.
yeah.
Small gang coming through, also Varger.
Yeah.
Large gang, small gang.
Vargers were the best PvP one. Paladins,
someone robbing your ESS?
/ Widows
Also
were
Varger.
the two best farming ones, like for ratting. I think.
Yeah.
So
Okay, no, I appreciate that now. Though, like when you originally said it, I was like, wait, what? Like,
or
of all
Gall,
the
not
things
Widow.
that Varger just got some gun nerfs, like those
I said Widow.
assholes.
I meant Gall.
Gun
Gall,
nerfs
Gall,
and tank nerfs.
Gall and Paladin were the two best farming ones. Varger was the best PvP one, and then the Sin. Or no, the Sin. What's the?
Look at Drayden being like a good little crab.
Yeah. What's the Galente one that no one really cares
The
about?
Chronos.
Yeah, no, that's like
For
some.
incursion.
Chronos is good for dudes that know what they're doing and like some weird baity like low sec campy shit. Like, oh, look at me,
Yeah.
I'm just a defenseless Chronos. Be like, oh, we got
I'm just
4
a
people.
PvE
Let's take 'em.
Chronos.
And it's like-
Please don't tackle me.
It's like
you get fucking
triple-
grapplered and fucking blastered from 40k away, and you're like, what the
Yeah,
fuck happened?
It's like double rep fit Chronos. You're like, oh shit, what have we done? We've died.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get away from him. Get
Chrono-
away from
Chrono-
him.
Chronos is like one of those niche things where it's like you need to know what the fuck you're doing, but if you do, really good ship. But
Yep.
I think that no one else flies it other than that.
It's a very small portion of the community.
But yeah, Varger was like everyone fucking flew Vargers to kill anything that was a person.
That's how the meta goes, buddy.
My paladin, though,
Um,
the 50% bonus or reduction in armor makes me sick.
They polished up a few ships. The Absolution got a 10% bonus to energy turret damage.
Okay.
So it's increased to 20% bonus. 5% rate of fire bonus for energy turrets removed. So the damage goes up, but the rate of fire goes down. So now your capacitor will last a little bit longer. So that's nice. You won't have to listen to the MR lady tell you that your capacitor is empty.
The capacitor is empty.
That's the bitch. I hate that girl.
Aura.
Fucking. Yeah, Aura.
I know it is. Shut up.
It should be like
Shut
a
the
voice that's
fuck
like,
up.
"Hey, Aura, mute yourself." I cannot do that, Dave.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Dave. I can't do that.
I'm sorry, Dave.
The Myrmidon Navy issue got a little polish. Armor repair amount per level increased from 7.5% to 10%.
Oh shit, Merm navies.
How you doing, Hal?
Base
Can I just-
velocity. Yeah.
Can I just say that we would have higher player counts if the NPC narrator gave you unfortunate news? Because I think we would. We'd be like,
She always gives me
Fuck,
unfortunate
they-
news. Your capacitor is empty.
you get by
Docking
with a lot of
request
things.
denied. Fucking,
Those are very few things. Those are the egregious.
they're important.
She should
Oh,
have.
absolutely.
Oh no, the sound. I'm not even in game, and it like angst up my anxiety.
Yeah. That's
no,
why I struggle to watch LB at this point.
She should do a thing where it's like when you get to like 20% structure, she's like,
Yeah.
well, ship death.
Think about pulling your implants.
Yeah, oh no, don't give people
Never,
ideas.
not even once, bro.
Yeah.
No, I listen
That
to LB
it,
and then
it should
I
give you
have
that warning
really
when you're
rains
at
and the noise
when you're
and
at 20% hull in your pod. Then it should tell you that.
It's too late then.
But then, hey, you're not going to lose implants from blowing up your
Strong
ship.
breeze blows by
You're
20%
not
held
gonna- Yeah,
pod.
but
Why
hey,
should we ever advocate for someone pulling their implants?
that's why. Well, that's why you put it at 20% hull in pod because no
No,
one will ever
that's
be
why
able to
you
do it.
join PL because you give too much of a fuck about killboards or something.
No, I don't. I don't pull my
Don't ever
pods.
encourage that.
I mean, I don't pull my implants.
We should not
Even though it's
encourage
I
codification. Of
I think
that.
it's specifically a PL rule that you're supposed to, and luckily I haven't died in implants, but I refuse to. I will die in my implants, and then
As you should.
if anyone in PL is like, "Why did you do that?" I'll be like, oh.
And then out loud he says, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know I couldn't do that."
and then that's the last time I'll be in PL. But and then I'll go like, "Hey, Horn."
Yeah, Drayden is definitely the double bird kind of guy.
Yeah, I'll go over
completely
to, like-
see him saying, "Hey, fuck you, I pay for my sub."
Yeah, I'll go over to like MJ Tech and be like, "How
Oh,
you
piss,
doing?"
not mine sub.
Harbinger Navy issue got a little polish as well. An increase to power grid so you can fit it better.
Those little
Cyclone Fleet issue got a
people
little bit
fly
of a
those?
kick. No,
Does it?
that's why they give it a little bit
why
of polish.
do they
Everything
buff
that,
it?
everything
it's
you're seeing
reduced.
getting polish is ships that people don't fly because they're no good.
Yeah. I thought when you said the Cyclone Fleet's getting a kick, I thought you'd be like a kick, like getting a kick, a
No, it's
boost.
getting
I'm
a
like, why would
kick
they buff
down.
that? Everyone's flying them. That's the
Yeah,
it's the
kick
Mutant 2.0.
Yeah, reduced
actually
power
doing
grid from
better.
1215 to 1100. Rate of fire bonus for missiles reduced from 9% to 7.5%.
I'm totally fine with that. It's a cool ship, but it's just too overused. Like it needs.
So
to
even
be-
in the blurb underneath, it says we're reducing the power grid on it, so it'll have a harder time fitting 100 MN afterburners or large cap battery modules for fleet fits.
yeah,
There
I'm
you
fine
go.
with that. I'm fine with them. knocking that down a bit.
Exec Navy issue got a little bit of a kick too, which is sad because I was just flying one.
It does deserve it though. Let's be
Yeah, I mean,
The
like,
fall off bonus
it's pretty
reduced from 10 to
strong.
7.5%. Base velocity reduced, so it's not as fast. Agility nerfed, so it won't turn as quick. Sig radius increased. Oof,
Wow.
from
It's getting
110 to
hit by a lot
120.
of
It's like
Yeah.
it's like the Exec Navy was really strong, but it also was not very cheap. So it's like
It
I don't
was
know,
OP.
like was it for the
Yes,
cost?
It's a good ship.
For the
Yes,
cost?
Drayden,
It's
it
a good
absolutely
ship.
was.
Okay.
It's good.
When and if you play EVE Online on a regular basis, yes, the exact.
I've only ever flown
very
one of these
OP.
one time, and it was that one time that we went and fed our asses off to in what was that? It was after we
Wait, we're in
all died.
ISEC? Is that the one?
Yeah, it was after we all died to Concord for the skiff, and then we all reshipped.
Time. Okay.
We all reshipped and went out there and died to Severance. I think.
Oh, it was the same night. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it was like
Yeah.
the very next room. We went out and got annihilated by Severance immediately. I think I was flying one of these, and I think I got like 2 volleys off and then died. So I'm like, yeah, well, I mean, like it in theory was a cool ship. I wouldn't know because I was in a pod very quickly, but
Seems like it worked as intended.
I think
Did you guys have a good time?
that was the only time I've flown one of those. So I'm like, I don't know how OP they are, but
I
They're
forgot
pretty
about that because that was the upper, like that was the initial cusp of that because they became OP 6 months ago. I don't know what it was, but yeah, yeah. That was us on the front end of it. And now we're apparently at the.
They were everywhere in faction warfare and
I still see a lot
insurgency
of them.
stuff.
I see a lot of
They're
them.
oppressive. And they're a great ship, but yeah, it's OP. That's all it is. We're talking balance passes.
So that got a nerf, not a nerf, well, a push down. And Stabber Fleet issue got a push up. So a little
Ooh.
buff to it. New bonus
They
added.
need it?
5%. Well, no. Yes.
5%
Kind
bonus
of.
to medium
Hard to say.
project-
Hard to say.
5% bonus to medium projectile turret fall off per level. So like you can hit a little further out. So
I mean,
They
aren't
could've
you
gone
keep
4.5
your-
and just
you're
tested
generally
them
fitting
all.
autocannons on those? Like you're usually not far away, so I don't know how much that helps, but maybe a little.
yeah, but now you can get the
You can hit
The
you can
thing
hit
with
like a
autocannons,
kilometer
like,
further away.
medium autocannons versus frigates. You're gonna have a bad
That's
time.
True. That's true.
So if you can drive away from a frigate and hit it from further away longer, you have a better chance of killing it before it gets right up on you.
Just make sure pizza, when you're supposed to, and French fry when you're supposed to. That's all it is.
Yep. What? Pizza and French fry? Are you talking about
You said
ski?
you're gonna have a bad time.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, that's a South Park
If you
reference. I
pizza
get it.
when you're supposed to French fry.
Yeah.
have
All
a
right. All right. Fucking.
I'm sorry.
There's comments on Reddit saying that the Stabber Fleet issue is going to be the new exec Navy issue. So
It's gonna be hot
keep
shit. Yes.
keep an eye on that.
I'm fine with
If
that.
you're in
I like the
Mimitar
Stabber.
faction warfare right now, it's fucking bye. Mimitar faction warfare. Go.
I'm fine with that. New meta, and that's cool shit.
Dis-
So
It was already a
distinct
strong ship,
module
but
icons. Yeah.
It's gonna take the man.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Distinctive module icons. So like heat sinks, gyro stabs, and tropic rating. All of them had the same fucking symbol, right? And now they're each gonna have their like unique look to them.
Oh shit.
Right. So you'll be able to, you won't accidentally fit a heat sink when you're supposed to fit a gyro stab.
I mean, has anyone done that? I'm sure.
Thank you.
I have, because they're all the same fucking
Really?
symbol. You just
Oh.
throw the fucking things on there.
No, I don't look
Yes.
at the. I look at the name.
All the
I never look at the this icon because
Thank you, CCP Kestrel. And we know.
that's wild.
It's not
Yeah.
wild. They share the same fucking icon.
I know, but like you don't read what the name is called when you
I-
put it
Depends
on.
on how many
I
icons
created-
we have in the same can at any given
Knowing that
time.
they're all the same icon, you're still just like it's
And sometimes you're moving a little quicker than normal because you're trying to undock and get in on
Yeah.
whatever's happening right this second or yesterday or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
you
my-
should be able to rely on icons in the
My
same way that a
ticker, my ticker tank doesn't always work, so sometimes I have to rapidly reship it. If I have to quickly fit something up, I might accidentally put on a gyro stab when I meant to put on a magfield stab.
a tracking
and then-
enhancer versus a tracking,
Yeah.
whatever computer or an Omni instead of a regular,
So now,
ship
like
in.
all your
Everything
weapons
deserves an
upgrades have a
icon.
distinctive module. Your cap rechargers, cap flux, that all has a distinctive module picture, and then your shield rechargers and stuff, they have a distinctive picture for their module as well. So
that's cool.
no more
I mean, I like
accidentally fitting the wrong fucking thing. Yeah, there's
I like it.
I mean, you'll
whatever.
still do
Nice
it, but
quality
it's
of
not-
life thing.
It's not their fault anymore. That's all they're saying.
Yeah. Also, if you don't have the
good
cap
thing.
off, you can't pour things.
I mean, you'll figure it out.
It's because it's the same cap as like gyro stabs and shit. I couldn't figure it out.
You can tell it's a sealed bottle by the way it
I
is.
mean,
The same thing is happening with boosters, it looks like. So the tier of the booster is gonna, the icons match the color and tier of the booster they're related to. Okay, that's all it says. It doesn't have any examples of it, so watch and shoot for that. Nullsec comet anomaly graphic and gameplay overhaul. So nullsec anomalies, this is nullsec anomaly specific. Sanctums, Forsaken Sanctums, Havens, Patrols, and Horde sites have had a full art and asset renovation. Over 100 different nullsec anomaly sites now have an objectives panel, so you can easily see what wave you're on and how many NPCs remain. That's nice,
oh,
right?
That's
That's
gonna
cool.
throw some people for a loop, right?
Well, now when my wife calls down and says like, "Hey, it's time for dinner," I'll be like, "Listen, I got 30 more rats to kill, so like put mine in the microwave. I'll be right there."
why are rats in the house?
That's what they're gonna tell 'em, right, Redline?
Pardon?
Never
I
mind.
said that's what you're gonna tell them about the new nullsec sites.
What am I going to tell anybody about the new
They're not new.
site?
Don't worry about it. They read the patch notes. They're fine. So several NPC groups now warp in instead of spawning in place where appropriate. And I saw people commenting about this on specifically with Skybreaker or Edencom ship routing. If they're warping in at different spots, they're not going to be as efficient because they'll be out of range of the fucking arcing damage that their
Do people
the
rat
lightning
in
rod is
those?
putting off. So what they do is they take a ship that's specifically tanked for the Vorton projectors, and then they fly that into the center of where the rats are spawning.
Yeah,
And then they take their Edencom ships and they shoot it with the Vorton projectors, and then the damage arcs out to the rats, and they clear the site that way.
yeah.
But if they're warping in at different ranges and different spots, that's going to make it more difficult to do. And for that, I cried a single tear,
I
and then I
won't do one.
continued
But you
continued
tasted it,
reading.
right?
Oh yeah, I tasted it and I was like, "That's
Okay,
delicious."
yeah, yeah.
And now we're moving on. Volumetric clouds are part of the graphical updates. This is a kind of a big deal for people who don't run like super high-end machines. They can potentially impact performance when multi-boxing. To mitigate this, we've added a setting that disables clouds when low shader quality is selected. So if you've ever bitched about volumetric clouds in EVE Online, you can turn them off now by turning your shader quality to low. There you go.
The fact that they didn't make a tick box that was like sunny day, I feel like is a little bit of a missed opportunity, but that's not a big deal.
Yeah. Rogue drone relic sites.
new
So
site?
four new relic sites in the drone lands. So enjoy. Get your exploration on. Go get them.
Yeah.
That's
We're-
a kind
we're
of a big
getting-
deal because that's where the Adivum comes from. So if you're looking to build Cenotaphs or Throloses or get those new skill books, those new relic sites will have that Adivum in it that you
In
can trade in at
Drumlands?
Zarzak. Yeah.
Oh, baby.
Yeah. It's the
Yep.
dawn of a
It's,
new day.
what?
Greg.
How convenient that we just own the drone
The
lands.
dawn of a new day.
Hot damn.
And this is absolutely, like you just said, going to be reflected on at some point by some people being like, all the fucking CCPers or a bunch of PL alts or whatever. They gave something to the drone lands, and it's like, no, it was just that they didn't have it for 15
Yeah.
years.
This
They
this
didn't
was
have relic sites, and then we made a bunch of ships where you had to
But-
specifically go to relic sites
but
to get
like
the
we-
stuff to get them.
yeah.
We determined they also appreciate like salvage and whatever. Like, it's okay.
This was specifically given to us from Kenneth
But
Feld.
the angry mob will burn things, so it is what it is.
Yeah, 100%. A bunch of changes to Pochvin and Observatory Flashpoint sites. I don't know enough about Pochvin and how to run these sites to understand what all this says. So,
Like the implication.
what's the implication here?
So Drake Iden or whatever.
Yeah.
CSM. He put out his usual MER assessment thing, which I usually appreciate his. He's got some good insight in my opinion. He did have some commentary on it, which I'm not gonna regurgitate because I'm a fucking amateur. But it I don't think they changed anything that I know of. To any of our knowledge, we just literally read through the changes. I think there's just going to be some societal and gameplay changes as far as people ebb and flow between different high-level gameplays. But yeah,
It's
it
fixed.
seems like
It's
at
fixed
least
the
it's a
seagulling
little.
issue, right? Like, was there still a seagulling issue with these? And it's kind of
there
like
is.
you have to be within 50 kilometers of the thing, otherwise these wear posts are going to shoot you, and only the people within a certain range are going to get paid out, and you have to have done X number of things in the site to get paid out, and et cetera, et cetera.
To my knowledge, the seagulling is less prominent these days because people like there's a little bit of counterplay, but I
Right.
again, like I couldn't say with much education.
Redline, do you have anything to say about the Pochvin changes?
I mean, it's pretty big. So like they cut the value of the site just in general, but then they're also
Mhm.
making 40% of its value with these items that will now have to leave Pochvin, I'm assuming, to be able to be turned into money. So kind of
So
like
similar to Blue Loot.
Like
Yeah,
blue
yeah,
and
yeah,
red
yeah,
loot,
yeah. And yeah, I mean the seagulling thing would be fixed. You have to be within 50 kilometers of it. Previously it was like if you were at the gate, it counted you as a part of the site. So that's where seagulling came in. You could just like decloak your saber and shoot the gate, and then you're actively in the site.
Right. 30-minute
That's
time
about it.
limit to the site.
Yeah, it shouldn't take 30 minutes to do the sites anyways.
Does that mean you can't like warp in beforehand and cloak up and wait for someone to come do the site, right? Like if you warp in 30 minutes later, the thing's going to despawn.
I don't know.
That's got to be
actually.
something to do with seagulling then, right?
I mean, once you go into the site, the rats target you pretty much immediately, so
Right.
you're not gonna be able to cloak up in there.
Hmm.
Oh, plus cloaking is disabled while in the proximity of a stellar observatory.
No,
you go.
there we go.
These are good changes. I would venture
Yeah.
to on the
Good
surface, yeah.
changes for the 6 people that play in Pochvin.
That's right.
Well, 6
Hey,
people
hey.
printing billions of ISK, billions and billions and billions of ISK.
Red light,
Yeah.
don't be rude. It could be at least 8 at any given time.
No, it's 6. Sorry.
Now that you know, I'm sorry.
Okay. Audio station atmosphere update. A new controller has been added to that plays Atmo for the station based on race. New Atmo plays on the Mar, Galente, Caldari, and Mimitar small, medium, and large stations. So new atmospheric sounds in the stations. So that's neat. That's fun.
I like
Everybody
that.
likes that.
Are they also adding it to the other structures, like what you hear with your propaganda and evil?
Justo
music?
Dixie.
You mean like the insurgency sounds?
I mean, I don't know. I assume in Zarzak you're hearing like some dubstep with some
Zarzak, you get the sick fucking
anti-Empire
club
shit.
music. Dun, 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 dun. It's super good. And then whenever you have an NPC station in a system that has the corruption is above level 3, I think it is. There's graffiti and the music and the sounds change in the station as well.
Like
You don't get the music, but you get
Amazing.
like there's like sirens and stuff in the station warning you about
That's
the fucking
sound of the police.
yeah.
That's fair. I
Whoop.
think there's
Cool.
there's a handful of dope beats you could just apply to those situations, and people would buy
Yeah.
in. But
I agree. Yeah, that's the fucking Revenant. Revenant
Poshvin, huh?
fucking notes. Pochvin.
I wish more people like played in Poshvin.
It's scary
Right?
space. It's scary. I don't like
It's
going
not
there.
that scary, dude. It's
Dude,
so
I was with a
easy.
fleet of 150 people and almost died on the gate to rats because I was the only one they
that's-
attacked.
I mean,
it
that's
sounds like you almost died to rats.
I was like,
Yeah,
I hadn't even done anything in
149
Poshvin.
people were
Apparently,
probably
having
Triglavian
a
was
good
like,
time.
oh, you zero standing? Fuck you.
it's a skill issue, dude. Get
Yeah,
to
it
the
Sounds
like-
skill.
like 149 people.
Yeah,
were
it's like-
absolutely fine.
I had to like broadcast for reps to rats
But,
and
like,
like
here's the thing,
almost
right?
died
Here's the thing.
anyway, and they had to like
Time out,
focus on
time out.
killing the rats
me-
pointing me. It was bullshit. Scary
Let me just
space.
hit you with this, right? So we spent like a year with the Triglavian invasion or whatever. We had 27 systems plucked from our grasp and put into special little space, and like no one goes there except for 6 to 8 people.
Right.
The systems that were plucked were like high second, low second,
Why?
Like,
How come nobody goes there, Redline? Why is that?
because
I
it's
mean-
detached and dangerous.
I feel like the barrier for entry is very high.
Is it
What's the
still-
barrier?
Being able to
Uh.
fight 15 multi-boxing marauders.
Oh well, then
But
we'll
now
never-
Marauders have been fucking nerfed, right?
Have they
So
been
now
nerfed
it's like
enough,
10
though?
Marauders.
I mean, is what's
we'll
enough?
We'll see in a month or two.
Well, enough to be able to be killed with the buffs that the little.
Well, they took away all their
observatory
tank
thing gives
bonuses
you.
to them.
Yeah,
So
but I
I've-
mean the Poshvin, like the sites give you a huge buff anyways. The pylon, it's massive.
Yeah, I don't.
So, I mean, once they're in there, they're entrenched.
I believe it's pronounced pilon.
It's not.
I think it is.
He said, "I think
I
you're wrong."
think it's
I
got
like,
a little bit of a
Pilon.
French flair
I
to
like,
it.
I like Pilon.
Why would this
Pilon.
Icelandic space
Pilon.
game have French flair?
That's a common
Why
misconception.
Why not?
I mean,
Why
They're
not?
all over the place.
Iceland was
Icelandic
founded by
space
France,
game.
so
No, but
Redline, you're
when
familiar
it,
with
You didn't think it
Caldari,
happened?
right?
You didn't think it happened? But I
when
made
it
back.
comes
I
when
made
it
back.
comes to Poshvin though, I think that the limit on how many sites there are makes it really restrictive. I feel like they could probably maybe I don't know, multiply the number of sites that there are at any given time by like 10, right? But then cut the payout by 10, like by a factor of 10 to make it so that you've got to do there's more available and you have to do more to earn. That way, it encourages that kind of same spread out that you get from the nullsec sites.
more work for less money.
No, more work
No,
for the same
it's the
amount of
same.
money.
Yeah, it's 1-to-1.
Yeah, yeah.
But here's the thing, and actually, I don't hate that idea or anything. Really, like I think that has merits.
Yeah.
I think it has
Well,
legs.
and that's the thing. Like, if you want people to go somewhere, you have to make
Howdy.
it worth going there.
You can't
If
make
it's
it a
not,
you can't make it a
then-
3-room boys club that I would say 99% of the game would never be able to join those groups or make those whatever, trust checks, let's say. That's not a reasonable phrasing, but yeah. I think there is some reasonable merits to making it like, hey, it could still be dominated by the same amount of people. I'm not delusional by that at all. A lot of these people are multi-boxing
It
groups
would
and stuff.
it would just take them more
But
time to
but
make
if
the
you're
same
gonna
amount
do
of
it,
money.
then well, sure. Like then you're paying thousands of dollars to CCP and whatever. As long as we're paying the bills to keep the lights on.
Well, that's the other thing that's going to be very interesting to see because some of the changes they did on this and may actually empower certain styles of operations that are in Poachman I've been watching.
Explain.
So it's going to be very interesting to watch because
Explain.
sometimes one reaction creates another problem. So, like people were
Explain.
using Myrmidons. People were using Myrmidons earlier to run the fights. Any of these changes to Myrmidons are going to buff that old strat back. So it's like you can knock out the Marauder, but then it's going to change another problem somewhere else. So now at least the loot system actually makes it a little less problem. We actually were discussing that a couple weeks ago about that. And that's what was actually I think the better idea was to do loot because just paying out did not make any sense.
Sure. I think most people are in agreement for that. Including everyone I've ever talked to from Pochfan community. That being said, like you think the
Do you
Marauder
want less
changes-
payout, more itemized value, or what? What do you mean?
Well, that's
Well, it
the
also
thing.
becomes a trust. It becomes a trust thing too, because if you're going to trust your fleet mates to turn in, now with a multi-boxer, it's not going to be the same thing because the multi-boxer is just going to funnel it back
It's
to his
just them.
main.
Yeah, it's just them. Yeah.
But if you have a fleet, it becomes a trust issue because you better hope the other guy doesn't,
Don't you have
You
logs?
you guys, you all can
This is
trust me.
incursions.
Don't
You
you
all
have
trust me.
or whatever.
I
Don't
would
you
never
have
screw any of you over.
ESI logs if you're
What?
if they're
Every
in
time
your-
you
trust
join a
me.
fleet, you're putting your trust in somebody. I don't think
I-
this is that.
With how much you're
Ackroth,
saying,
Ackroth,
with how much you're saying,
I'll tell
I
you
can
right now,
trust
you can trust me.
With how much you're
believe
saying
you,
it,
Tom.
I
Thanks.
don't think that we can actually trust you, Dom.
You can.
You're-
Redline, you can trust me.
You're
Why would you
giving
not?
me you're giving me a feeling that like I
I
can't
would
trust
never.
you.
I would never
I
screw
would
any
trust
of you. I would never screw any of you over ever.
Well, Dom,
Ever.
let me just put it
Intentionally.
to you this way.
Let's put
Let
that.
me just put it to you this way, Dom. If I went to a
hey.
restaurant where there was unlimited soup, salad, and breadsticks, and you told me it wasn't
Okay.
Olive Garden, I wouldn't believe you because it's
He
Olive Garden all
flipped
the
it
time.
on us. He flipped it on us.
That's
I'm
fair.
impressed.
It's
I'm
Olive
impressed.
Garden all the time.
You hit us with the
Red line,
punchline and
red
then
line, that's fair.
gave the joke. That's
Boom, baby.
dude, I didn't expect that.
Sometimes you got to change it up, keep it original. Isn't that right,
Like no
Ackroth?
news is good news.
That's
Isn't that
it's
right?
exactly right. I
Isn't
believe
that right? Now, hey, listen. I gotta tell you something.
What you got?
I think that Poshman is really unique. It's fun.
I have fun every
miss
time I've get done.
I
with
miss
Flash Fun, I
when
do.
I miss when I used to do fleets with Pittsburgh. Those
Do they
some of
not
those
do those
Poshman
anymore?
fleets were so fun. I don't know.
I feel like
gotta
he still
speak for the PL, so it
does.
doesn't
I think
matter.
they do still do this.
Pittsburgh still does
Okay.
fleets.
I don't know why he
Um,
would stop.
But we used to run the Icky Turses, and they were like spider tanked, and it was really fun. We won a lot of fights with them too.
Are you
But
saying now that
then-
you're flying prominently in nullsec with tests that you don't see those fleets anymore, or what are you trying to say?
I'm saying that I miss
Those
them
still happen.
But
because
Okay,
I'm no
I
longer in
just wanna make sure I
PL.
was on the
Ackroth,
right page.
What? Hello?
Redline.
What?
That's honestly the most when you miss the most, because when we used to fly the destroyer fleet, the Cormont fleet. God, that was fun.
The
We
Cormorant?
kicked ass with that.
I
The
never
Church of
flew
Corm?
Cormorant, dude.
Was it Cormont we fly? Yeah, it was you.
Mm-mm.
What
No,
did we
I didn't
fly
do
then?
Corms, bro.
The Church of Corm is not to be scoffed at.
My bread and butter was like it was Jackdaws was huge all the
No, it was
time.
Cormont. I
But
felt
also
somebody I flew with Cormonts and I had a great time. I guess it wasn't
yeah,
you.
it wasn't me.
I guess I hate
No,
you.
I didn't. Wow, shit. I did destroyer fleets, but I didn't do Corms very often.
you
I
sure?
liked Harpies a lot. There was one time though when
It's like we
I
took
made
out Cormonts many times with you. I could have swore it was you.
there was one time though when we were fighting Horde and
Did
they
we do
warped
Coraxes?
they warped a Corm fleet at 0 to my Harpy fleet, and we tackled them
Oof.
all and killed them, and it was beautiful.
That will
Maybe.
happen.
Are we on the same
Um,
side at the time?
Real
Yeah.
quick, little segue since
I was
since Millet
Yeah.
was talking about Myrmidons being so strong, just started a giveaway for a Myrmidon Navy Media Miasma skin.
I haven't unpacked all my shit yet.
Those
sorry.
ships just
said-
got buffed.
Yeah, they
He
just
said the
they just
mainstream
buffed.
media would have you believe that the Myrmidon
Yeah.
is a strong.
Yeah, so if you want to enter for a Navy
You wanna win
Myrmidon.
this skin.
It's a cool skin. Let me bring up the stream here in a second. You see what it looks like, but it's a cool skin. Free giveaway. So exclamation point ticket to enter for the skin. I'll draw a winner
I
here
won't.
in
Did I
about
even give it to you, right?
like 10 minutes probably.
Did I give it to you?
I don't.
You
No,
did.
I think this came from
No.
Tamber.
Okay, I'm gonna join then.
I will answer.
Yeah, I think Tamber
can I
gave me
call
this
a
one.
shot?
No.
You can do
Yeah.
whatever you want.
Yeah, you can do it.
You know
All
you
right.
can.
Fuck yeah, you
I wanna,
can.
I want to
Fuck
call
yeah,
a
you
shot
can.
because I'm starting a new job on Tuesday.
Mm.
Exciting
Fuck
time.
yeah.
What
Congrats.
is your new job exactly?
I don't want to talk about it.
You gonna be managing? You gonna be
Oh.
managing?
It's
No.
He's gonna be managing himself.
He can be managing.
foot
people.
model.
No.
I'm not
He's a
He's
foot
giving-
model.
managing. He's managing people like him.
He said, but why
Not
male
worse.
models?
not yet.
Yet. no
Um,
models yet. They're all
I can-
amateurs.
it's in finance. It's like
The promotion then
no,
from what you
could
had
call it-
before.
You
Just
could
let him
call
finish
it.
first.
You could call it project management, I guess.
But it's a promotion from what you had before.
Yes.
Well, I think he's unemployed at the moment.
Not
But
at
his
the
last
moment.
job, but
because
his
I
last
have
job,
a
it was
job.
it's still
Gotcha.
an improvement from what his last job was. Yeah.
That's
Mhm.
fair. That's fair. Well, certainly, I hope the
Yes.
best for you.
Me
Uh,
too.
here's the-
and,
here's the skin.
and Brandon says, "Here's to Matt Hurl's new job."
That's right.
Matterline,
That's
not
right.
fair. Look,
like
if,
a-
the
There you
game,
go.
if the game
Matterline.
was good,
Matterline,
I'd play
I
it.
love that
Simple
name.
as.
It's like a synthwave tie-dye
and
skin.
you know-
It's pretty good.
Redline. You know
No
what?
second you would talk
You've
about
been,
this,
you've
though,
been
you
the
lived there and you
object
fucking
of,
experienced
but he's been the object of like ire from a lot of people for a long time, right?
Me?
It's fun to pick on Redline.
Never
It's
Ackroth, though. He's
No,
only
not
fair.
Ackroth, just Redline. Redline's been picked on by many groups for a long time. And you've actually taken it really well. Because you've literally been
Because I
shit
don't
on
care.
by a lot of groups.
That's because I don't care anymore, dude.
That-
But you take it in stride and you still have fun
Scatplay
at
is
what
a
you
whole
do.
unique
I
subset.
I
not
respect that
prepared
about
to
I
approach
respect that about Redline.
Well,
I
you know
honestly
what's
do. I
crazy,
respect
Dom,
that about Redline.
is it's like those fights, right? When they say like, oh, you should see the other guy. That's me, man. You should see the other guy because I take it, but I give it just
You
as much as
do.
you take it.
That's what I'm trying
I'm
to say.
definitely not a bottom. That's for sure.
You've never given up of all the bullshit that's been thrown at people in this
And-
game. You've
I
gotten
wanna
a lot of
bring-
it. You've gotten a lot
and I
of it.
want to bring
You've
TTC back.
You've always been there. You didn't give up, right? I'm telling you, that's. I don't think I'm stressing this enough.
What are you
There's a
talking
lot of
about,
shit.
dude?
A lot of shade's been thrown at many people over the course of this game, right? Deservedly so. Some not deservedly so. Not deservedly at Redline, but he has fucking persevered through a lot of shade, and I appreciate that about you, dude. I like you.
I consider him a power bottom on some days, and I mean that with respect.
Does he growl when he
Well,
power
if-
bombs for you?
If you give it and take it, isn't that like more of a middle?
But if he
Just-
growls,
just
all I
being
want,
tech-
all you
switch
guys
it,
do for me
sure.
is
just
growl
being
over- just give me a
technical
little
on this.
growl.
I mean,
You want to hear me growl?
I just
Is
want
that
to
what
growl.
you
That's
just
all I
said?
need. Yeah, that's all I
Okay,
need.
one
Give me a
sec,
little
hold on.
growl and I'm good.
Good enough for
wait,
you?
I didn't hear that. It sounded like
That was
a
some
like a.
Lion King early
It sounded
episode.
like a malfunction.
LB, give me a
I'm working-
growl.
It
Give
sounded
me
like a
working on my
malfunction.
roar,
That
dude.
sounded like a
I'm working on my
malfunction
roar.
in
Like, what are we
Keurig.
doing?
a growl. I want to hear an LB growl.
I don't know.
Like an
Dom,
animal or like
was
a
working on my knob for a minute there, but
Like a rawr.
When you're giving it to her, you got to growl.
Whoa.
no.
Oh, whoa, whoa.
People are usually
Family
growl,
show.
dude.
Not a family show at all. I make
Yeah.
those noises. I make those
But
noises.
People in these people's families watch this show.
Nobody's
Dom's a
I hope
growler.
not.
My mom's here.
Dom's
Like,
a
basically
growler.
never-
Hey, mom. I don't growl during coitus.
Mrs.
Is-
LB,
Is
you
Mrs.
seem like a nice
Dominar?
lady. I hope you have a great time.
Is Mrs. Dominar? And I don't mean the wife. I mean like the mom. She
Mistress
watched this.
Dominarch.
My
No, not-
mother,
No,
or my
the
wife?
mom, not the mistress.
My mother has
Goddamn.
never seen the Open Com show. Yeah, I
That's
know.
probably for the best.
But
We're
I
gonna
work
send
with
her the link.
doctors who have watched our show before, and we've
Really?
talked
Oh,
about it
no.
at the hospital. I'm thinking,
Oh, no.
all I can say is, I'm sorry. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
no.
I'm sorry.
But
Wait,
we know about
Please don't ever
Your
watch it
coworkers, what
again.
we've talked about, like all the kinds of drug usage. Are they
Well,
fine
they
with
know
that?
about
And
that.
the
I
porn.
don't
we
hide
also
that
know
shit.
about the residency
okay.
programs. Like
Okay,
those
hey, look.
people,
So
I wanna-
you're not like
I
doing
wanna
like an
address- I
endoscopy,
wanna
and be like I'm
address
so
something,
tripping
right?
balls right now.
Oh, I've done that before, yeah.
This is gonna create some drama, and I want it to. But it's gonna be. I gotta ask Akaroth. What
Yes, sir.
so you don't think that like you think that the only way that you can have like a valid voice is if you log in and play every day?
No,
what?
that's not what I said.
Okay, explain what you said because when you say the shit that you said before, it makes me feel like you were saying, "Oh, we shouldn't listen to this guy because you didn't log in and play," and that's fucked up.
Oh, gotcha. I understand.
But
No, no, we said we
that's not what
shouldn't
you
listen to
meant.
this guy.
I
'cause
said
his
we
head
shouldn't
is-
listen to you frame your speech as a null sucker because that's not what you are.
Yeah, and you should have
What?
your head cocked the other direction. That's
I
what we
should
said.
cock my head the other direction.
Yep, and
Well,
it would
I
be
didn't say-
more impressive.
Well, I'm not gonna cock my head in the other
Well, then
direction.
I can't listen to you then.
You have to,
That sucks.
because if I'm talking,
That's
you're gonna
Delana,
listen.
That's-
Delana,
What?
I got a question for you.
Okay.
Hey, if Rain and I are going to go to Michigan in December, would you come up and join
Oh.
us?
Yeah, I was thinking about that, but it's like, what dates? did you say?
Michigan.
The 20th,
Michigan.
the Friday the 20th is when I'm going to get to Grand Rapids or Grand Forks, which is it?
Grand Rapids.
Grand Rapids. I'm going to get there. We're going to meet Redline
Grand
and his
Chalamet.
mistress on Saturday.
We're married, but that's
Wait, who's
his
mistress?
wife.
His wife.
Oh,
On Saturday, we're going to hang out, have a good time. It's going to be me, Skyhawk, Rain, and Redline. Right now, we'd like to make it Delana too. We're not going to invite anybody else because you guys are all
We'll
suck.
invite LB
Because y'all
too.
suck.
We like LB. LB.
Well,
can
LB
come.
can come if he wants to. but
I
he won't,
don't
'cause he
deal
hates-
with
When is it?
places east
The
of the
20th.
Mississippi
20th.
River. Just to let
Yeah,
you know.
The 20th.
I just wrote a note because the only thing is
Delana,
that
you could even come up on that Thursday
Millen
and
can't
just
come.
ride over with Rain and I.
I have a friend who.
Don't invite Millen.
Well, we
Millen's
still got to
quite
figure
close.
this out.
He'd beat me at all the
But
video
he's like,
games.
he's
and that'd
coming
be a
in
shitty birthday.
from Korea. I haven't seen him since before COVID.
Oh,
But he also
I get
kind of
it.
tends to be a little wishy-washy. So honestly, he doesn't know when he's gonna get it in yet, and I told him to tell me when he knows, but I have no idea. So
Well, here's the thing. Either way, if you want to join us in Grand Rapids, I fly into there, or you want to fly and then ride with Rain and I over there. Either one, last
Alien
second,
one.
we can make that happen.
yeah, I mean,
If you
I'm
won't know until
sure.
then, we make it happen.
Let's say which. We say drive over from where?
From like Des Moines, you can fly into Des Moines, and then Rain and I will pick you up there, and then we'll drive to Grand Rapids.
Des
all three of us
Moines?
together.
Des Moines.
Des Moines?
Des Moines, yes.
I'm trying to.
If
Des
you're
Moines
from
didn't
France, it's
have.
Des Moines. That's where you flew out of
Des
last
Des
time.
Moines. Yeah. They didn't have a direct flight.
I guess Coeur d'Alene
And I
is
would guess
French
that Grand
too.
Rapids doesn't, but I just
No,
wanted to
Grand,
check.
but you know what? We'll be going through Chicago. We can always swing up and grab you in Chicago. Because we have to
I know,
drive.
like
We have to drive through the
huge-
south of Chicago to get there. We have to drive through South Chicago to
So
get there.
sorry.
So we're in
So sorry
Chicago.
about that.
Period. Shut up,
Uh,
Redline. Just 'cause you
um,
can avoid it doesn't mean we can.
Real
hey,
quick.
I want to do
Oh,
a
shit.
meetup in Michigan more often because it's a great place.
No,
And I thought
our
of
biking
earlier a
group wants to
name,
come out there every summer.
mid Michigan meetup, right? And we can do it in Lansing, which is central to the state.
No, we need to do it in Grand Rapids or north there on the.
Yeah,
on the
isn't
on
Lansing
the lake.
farther
On
north?
the
Wouldn't you
lake.
want to do it like further south?
fairly
Like,
On the
central,
lake. We need to do it on the
actually,
lake.
I would think like Grand
wanna do it
Rapids
on
or
the lake?
Detroit would be more
100%.
centralized.
If we could do it
than
in summer,
Lansing.
if you don't do it on the
Lansing
lake,
is very
you're
close to
you're
Detroit.
fucking up.
Detroit is not
No,
centralized.
no. Detroit's
It's a
awful.
little further
Don't
east,
go to
but I mean,
Detroit.
like, but I mean, it's
Grand
further
Forks
south.
on
Like,
the
where?
Grand
Eastern
Forks
coast.
and north is where you want to be.
Hold on,
That
where's
area.
Lansing? I thought Lansing was like, like
Lansing's in the middle.
It's very,
So
very
yeah,
central.
we don't have direct flights from Des Moines or Grand Rapids, but
I
we
mean,
do
Grand
have direct
Rapids is
flights to
whatever it is.
Chicago.
Grand
I mean,
Forks.
but I mean, like, still, it's
Grand Rapids.
usually
Grand Forks, not Rapids.
Grand
Hey, what-
Forks. Grand
What are you
Forks.
talking about?
Grand
it's
dude?
Forks,
Grand
Michigan.
Rapids.
Well,
Grand
It's
Forks
Grand
is somewhere
Rapids.
else.
Bro, don't go to Grand
Grand
Forks.
Rapids, Michigan.
Know
I'm
any of
sorry.
this
Don't go to
where the
Grand
oldest
Forks.
shit
No
is?
one's
I don't
gonna
know.
be there.
But
But
Delana, we can pick you
anyways-
up in Chicago. We could.
Those are important distinctions.
Also, real quick,
gonna
Alien
be
Alien
so fucked
10
up.
GR. You won
Roger.
the skin. I need your in-game name
American
to send
Dad
you a
reference?
contract.
In game, it's DOMANARK.
Hey, that's-
we do
hey,
have the
that's a
IGN
scam.
bot from
Ah.
we do have the
He's
IGN
a
bot if you have it registered there, but if not, I need to get your in-game name. So if you have it registered with the IGN thing, you can do exclamation point IG. Perfect. There we go.
There you go.
All right,
Thank
I
you,
will
buddy.
get the contract up.
Now, if you
Thank
want to
you
give
for
that
allowing us
skin
to
to
give you things.
Dominark, it's okay. There's no
Don't give
penalty
it
for
to him.
that.
Don't give in to him. He
Yar,
smells
what's
like
up?
He smells like a nursing home.
I do smell like a nursing home.
Yeah, one of the flights to Des Moines goes through Chicago.
So that's what I'm saying. From where we leave, we would smell like a nursing home, but we could pick you up in Chicago.
I don't know what a nursing home smells like.
Oh, it's not
particularly,
good. It's not
Doesn't-
good.
It doesn't smell
well,
great.
All right,
It's not good.
contract should
Either
be
I
up.
have to go or I go through Dallas, Detroit, or Atlanta.
Hey, Detroit's
Why don't
great.
you have the Michigan meeting in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan? That'd be great.
Where?
Is that because that's not
Oh,
that's
Could you
Detroit,
come
right?
there?
Marie?
That's close to
I was-
close
I
to
could go
Canada,
there.
right? Yeah.
You can't go to Grand Rapids.
Where the fuck is Grand Rapids?
It's in
Just south of
Michigan.
where you're
They're
talking
It's like
about.
Side of the state.
southwestern
Okay,
Michigan,
hold up.
roughly.
Sault Ste. Marie. I know how to
South,
spell
south
that
of where he's
too.
talking about. Just south. Way south.
Yeah. Sault Ste. Marie's
Just
on
a
the
little
west,
further
on the
down
east
than
side, right?
from like
Only
Amazing
4 hours
Rapid.
difference.
Oh yeah, bud.
4 hours.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
bud.
fuck
That's
yeah, bud.
PvP.
Yeah,
No
bud.
fuck.
Obi,
No
I'll
fuck.
drive
No
10
bud.
hours. You drive
Fuck no,
4.
bud.
That's fair.
Yeah,
But
that's
wait,
pretty
No.
when would y'all drive? Like, how long does it take to
No.
drive
It's
there?
an 8-hour drive from my house.
There's no way that
It's like a-
anybody's going to Sault
That's
Ste. Marie.
a-
and
It's like a
That's a long
20-hour
Listen.
drive from my place.
One
probably.
8-hour drive.
Hours.
1 8-hour drive. That's,
To where?
that's
To where?
nothing.
To where?
From my house to Grand Rapids. That's it. 8
Okay,
hours.
perfect.
I can
Not
do
Sault
that
Ste.
in
Marie.
fucking half the day.
Because Sault Ste. Marie in
I mean, that's-
December will be a frozen wasteland.
Oh, that'd be
It sure
fun.
will.
But I like
It'll
Frozen
basically
Wasteland.
Be like
Canada.
Christmas. Be like Christmas Town.
No, not Christmas Town. Like death. Like we'll
Because
die
if-
there.
Hell
if
frozen over
current
death.
conditions are say anything, we're probably gonna have Christmas. I'm gonna have to wear shorts because it's gonna be 80 degrees.
Here,
Remember
it will not be 80
in
degrees.
The Empire Strikes Back when they were on the ice planet? That's Sault Ste. Marie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know how
20
hard it is to find short sleeve Christmas shirts? Very
hard at all.
difficult.
Probably not very hard.
Very
at all.
Any
difficult
shirt-
because everybody's like, oh, but it's gonna be cold, so all of your shirts are gonna be long sleeve, little Christmas sweaters. I'm like, no, it's 80 degrees.
Delana, you live with the internet. How hard is it to find anything? Like, what are you
But like
talking
with
about?
the right
yourself a
pair of
shirt.
scissors, any
Yeah, you
shirt
get
can be a
shirts.
short
No,
Yeah,
sleeve.
right. Like, what are we
Wait a
talking
second.
about?
Time
You're
out.
not wrong.
Time out.
Hold on.
Time out. Listen,
28-hour
if
drive to
you-
Grand
if
Rapids.
you're
It's
making
8 hours for me.
if you want a
28 for
short
me.
sleeve Christmas shirt, just make your own. Like all you got to do
Yeah.
is
So fly
you
to Des
can
Moines, Drayden,
simply
and you ride with me.
you can simply find the design that you like
get
and
$1,000.
tell a graphic
In
designer
Chicago.
that has
I
no
could pick up in
moral
Chicago.
compass, aka me, and they can steal it and put it on a T-shirt for you.
Hey, I could
Then
do
you have
that.
Christmas T-shirts. Perfect. Then just
He said no scissors,
Hey,
no
You
problem.
know what?
Be a
Liara
thief.
says
Be
hi,
a thief
and
in
I
the
like
night.
Liara, so I'm saying hi back to her. Liara,
Hi, Liara.
hi.
I said hi. Hi, Liara.
A thief in the
I
night.
like her.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
look
a
up for
good
Christmas stuff in
point.
Australian stores. There you go. But then it's
Yeah.
What do
usually
you
like
What do you
it's
like
usually
about
like 3
Liara?
days before when it occurs to me
She's
that I need to
so
get
much
I
short
don't
sleeve shirt, and then
think-
it's too late. So
Yeah,
I don't
like
know.
Christmas is a
person.
summer
I
holiday
like
in
Liara a
Australia.
lot. She's a great person.
Did you know?
I
Do you
didn't know
know
her.
what I like about Liara? One time I was staying far away from my home, and I didn't really know where I was going, so I needed something, right? And Liara was there for me. Told me about this place where you can get unlimited soup, salad, and breadsticks. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's your
God!
local Olive
Twice?
Garden.
Twice in one
You
night?
just double
Got it
dipped.
twice.
You just
You know
double
what?
dipped on us.
The second time was good. The first one
Egregious.
sucked. I liked the
Egregious.
second one. It was good.
No, the first one was like out of nowhere. The second one,
No, I liked the second
double
one.
dipping. You don't double
Was
dip.
also out of nowhere.
You can double
get
stamp and
dipped
triple
on.
stamp.
You
Get-
can't triple
get
stamp a double
double
stamp,
dipped
Lloyd.
on,
You can't triple
baby.
stamp a double stamp.
Lloyd,
Get double
Sorry.
dipped on, bro.
It was called Red Line. It was called. You can't triple stamp a double stamp.
I didn't triple stamp the double stamp. I double
tried,
stamped
though.
the single stamp.
No,
I will not triple stamp the single stamp, double stamp. I will, however, double
No,
triple the
Symbiotes ruled. Red Line, you crossed the line.
the red line. Oh yikes, my
he said
bad.
you're sipping back on Grandpa's old
Hey,
cough
you know what?
medicine.
I
do know who, though.
Can we
Get
do
the hell
like,
out of here.
Can we do like a giveaway for 500
get
Plex because I need to
Sure.
resub real fast because I want to host a.
I'm supposed to be
1v1
getting 1,000.
frigate
I haven't got
tournament.
it yet.
Oh wait. Are you saying you
Oh,
want
that's
to win
scary.
500 Plex or you want to give away 500 Plex?
I want to win 500 Plex.
Oh yeah,
because
no.
Sounds like you-
I'm fresh
Hey,
out.
Drake-
Drake,
need some
Drake,
subs.
do you have 2,000 Plex pieces? Let's give one away.
No, I'm fresh out.
You owe me 1,000.
Redline, just
500
tell
of
me
I
it.
your
sent
community
you.
to
I
give you
sent you
500
1,000.
Oh, did
What?
you?
Yeah.
Then let's give it back away. How do I do that?
Did you
Wait,
say just ask
did you
someone in
not
the
accept that
community to give me
contract?
In your
plex?
community, yeah.
No,
My
there was
community?
no contract
Which
there.
the
There's a
cesspool?
oh, it's
You've got a
it's
fairly large community,
It's
larger than
still
this one.
active for 15 days, so
I
you just
would-
haven't
I
accepted
would
it
say
yet.
When I
that
clicked
that
on
is
it, it
correct.
says nothing
Just
there.
hey, Drayden. Well,
But
Drayden, just
also
have him
they
do the
are
the
monkeys.
penny joke. Do the penny joke.
Oh,
Just
what
say
monkey?
just turn your one
They're
plex.
jack monkeys.
Just
Oh.
do it that way and see how many people turned in.
Was
Well,
that
I'm
like a
saying,
Jack
yeah,
in the Box
there's a
reference? What does that
contract
mean?
from me
No,
to
no,
Dom
no,
for
like a
1,000 plex,
banana?
15 days.
Cancel that and then do it again. There's not. It comes up as nothing. No
Bas-
contract found.
Basically, I'm just
Are you looking
right
at the
now,
right? You gotta look for outstanding
I'm looking
contracts.
for.
I do. I'm looking at it.
for
It
an
says no contract
opportunity
found.
to play the video game.
It's-
for
it's
free. I
active,
think I'm gonna
though.
start streaming it more.
I know. It comes up my list.
Outgrowth.
I click on it and there's
I
nothing
don't know
there.
what we're talking about anymore.
I
Weird.
think you could do it.
One more
There's
thing.
one contract assigned to you. I click on that. There's nothing there.
Just go to the tab called My Contracts.
There's nothing there. That's what I'm telling
I know,
you.
but well, then you gotta go owner, and go
Owner.
owner.
If you put a B in that, if you put a B in
Put your
front of that
name
word,
and then
it's owner.
status go outstanding, and then go search. Get contracts.
Sorry.
Wait, I need to ask this because otherwise I'm gonna forget. So where this meetup in Michigan? Where exactly is it?
Dave
Grand
and
Rapids.
Buster's.
Michigan.
Grand
Grand
Rapids?
Rapids.
Grand Creek.
Grand
Or
Rapids.
what is it? Which one
It's
is it?
Dave and
It's Grand
Buster's.
Rapids. We're Raid 9 will be there on the 20th of December. So we can pick you up on the way. We'll be leaving Iowa.
She's like 1,000 miles south of you guys. How are you gonna pick her
No,
up on the
yeah.
way?
well, she flies to either Des Moines or
Oh,
Chicago.
okay.
We'll
Yeah,
grab
we
her.
got trains and planes and snakes.
I don't know. Honestly, like
Listen, motherfucker.
an 8-hour car drive might kind of melt my brain a little bit. So
Okay.
I'm kind of
You can get a jump
looking
seat
at
for
the-
cheap.
If we get you in Chicago, it'll only be 4 hours from there or 3 hours from there.
okay. That's a good
It's 5 to
compromise.
for Raid and Night. It's 5 to Chicago and then 3 to Grand Forks.
Because if
Grand Rapids.
if you're gonna smell as bad as you say, then I don't know.
No, I
He
smell
smells
bad.
like a
There's
nursing
no doubt
home,
about
Dayton.
that. I smell like
Go
a
take
nursing
shower
home.
before the trip.
According
but
to
you
Drayden, I
you
smell like a
can't
nursing
wash-
home.
No, I'm not Drayden. I'm Redline 13. That's the
I'll
hero
smell
of the
better for
North, the
Redline.
infamous Sky Captain. Respect.
And then Skyhawk will be there.
'Cause,
Rain
like,
will be there.
Chicago is
and
is a really simple nonstop flight, easy peasy.
But
and
for real,
we
we forgot
in
to
all
let
honesty,
Astaroth explain the thing.
we
that I
have
asked
to
him.
drive through Chicago to get there, so we can stop and grab you.
Yeah,
Do you
and
realize
that's
that?
because New Orleans doesn't have a lot of places that are nonstop because
Chicago, everybody goes to
I don't
Chicago.
know. Well,
Even
yeah,
El-
so
even LB
everybody
goes
goes
to Chicago.
through Chicago. So
Okay,
that
hey,
would be
hold on, time out. Wait a second.
Are you not bouncing through Memphis and then going straight up to Chicago?
Because
Shut
Memphis
up.
is awful.
Did we cover all of the Eve stuff?
No, we didn't come close.
Okay, what's
I
left?
just had
No,
to
I
throw
think we
that in
did.
there before I
Tom,
forget.
I want-
Okay,
I want
now
more.
continue.
Tom,
complete
it
the
doesn't
discussion
exist
on
because you already
so-
accepted it.
What about this MER? What's going
What
on with
about the
that?
breacher pods? Did we discuss that?
We talked about the breacher pods, yeah.
Did
Yeah.
we?
That was
Enough?
the best thing we talked about. The thing's
Lily
in-
is being cute
so
behind
fucking
me.
I
cool.
want the skills, and I
Everyone
want you to
look.
give it to me,
Lily
LB.
Rose.
This is why
I
I'm bringing
know
it up
you-
again. I want you to give me
You
the
told me.
skills. Give me him.
He
Okay.
wants a discount, dude. He's gonna ask
Now,
for a
the
friend
MER,
discount, like he knows you.
there's some stuff on there I want to talk about.
Like what?
Oh,
The fact that how much of the fucking value of Eve apparently the
Okay.
Imperium owns.
So check it out. Here's the thing. If you want to flex like that, though,
I
what
do.
are you
I
fucking
do want
doing
to.
with it? What are you doing with it? You're literally.
Yeah,
you're
Dom,
I
what are you
own-
doing with it?
you're-
I
like,
own
the
point
biggest thing.
zero.
doing with it.
Biggest thing that Geeks
Zero
have done with their assets
to
in the last
3%
5
of it.
years is move them.
Yeah,
Are you
I'm
kidding
excited
me?
by this. I'm excited by it because it shows me
All right, you're
how much
you're
there is
apparently
out there.
immune to this strategy because you're too drunk. You're too drunk to
I
be
enjoy
offended.
it. I like this kind of stuff.
While I
Being
agree with
offended?
Redline, can we reflect on how he said, what do you mean to boot that? And he really went Canadian
boot-
with it.
Me,
Yeah,
who?
he definitely did.
I
You
said that?
did. No, Redline did.
No.
He went
No.
Canadian as fuck. I was listening to you. I walked away. I was having no
No,
distraction
I
with my stuff.
didn't. No, I
You
didn't,
listen.
Canadian.
My
Redline,
culture is not your costume. Stop it.
You did.
I'm
So,
listen.
yeah, respect
Okay,
him.
so here's the thing. Sometimes I
Dream
like
about
to
cheese.
I mimic accents, and Canadian
Doesn't
a
come out that well.
Canadian kind of thing is one of them. It's not on purpose. Like I'm
It's not good
meaning,
either,
It's
yeah.
just it's not. A
I hear
joke,
on
it
I
just
hear not on
happens.
purpose, but that means that you're admitting that like you very likely did, right? Because like that's what I
What?
heard and people did.
No, I must have, but I
Yeah,
didn't mean
okay, that's
to.
fair.
It wasn't.
That's
on,
fair.
it
That's
wasn't
fair.
a- it wasn't a thing.
I can
I
respect that.
wasn't harshing
I don't
your
think you were
vibe,
making like a dig at
bro.
anybody.
I would never want to talk.
But
like
you're from
Canadian.
northern
Now I'm making a
places,
dig at
and
you.
it's real close to the border, and
Yeah,
these
yeah,
things
yeah.
happen.
I'm from up north, you know.
These things happen,
What
and
part
I
of North-
enjoy
are
them
you in
because
the
they're
north? You're in
exotic to
Michigan?
my ears. That's all I'm
Me?
saying.
You're not in Michigan, are you?
Yes. What do you mean?
Ugh,
Why
really?
wouldn't I be in Michigan, dude? It's the
Is it-
best state.
Michigan's awful.
It's the best state in these
Dom,
50.
Dom just like I think unintentionally made like the brother
No, I
Brother,
didn't.
like you're from
Grady,
Michigan like
It was not
Listen,
unintentional. It was
what's
not
that
unintentional.
brother?
It was intentional.
You know what?
It was
The air here
intentional.
is fresh because we have more trees than anyone could ever imagine.
Yeah, I always heard
Mm,
that
smells so
Michigan
good.
blows because Wisconsin sucks.
No,
Mm.
Michigan
That
doesn't
seems
blow. Michigan's great. It's the
believable.
greatest state.
Yes.
It's the greatest state in these 50.
Now,
and
when you're
you'll
from
respect
Iowa,
it.
you guys both blow and
Fuck
suck.
Iowa, dude. Suck it. Suck it, dude. Get
Suck
better
it.
at
Has anybody
football,
ever
huh?
said anything good about Iowa?
Yeah,
Outside
better
of
at-
except
Dom?
me.
Get
Except
better
me.
football teams, Dominark, huh? How about that? Let's get better football
Oh.
teams.
Really? Because we're 7-1. Now, what's Michigan?
Oh yeah? I don't know. You
What's
tell me.
Michigan?
Oh
They're
Tell
yeah.
me,
6 and
tell me.
3, I think. 6
Oh
and
yeah,
3.
bud.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
yeah,
What
but-
about that? What about
Michigan
those
Michigan
Oh,
State,
those
5 and 5.
Detroit
yeah, bud.
Lions?
Yeah,
we
How's
don't-
your NFL team doing?
Our
Oh,
NFL,
wait a second.
Our NFL
Hold on
team
one second.
kicks ass because it's Detroit.
You're
Hmm.
you're
Wait a
close.
second.
Wait, no. You're closer to the fucking Vikings.
Fucking Kansas
You're
City
closer to the
Chiefs.
Bears.
No, the
Your
Chiefs.
team
The
sucks.
Chiefs are
The
unfortunately where I live. It's the
The
Chiefs.
Bears.
We're like
Who
2
dat?
hours. We're like 2
Or
hours
are
from
you
Kansas
closer
City.
to the
dat?
Broncos? Maybe you really
No.
suck.
Chiefs.
We don't talk
Not-
about the Saints this season. We
Actually,
don't.
not-
tomorrow
Yeah, the
I'm
Saints
going
are
to be
pretty bad.
at
Saints
Arrowhead
any
Stadium
season,
watching
yeah.
my team play
Except
Kansas.
for one
Hey, man,
season,
shut
they
up.
won a Super Bowl with Drew Brees.
My team's pretty fucking
It
bad. But the
was-
fight
it was
is
a
like,
fluke.
even though
We
my team's-
acknowledge
Yes,
that.
it was a
my
fluke.
team's
is
doing
really
so
bad.
bad, but the
Thank you for
whole
that, Red
NFC West is so fucking bad that like even though my team
makes the Eagles
sucks,
look
they're like
good.
not that far bad. They're
Well,
not
They
that
make
far
the
back.
Eagles look
That's
good,
hard.
don't they?
That's hard to do.
Like, what, fucking
Um,
Arizona's in the top of the division. How the
I
fuck does
know
that happen?
shit. Isn't
How
that
the
crazy?
fuck does that
Okay,
happen? But
okay,
we're
hold
only
up.
like 1 or 2
We're
games
gonna
back,
lose
so it's not
LB
even
if
that
we
bad.
talk about sports.
Yeah, that's true.
Tamara wants one sentence to describe the expansion. Does anyone else want to try
okay.
this before I try it?
One sentence.
Fun.
I want you to
Fun.
try it first, just to see how you go.
Eve
But I want to
is
go
fun.
second.
All
I'm gonna
right.
go
My sentence is packed with content that no one will participate in.
Ouch.
Okay.
Scarab duration too long.
That's not how Red Line
Okay.
number 2 goes, but sure.
So listen. What do you mean nobody's
Chaotic
going to
coding
participate with
for
it?
confused people.
Which part of it you think nobody's going to participate in? The mercenary dens?
The mercenary dens, they're not going to do
Okay,
that.
but that's
Just
like
that's a
that's
farming
like the
tactic. No one's gonna
crab-
do that.
They're
in
It's
the-
not-
gonna get counter
crab
used.
beacon. That's
They're
the
not
crab
going to
beacon level
go. They're not going to go build the ships because no one wants to do enough relic sites to do it, and they're not going to do the mercenary dens to do it. So they're not going to get the
Symbiote-
scarab pods because they're going to be like they're broken and no one wants to use them.
So
Well, they're
Symbiote
broken,
No
so
one's
everyone
gonna
wants to
use-
use them. But
promise revitalization.
The Skinner stuff, and then no one's going to do the core projects.
Symbiote says
and that's it.
TCP promise revitalization.
Dang.
Where is the revitalization? Where are we seeing it?
Oh, are we going to get into this? Because we can get into this.
Are we seeing it? Where are we seeing it?
I know on Sunday we were talking about like what were the
I am
thrilling
entertained.
what
Thank
was
you.
anything what was thrilling about anything that's been released? Like, and I still don't see anything thrilling about like this new
So
expansion.
thrilling is a
Cam-
very
Camber-
personal
Remember, I
thing.
do. I usually
Yeah.
use the Corp tools, and we've used the Corp projects extensively and enjoyed every aspect of it. Right, and I look
it's
forward
hit
to
and
them
miss.
expanding that and
Good for
making it.
you, old man River.
Fuck off! I like
And
it.
LB,
It's fun.
I don't know if you remember that lyric to that song. It might have been back in the 90s, but it was "If you're bored, then you're boring." And I think that's also
You, Brendan.
applicable here.
There you go.
Hey,
I'm not
maybe.
the only person who uses them.
I'm
Fuck
not
you.
saying that I'm not going to do it, but I am saying that all of Nullsec is going to go. "Eh." and they're not going to fucking do mercenary dens or anything else.
No,
I think they'll
well,
turn, I think they'll
I
turn
want
Mercenary
to. I
Dens
think.
into a PvE opportunity for the Alliance.
Yeah,
I think they'll do it on purpose, right?
I
mean,
yeah,
We'll use
I-
it in the opposite way that it was
Alliance on their
intended.
own-
Yeah,
to
yeah.
be.
Like, I
Some
don't
alliances
think
have
groups in
already
Nullsec are going to use
said-
mercenary dens offensively. I think Nullsec groups are going to use mercenary dens to farm
Agreed.
the whatever it's called
Absolutely.
This is
to
the first
get
time
ships
Drayden's
for
ever
themselves.
said anything smart. This is the first time.
Like,
Drayden said something
they're
smart.
going to use it on. They're going
Everybody
to
gets
set
one.
up. They're going to set up
Everybody gets
skyhooks
one.
on systems that they don't
Everybody gets
care
one.
about.
This is year one, baby.
They're going to
This is year
set
one.
skyhooks on systems they don't care about the workforce on, and they're going to farm the what's the thing called?
The
I don't
encrypted
know.
infomorphs.
They're going to farm the
Yeah.
infomorphs to
Background.
then get the ships. That's what they're
You
going to
and
do.
I.
Like
dude, I'm
that's
telling you,
they're
you
going to
and I
use
are
it on their own
fucking
shit.
bros.
They're
I'm
not going to
fucking
use
love
it
you.
offensively. That's what I'm saying.
Mhm.
So
We're on the same page.
It's a
There's nothing
mechanic.
else
It's a
to do.
mechanic.
Rob.
It's a mechanic to
Dude,
get the ship
You
in the
and I
game.
are about the same brain.
But it's not going to be used the way that CSP. CSP wants people to use it as a conflict driver offensively, and that's not how it's going to be used. I don't think.
There's 5 reasons why I love Akaroth, right? Number 1, he's super smart. Number 2,
Is there only 5?
he's got a great personality. Is that 3 or 2? 3. Number 4, look at him. Look at him. He's a sexy motherfucker, right? And number 5, I fucking love Akaroth. I'll tell you
Well,
right now.
These are all valid points.
You're
yeah,
valid. They're valid. Yeah,
basically.
I've done.
These are more
I'm
valid than
sorry.
you being a nullsec
So-
Redline. I
so-
don't want to hear your lip.
Bro.
Bro.
What makes me not a nullsecker then, dude?
The fact that you don't live or operate
No
as a
sass
nullsec.
mouth.
I do
Red
live and
line?
operate in
Red line.
nullsec.
No
I'm
more
in
sass
No,
mouth.
nullsec
you
right
don't.
now. What do you mean?
No more sass mouth from Redline. No
I'll
more sass
sass
mouth.
mouth.
You
I'll
you
sass
don't.
mouth
Redline.
every day.
No
What do you mean?
more
Why not?
smash mouth.
I
No
mean
more
what I
sass-
exactly just said. You don't live or operate out of
Redline.
nullsec.
I'm gonna give you a
That's
piece of.
what
I'm
that
gonna,
I
give,
do.
I'm gonna give a piece of Redline advice to Redline.
Piece
Marriage
of red
advice.
line advice.
Don't tell your wife. Don't sass mouth me. She won't think it's funny.
She will actually, and then she.
Can we
Yeah,
talk
my
about the
My wife thought it was
rejuvenation?
funny too.
What's the rejuvenation?
Don't
Rejuvenation.
sass
Are you
mouth me.
feeling
bitch.
rejuvenated?
Hmm. Is
I
this a
wouldn't say
cult?
bitch, that'd
I
get
didn't
divorced,
either.
but-
Because my wife's upstairs.
This is a
She didn't
cult.
hear me.
What?
Rejuvenation cult. Let's hear it.
No, we talked about the rejuvenation and how it's not rejuvenated. But here's the thing.
What's
I
the
think-
rejuvenation cult.
I think a lot of people have a different definition of rejuvenation. So some people thought, rejuvenation of nullsec, the Rorquals are coming back. We'll be able to print disk. We'll be able to fucking hashtag already replaced. The Delve Tive unit will now be the Tenerifis time unit.
That's right.
Like, the Land of Milk and Honey is about to come back, and
TTU.
we're all gonna sub
you,
billion-esque fucking dread hulls are gonna be a thing, and that's the rejuvenation that they
I'm
wanted,
in for it. That
and then they
that
didn't
makes
get
dread
that.
fights happen, right?
But like, you have to zoom out a little more and look at what nullsec was way before the Rorqual period, right? And there were still like stories and wars and action and content before the Rorqual. And I think that's what CCP wanted to get people back to, was giving them a conflict driver, which was some of this space sucks and some of this space is good. And if you want to be good, you should move to the good space. So 2 blocks should have collided on the coast of Tenerifis and had a fight over it. But instead, we just had 1 block move there and everybody else sat exactly where they were and nothing changed. Mostly because when they heard the rejuvenation wasn't what they thought it was going to be, everybody screeched into the ether about how terrible it was and had everything that was planned rolled back to the point where there's no point in even having an Equinox anymore. Why don't you just fucking put the Pocos back and call it a fucking day? Because nothing has changed. Jump bridges are the same. Fucking Sov is the same. Sites are the same. The mining sucks, but ooh, who cares? Like fucking nothing. You can't build anything anyways. So like rejuvenation, yeah, it could have been rejuvenated, but like instead you've smothered the baby in the cradle and now there's nothing. So
Are you suggesting that
You
Tenerifis
smothered
is
my
actually
baby?
the promised
What the
land?
fuck are you talking about?
yeah, that's why they moved there, right?
No,
They moved there. They moved there because that space was supposed to be better than Delve with the
It's
new
better,
Equinox system.
better than what they had. It's not the promised
Right.
land.
Right.
So when you
Promised land.
what
is
you just
strong
said, which
lands.
was
Away from me.
proposing like this is going to be the new hot shit and this is what people are going to fight over or whatever. Like no, it's not. It's better than what they had though, and
Womp,
that's
womp,
fine.
womp.
Delve
Right.
was, good in some eras and bad in some eras, and
But
it
there
was
should
all
have
about
been some
perspective.
shifting of the borders, and people should have moved around. And there should have been some sort of conflict to.
When you say should
That's-
have, you mean Imperium should have actually shot their enemies.
Well, maybe their enemies shouldn't have just retreated back into the drone lands at the same time, though.
not?
Too.
Akros, can I
Like,
ask you a question?
You're
Wouldn't that
talking
have
about-
been a good idea
you're
to
talking
try to
about a
deny
thing
your
where
enemy their
they're-
movement?
When is FanFest next year?
May 20-ish.
I mean-
I don't even fucking.
No,
I
no,
don't
it's
think so.
like it's May
Because there's
1st
no
through
May
reason. There's no
First-
reason
Second
for
through fourth,
anybody.
something
yeah,
like
like
that.
first
Second
through
through
third or
fourth?
something. It's
You
the
sure?
first
Yeah,
first
it's
week.
that first
There
weekend
was no
of May.
reason for anyone to
Thursday
deny
to Saturday,
viewers
first week of
taking
May.
Tenerifis, frankly.
Well, isn't that what people want? People want conflict, right? People want something to do in the game. So
Yeah.
why don't you just fucking have a conflict then? So
Well,
if goons are
that's
moving
like-
to Tenerifis and you're living right next door to it, why are you letting them move in Tenerifis?
Who
We
lives
were
right next
shooting
door
when
to
we
you?
get- we were
I
we
mean,
were
it's
shooting when they
good
get there.
for the goose, and it's good for the gander. That's the thing.
Both
It's
birds.
all good.
Still don't know.
Sorry.
Both good birds, yeah.
Yeah, those are both good birds.
Yeah, it's good. They're good birds. But also,
the short-term
Tenerifis
outcome
is
is-
not right next to them.
Yeah,
it's a
it's
few
like-
regions away, but we're
It's a
there.
few, bro. What do you mean? It is 4 regions away at best.
well, I mean, like
At
we're
best.
where
It's
we're
close.
where we're deployed.
but it is
it's like
not
2
bordering,
regions away.
and
but
so do not believe it as such.
It's an Amencia, a Wicked Creek, a Scalding Pass, a Great Wildlands away.
And in
or
the same
any
sense
other
of
sort
Great and Grail Wildlands is a long distance if you get stuck in there.
referring
Right.
to
Or it's
someone
tough.
as retreating or pulling back, I'm not sure where you might be referring to because that's not.
Yeah,
part
no.
of those
Well, they
things.
were fighting. They were fighting in Catch, and they were fighting in Curse, and they were fighting in fucking those
Yeah, like-
those spaces,
Like
right?
about
And then-
150 people were. Yeah.
right. So
And on occasion, you would get like a set piece battle, which is like, yeah, that's when people come out is when you see big pings or something. But no,
Right.
that's not a thing.
Mm.
None of the move had anything to do with making it advance. Like that's 100%. I could say that to it, to the core of
You don't know.
my existence.
You
No, I
weren't
actually
in the
do.
room. You weren't in the room.
I was actually,
No, you weren't.
but that's fine, Elby. Sorry, I'm still doing
I
that.
just think
I've always done that.
I just think that there is an opportunity here for a shakeup to occur, and in that shakeup, there could have been content and conflict. And instead of content and conflict, what we got was bitching and moaning, and then a rollback of everything.
I agree.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm with you
So
on that.
the rejuvenation wasn't the return of the Delve Time unit, and people fucking lost their minds.
I don't.
So
think
here's the thing. There's a lot of people on this dais who do not live or operate on a regular basis in nullsec. I'm not going to name names. People know
Oh
who they
my
are.
god, Akarat.
But some of these
You're
people do.
such a
Hey, wait,
prick.
wait.
Why are you
What are you
such a
talking?
prick
Wait,
right now,
Redline.
dude?
I'm speaking. What are you talking about?
He's
Like,
talking about me,
you're-
Redline. I don't
you're
live in
talking-
nullsec.
You're
There's a
talking
lot of
shit,
people
dude. You got no
on
reason
this
to talk
dais
shit.
who
We're
do
all
not
qualified
do not
people
live
to
and
speak.
operate in nullsec
You
on
don't
a regular
operate in a
basis.
capacity that matters.
I'm not sure what you're saying. I'm trying to speak right now. But there's a lot of people who do not do those things, but there are some people who do those things. Equinox obviously was geared at those people. I think there was some really bold changes that were proposed and were initially, sent to, delivery. Although obviously we've seen some modifications on those over time. Some people have different theories as to why that is. A lot of people think the CSM and or lobbying and this, that, and the other, and that may be the case. I think that the originally proposed ideas were really fun and exciting. And they would have been a nerf initially. Like for the brief moment initially, they absolutely would have been nerfed in nullsec. And I, as a person who lives and operates in nullsec on a regular basis and has for about a decade, maybe 15 years or so. Like I get that, but I actually was looking forward to the shakeup. Like I've done the whole fucking be a no block guy. There's a lot of stability that comes from it, and if you're introspective or whatever, like you get that. Like it could be fun to have some shakeup where it's like, okay, we got to adapt a little. Like we're not putting ourselves entirely on the back foot, but like we have to shake things up. I think it would have been really fun and worth sticking to their guns for a little longer, if nothing else, to just be like, hey, maybe just try it out. Just like if it's broken, if it falls on its face on day one, then we'll go back to the drawing board. Like we'll modify, we'll tweak the dials, et cetera, et cetera. I
Yeah.
think they succumbed way too quickly and way too soon, and now we are essentially back at pre-Equinox changes. Which I mean, there's a little bit of a dial turn there, but there's not a major dial turn at all. And we might as well have never had Equinox on like the grand scale. And I'm not saying
lot
we
of
shouldn't
people-
have had. I'm saying we might as well not have had because it didn't change much after they dialed it back so much. Like it did change
They could-
something,
they-
but like, sorry, go ahead.
I mean, like a lot of people really liked the fights that were coming out with that change with the skyhooks, and it was like everybody like it got cranked way back, and
Yeah, and I'm
people
not
weren't
even
really
specifically
happy.
aiming at that one, but you're not wrong. That's the thing, is even as a nullseeker, and again, as a person who actually lives and operates in nullsec all the fucking time, I'm not trying to, put a fucking sticker on myself or a bumper sticker or something, being like, I wave the flag. I do this thing once in a while or something. I've done this for many, many years. I actually thought those were exciting changes. Like they were going to be uphill. Like I wholly note that, but they were going to be
Actually, one-
exciting. Like it was, we already knew we had the good footing. It wasn't going to throw us on our head entirely. It was going to be change. It was going to be a little bit of adaptation. It was going to be a little bit uphill. It was never going to sink any of the major ships. I don't fear for the existence of the null status quo or anything. Like I thought it was going to be exciting and fun and different, and maybe just throw some monkey wrenches at things. And essentially over time they dialed the dials back so far that it literally ended up as no change. Like very little, if not no change. And that
Did you notice that
sucks,
the map?
'cause now we've had a huge expansion and a bunch of different changes and a bunch of shit that I have to do different with no material change. Like
Yeah,
there
no
was
material change, no reward for
I
it.
don't want to bump them on the head or anything, but it was like if you wouldn't have done that, like it was real. It could have been just we would have all adapted. It would be the new thing eventually, whatever. Not everybody's going to be happy with any change, but I thought it had merits, and I think they've dialed it back enough to this point that we
Yeah,
are
pointless.
just literally just doing null was already doing null, and we're just going to keep doing null, and we don't have to have adventures, and that sucks.
You actually notice something about the maps though, like because that new skyhook feature they put into the maps drives me absolutely crazy because it just floods it. But it's like almost all the skyhooks except for theft are all on the east. Like nobody else is really using them as much.
I don't think that's the case at the
Yeah.
moment, but
Well, but what I'm looking
But
at
that
because
being
like if you look, yeah,
well,
but it just it
but you
doesn't. It
understand
just
the way the
doesn't-
window works, because I mean,
Yeah.
Kestrel, Suetonia told us this. Like
Mhm.
the way the windows are going to shift is there's a granular aspect to how they're going to falter, and over time they will have a much wider variance. But
Mhm.
initially, there's not going to be a huge variance. Like we know this at this point because it's been told to us.
Well,
I'm
that's
not
the
sure if
thing's
that's
gonna be very
exactly what you're saying, but I
interesting.
think that might be what you're
No, what he's
Well, I'm
saying
saying
is
the
that the only ones that he
concentration.
sees on the map are on the east because those are the ones that are set to USTZ. The other ones are set to EUTZ. So you'd see them in EUTZ.
Okay.
What I'm usually on most of the time, so usually I'm looking at it, but the majority of the time I'm seeing they're going active is always in the east.
Well, there's
Okay.
no
So
way
it's
for
probably
the West not to use it. You have to use it with the new soft. They're using them. You're just not seeing.
No,
the
no, no, no.
timers.
They're not
Either-
using them. They're not using them. Millen is correct. He's
Whoa,
got this in the bag.
wait. Hold the phone. Say that again.
What's the phone call? Is there a phone call?
I was asking for confirmation. Can you connect the line?
I can. So a lot of people on the dais don't have any experience with like leading fleets and things like that. As someone
I
who
assume some of these
does,
people are that way.
as someone who does, I'm just kidding.
Clear the shit out of that throat. Go ahead.
Stop it, dude. Leave me alone. No, but I think that Equinox, as it was initially going to be released, would have been a shakeup, but not the kind of shakeup that you'd want that would create a bunch of content. I think taking it down to almost no change is also not a shakeup, but Nullsec doesn't want a shakeup. That's the thing.
But that's what they're always asking for.
So
Give
Are
us
they, though?
conflict drivers. Give us
Oh, I meant
something to
Delana's
do.
room.
That's all
Those are
they
the
ever
Are they-
fucking
are
yell
they, though?
about.
hold up, wait a
And
second.
here's where I'm with
Well,
Redline.
people on
is,
Reddit
they,
are.
though?
A conflict
People on Reddit
driver,
are.
a conflict
You know about a vocal
driver,
minority.
a conflict driver and content are two different things, right?
I've
Yeah.
got a
Because
conflict driver. All
The
Right,
biggest
confessions are
conflict
over.
driver is in Dom's pants.
It
But
is.
bang.
For sure. So here's the thing. With my big conflict driver, I'm going to bed. And
His
I
big
love you
That'll
guys.
C.
happen.
His
I
big
love
But
you.
C.
so conflict drivers, right? Conflict drivers are what
By Dom.
causes the
He wasn't
player
kidding.
to want to engage in combat. Conflict drivers are most commonly some sort of a reward, and this reward can be in denying your enemy sovereignty, denying your enemy access to something that they want, their their economy. It can also it can be a bunch of things. But
If you have
content,
depreciating economy
the
system, that can actually drive
content
content.
is the battlefield through which these conflict drivers, the story is resolved, right? That's where people write their stories is in the content. But right now there's neither. Like the skyhooks were pretty good. With the windows it makes it worse. And I mean crab beacons, you can see those on the map, so those should be those should be like content points. But like no one wants to come defend the shit because it dies so fast. Because they've made the ships that use the content shit. That's it.
I've always thought they should. I've always thought they should maybe shrink rogue beacons in layers, so like you actually will use smaller ships and subcaps. Now their rewards would go down, but then you'd have more targets to shoot at. You know, the lowest being a cruiser level ship, and it wouldn't be
No
like the
one
Abyss.
wants
People would be
to
on the
fight.
grid.
No one wants to fight cruisers, dude. Like that's not the ideal target. You don't want to go on a roam with 20 to 50 of your friends and be like, we caught 3 Ishtars or some other shit like that. That's lame. Like what I'm saying
No.
is, so when Rorquals were out and about, Rorquals gave you a time window. You had 7 minutes to be able to. You had at least 7 minutes to be able to prepare the defense and jump to that Rorqual to save it. That shit was hype. That shit was lit as fuck. But now everything that's out
Some
in
days,
space
yeah.
just dies so quickly. No, dude, it was so cool.
It wasn't
one
always.
time-
It was
like,
for
one time-
much of the initial, but like we already developed past it, and the nature of how Rorquals worked was at some point you didn't give a shit anymore because you printed more Rorquals. Like that was the downside to that.
But you would
I was
still
just
drop
gonna
to
say
save-
that.
You would still drop
No,
to save
you-
the Rorquals though.
You could, and absolutely you could, and that
You-
was
you
I will
would.
admit that was like the that was the voluntary content, right? If you wanted something, you could create taps for it, and that's perfectly fine. I don't think it was guaranteed, and at some point it didn't matter, and that's kind of the point. And I don't know that you could ever always make it matter. Like I understand Goon just moved 40% of the game, you know, active wealth across the MER, you know, across a regional gate, and so we all see, you know, what.
Get to the point. Tell me the story.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at.
I'm saying whaling is not the fix all. Like that was that not clear?
It's
Like
a fix
that's fun
something,
for a little
though.
while. No, it was fun for a little while, but when the whaling culture, because of how whales were, that was the game meta. Whaling became because of Rorquals just were free and, you know, whatever, they were plenty. It also is an exacerbating issue to where it doesn't matter at some point what they are. Like nobody gives a fuck. You can whelp Rorquals all day, and then it's like, hey, we killed a Rorqual. Like have a, you know, we had a great time as a fleet. Did you? Like,
I mean,
they're everywhere. It didn't mean anything.
It sounds like you had a different experience with killing Rorquals than I did, because I was like, I wasn't.
It sounds
just
like
killing
null
them, but it
suckers
was
who
also
people who were
defending
actually
them,
doing this
right?
every day, and I was actually defending them as well. Redline, please tell me how you know more about the null experience of the last 10 years than I do. And I'm not trying to be shady, and I'm not trying to
So
be
how
too
I'm
disingenuous, but like,
so
please tell me how you actually know that.
fleets have you led?
I've led quite a few, and I would
How
not
many?
say that I've led more than you. That's not.
Would you
something I'm trying
would
to
you say
promote.
hundreds?
No, I would not at all.
Tens?
I would say tens. Yeah, I
Okay,
would
so
say in
tens.
the dozens. Sure. Yeah.
So
but
so
but that
then
I
we're
think that
we're on
is
the same.
immaterial on the economic scale and the effects on the gameplay of Rorqual era. Like, if
Well,
you're gonna say
who's
that just Rorquals all
who's
day is
talking
all good
about?
for wait, give me a
I
second.
didn't
If you're
say
gonna
it
say
was all
Rorquals
good.
all day is good for whaling and for FCs, and we should just perpetually have fucking Rorqual era,
Can we
at
go
some
back?
point that doesn't
Can we go
matter
back to the
anymore.
tape and
That
repeat
doesn't
what I
matter
actually
anymore.
said? And then can
And
we repeat when you asked me a question
So what did you
and
actually say?
you want an answer? So where I think my experience differs from yours is that my experience was solely in leading fleets and solely in providing content for literally thousands of people on a daily basis. That's what I did.
Thousands
And
on a daily basis. Okay. Go ahead.
yeah,
I discredit,
I
but go
mean,
ahead.
you discredit what? I was in an alliance with
Go ahead.
35,000 people, and any fleet
Okay.
that I pinged had at least 200 people in it, and I would do 3 to 4 a day. I don't know, you do the math.
I hear you all did, bud. Go ahead.
And that's where my experience differs.
So when
So
your experience, go ahead.
yeah, so in my what do you want me to say now?
I was saying continue. That's what I said. Like, go ahead.
Yeah, what do you want me to
Alright,
say
guys.
next?
You were speaking before.
Okay,
Right.
You know,
No, I
okay,
finished.
So in
I'm
my
dying
experience with
and getting
leading
a
hundreds
rough.
and thousands of people,
Yeah. What do you that I don't that's where our experience differs. That's what you wanted to know.
and then you that's
That's what you asked me, and I told you. You said, "How does our experience like where do I know more about you? More about something than you?" And that's where I know more about you, more about it than you. That's right, that's the answer to the question. I
so
didn't say the Roqualera
the
was
answer to
bad.
the
I said that there's
perpetual issue
conflict
of
drivers
what's
and there's
going on
content,
wrong with the game,
and then I
with
provided an
content,
example of
with
content.
nullsec, with lowsec, with any of them, is we need to bring back whaling.
Who said that?
I'm obviously, hopefully, being facetious at this point, but let's go with it.
No, let's not go with it. Let's go with what I
Well, then
said,
fucking
which
continue
that there
your
was
point.
that there
Please.
were
Because
that
now I'm
there's
filling in blanks.
that there's conflict drivers and then there's content. That's all I was saying. And then I was giving an example of content as Rorquals because you had a time limit to where you could get a response there. And it was quick. And yeah, you're probably right. It did get to the point where it got to the fuck you levels of like who cares. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the two different things and how you need to have a conflict driver to create the desire to go and do things. And then you need to have the content, which would be the things to do.
Who's responsible for creating the conflict driver?
The people.
I would think the player should be. I mean, there should be some part of the drive, and then the content drivers should be like CCP can do a little bit of some stuff, but then it's more about you as the actual.
Why are there
player.
alleged null suckers on Reddit screaming at CCP to create conflict drivers then?
Well, because
do they just not understand the game?
Right. Yeah, it's psychology.
Why are they
at
being
a level.
upvoted en masse then? How is that?
Because they're all line members. And like
Wait, Redline, don't throw this shade. You're one of
Why
us.
not?
You've been saying this all night.
I'm not. It.
Go on.
Everybody it's a Reddit, dude. And it's goons. Goons use Reddit more than anyone else. And they have this current fucking campaign that the game sucks. And that's why. But here's the thing, right? Is that so there's two facets to conflict drivers. CCP has a responsibility of creating them into the sense that they need to be something that players are going to want, and the players just have to want it and go and get it and put in the effort to go and get it. But it has to be
Well,
worth
risk
it.
reward for the time spent. That's the big problem too. That's the biggest
Also
part of the equation.
grudges, right? Like grudges are big conflict drivers, but there's not really anybody that's got big grudges anymore. as was indicated by the fact that goons are able to move easily into
I think that's what people are
Tenerife,
highlighting lately,
right?
right? Like the grudges,
Um,
we've dragged them on for so long. Like
yeah,
we
it's
know the
not
grudge,
fun
but like
anymore.
it's not new or fresh.
It has no
It doesn't.
value now.
It,
It's like
it
no.
it's not that it doesn't exist, but it's not new or fresh. It's not an innovative idea to inspire anyone. Yeah,
But
that's all I'm
here's the
saying.
thing, though, right? So think of it this way. So you've got the crab beacons are one of the biggest, most recent additions of content in the game, right? And as far as that goes, you are if you're gonna wail on that, like you're attacking a dread, and at that point, how quickly can you kill a dread?
Very
It's very fast. So you're creating this content that is indefensible. You can't actually defend it because yeah, you might get some
You
kills
can.
on stragglers if they're leaving.
It's difficult.
Yeah, it's very difficult.
Right.
So what I'm saying is that some sort of like you in order to make the content worth it and be able to have it be done, it's got to have a time to it to where people can defend, people can attack. You have to be able to hold your ground and stay on grid. I think that's a big thing. And there's
Is
just
that to
not
say
enough
that
time
you?
anymore.
Is that to say that you think the Involved timer was? And I'm not trying to say this is a gotcha or anything. Like you think the Involved timer is a
Panic?
like?
Yeah, I like Panic.
Yeah, sorry, the panic timer. Yes, that's what I was referring to. Okay,
Yeah,
that's fair.
I think Panic
I
was
don't disagree
always
with
a
that.
little
That's fair.
I think Panic was always a little too long.
Yeah,
But I
that's
mean,
fair.
you got to have one or you
But
could
it give that counterplay. Yeah.
yeah. But also I
Well,
think
but now with
any ship that should be able to jump to a Sino should be able to lie to Sino, frankly.
I just no, I don't.
You
well,
what?
and there's also
I was gonna say I disagree, but no, it's like no, I don't. I want every ship to light a Sino because
No, I mean
well,
I'm
I
from
just
an
put a
alliance
limit
who
on it to just
traditionally lights Sinos.
if the ship can jump to a Sino, it can light a Sino. Simple as that.
well, the other problem also is now because of these newer ships and weapons coming into play, that makes even the whole defense argument very difficult, even more so.
Who's
Because
giving me a
when you
struggle on my defense?
remember the DOT. If you read the list, it actually talks about if the ship's larger, the damage begins to get proportionally, percentage-wise, larger
Yeah.
as it is.
Uh-huh.
That
And then
sounds
they
like one
even
of
go
those
they
Tamara
bypass
problems.
they bypass the panic as well.
Oh yeah. But it's a maximum, right? It's like a maximum of 1,000 per tick. It's not that much
Well,
damage.
they said a very interesting note in there where it says that if somebody tags the ship, if there's two that tag, the stronger one will apply first. Once
The
that one
stronger one will
times
apply
off,
only.
well then it also says the other one will be passively waiting to activate.
Cues are
You
hard,
read the note, it says that.
and the British understand
Passively
it, and I don't
waiting.
respect them for it. I'll let it be known.
English?
Yeah, those people too.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'll tell them.
Interesting.
We'll have to see when the new weapons come online because that will probably, I mean, it might even spook people from even bringing the big stuff out. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you about that because it's going to be very interesting because it's a question mark that if you don't have value for the big stuff to be thrown around or to
Here's
attract the attention of stuff, and then
here's
it's
the
going to
thing.
be yes.
Even if it stacks forever, still only a maximum of 1,000 every tick. Can easily outrep it. It's fine. They'd be alright. No worries. Caps, do your thing. Never
Do
stop.
your thing, bud.
Well, if
Search
you got everything else
strike.
if we got everything on the deck, that might not be a very fun moment for some people.
That
If you
sounds like a weak
combine
deck,
certain
and you should have figured that out during construction and/or
well,
planning.
that might be interesting to
As
see
cross
how
beams, structural
yeah.
integrity is never not important. I think
Mhm.
most people know that. LB's trying to build a garage. He knows that firsthand.
Yeah.
I just think we'll have to just see how it plays out first. Because then there's gonna be some combination of weapons and systems and strategies that then will be really not liked.
I
Oh, yeah.
agree,
It'll be
but here's the
time.
here's the fun thing, and here's something that I won't do often. Um, I do it often enough in groups of friends in such a setting, but not publicly outside of groups of friends. I think some of the goon tactics, as far as like Operation Inho and things like that, I think I have seen them do really fun and creative things over time. I'll give them that nod. It's not a huge struggle. It is, but it's not. So I think there are creative ways to use innovative game mechanics, and I think Lancer Dreads are one of those that lends credence to those sort of mentalities that like we think it's just for harassing jump freighters for now, blah blah blah. There's creative ways to use some of these new mechanics that I think we haven't seen yet, and we won't see yet until we see a very major war and or set piece battles. And I think if you don't agree with that, then like that would be silly, but that's one of your freedoms. I think we will see some of these things used in really interesting ways. I hope that those, which is the new whatever Cenobites or what the fuck, I hope that they also
Hello,
operate.
Cenobite.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Cenotaph and the fellows.
I hope that they operate in a way that's similar to Lancer Dreads, and that it's like it's not a just win button. You spin more on a dread, and all of a sudden it punches harder, and blah 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 blah. Like that's not its role. That's not its function. It's not what it's intended for. I hope that we see these other things used in very creative and innovative ways. That it's like after it's done, and when you sit back and you just like ponder on it, you're like, fuck. Okay, that was wild. Like somebody sat there and pondered on the edge cases and the uses that you could use for it, and they came up with really creative ways to use it. And I think that's one of the most fascinating things about this game. Time will tell, but I think if you ever release those things, and it's like when they release the Lancers or a lot of other changes, it's like if that became the new whatever, the Navy Dreads or the whatever, whereas like that was just the new staple, that was the new norm. It doesn't change anything. Like it's just power creep, right? Like there's no exciting or compelling element to it. I think it is really fun when you introduce it as a puzzle piece and you say, hey, this puzzle piece doesn't fit on every puzzle. Like it can be fun, and if you play it right, like it can be wild, but you got to play it. Like you got to play it right. It's not just everybody who brings more Zernitras. It's whatever. It's not basic power creep bullshit. And I actually do appreciate it. I hope that they continue to introduce things that are strong and interesting, but not overpowered to where it's like, well, that's just what everybody did. Why wouldn't you? It's just the new best thing. And it's like, well, that's fucking stupid. That's power creep, and it's not functional in our economy and our
What's wrong with
gameplay and
power
whatever,
creep,
whatever.
dude?
I don't know that there's
Well, the problem-
anything
yeah.
You're playing a-
outright
you're
wrong with
playing
it. But I think it has flaws. I do
playing
think
a
it does. have flaws.
20-year-old game. I think the power's got to creep at some point,
I mean, I suppose, and it has though. That's the thing, is it's not that it hasn't.
Barely.
It's just I don't think that the fix for every new release is just, in my mind, and I've never played WoW, so I will apologize for anyone here who's like, I could poke holes in that.
Yeah, you
I don't
haven't.
believe in the like release a new expansion, there's a new slightly higher max level, new slightly higher. Like I'm probably wrong in those assessments, but power creep for power creep's sake, like it doesn't seem like a winner. I like there being a puzzle, and it's being like, hey, I think Lancer Dreads are a little bit undersung right now, but we haven't seen like a major set piece battle or a major war since they introduced. And I think I've personally theory crafted, and I've seen vastly more brilliant people than myself theory craft. I think there are some interesting counterplay and unique ways they could be used, and we'll see. But if you're just going to be like, hey, every new thing, every Equinox and then Revenant and then whatever, all these times, it's just going to be a stair step. Then like, no, that's not exciting. That's not new. It's just power creep. I think there's a better and worse way to do about it. And I think lately, just recently even, like this is not a bad way to go about it. These are new and fascinating ships, and a lot of people that I know as a real nullsucker, I know some of those people. They went out and they rushed out to buy these new things, and it was like, well, no, like there's not a good reason for it. Like those things have very niche uses. but they can be very cool or fascinating for those uses, and actually probably for a few more that we haven't even figured out yet or pondered on.
Well,
I
they
think
also
it's
they
pretty cool.
have
I don't think every expansion should just be stair step. Go ahead.
So I mean, like it'll be interesting to see how people view things like the web resist material, etc. Because there's going to be boosters that will help those ships that'll be available all the way till January 9th. It'll be very interesting to see how, but it also may kind of adjust the perception of the ship being either broken or not broken. So yeah, it's going to be a very interesting
I'm about to
scenario
be
to kind of
broken.
consider.
If I don't find a good HyperNet offer to buy, I'm gonna have a rough time.
That sounds
I've
terrible.
been looking for like 10 minutes. There's a
Eva's,
Python.
Eva's dead. That's what I just heard from Redline.
Eva's dead.
No, I don't think so.
I appreciate you saying that though.
We'll just see how it goes. I'm more of like more caution to the wind. I think when people hype up something, it's not to the benefit of the game. So it just maybe we just wait and see, because we had a whole bunch of people that were hyping up Equinox, and then guess what happened? Is
Which
it
is
going to be really 2 steps forward or 2 steps back? We'll have to see how it goes.
Which people were hyping
which
up Equinox? Name them.
I want to double down on that question.
I want to fight them.
And I don't want to fight
We
them.
had-
I'm just curious because I did not see that sentiment in the various places that I'm.
Well, we
commonly
had
to.
some like Laurel Gaming who actually came out first very hyped for it. Then he turned around and he did a video. He was very upset about all the changes, particularly how they downgraded the ships from the initial release, and also being shown by the devs.
I'm not sure about the ships aspect. I am a proponent of initial Equinox changes and opposed to the downgrading of them. But I don't think you were referencing me in this, which is perfectly fine. But like,
Yeah.
I also understand that like my opinion of this is not the most widespread nullsec opinion, which is perfectly fine. Like everybody can have their own opinion. I wanted a shakeup. Like I wanted things to be noticeably different. And not everybody wanted that. And that's understandable. And that's sadly a lot of the flack that a lot of people are catching is like, you guys can't even handle change and blah blah blah. And it's like, perhaps they cannot. I don't know. I actually do know that they can because I've been through it for fucking 15 plus years now. But like I get it. Like people love, keeping to their habits and their norms and whatever. I don't think that
I
it
think
was
maybe
such a
it's.
sorry, go ahead.
Do you think it's because people are so shell shocked still over scarcity?
I have to assume it's at least an element, but I don't think it was the largest element. I do believe it was a contributing factor though. I do.
Yeah, I can understand there. That is, yeah.
I think that the changes and responses to scarcity were understandable, but not the most reasonably guided. Which is fine because it's easy for me to say because nobody's gonna bitch about my game or stop paying my bills. But yeah, I don't know. I do think that, and again, I'm an advocate for the changes that I think they were proposing. I think it would have been kind of fun for a little bit. It would have been an adjustment. Like, but that's the thing is when I log in on a day to day, I don't have to make an adjustment. Like just because you live in Nullsec doesn't mean you're like, I want every day to be a fucking cookie pan and you just put out the same things every day and you're just an Ishtar ratter and blah blah blah. I was like, there's tens of thousands of us. And granted, I wholly understand that there's a wide population that just wants to keep on keeping on. And there's a rude phrase that I could say, but I'm not going to say, but it's a quote from a movie that I find entertaining. But that being said, a lot of people I think would have enjoyed a shakeup, would have enjoyed like the adapter die, just do something different. And even doubly so with the idea of like goons doing this big transition. It's like everybody else just kind of hung out in their homes. And this isn't me trying to throw shade because I think it's silly that they're like, why didn't anybody intercept us? It was like, because you were making literally the biggest move off the game has ever seen. Like, I'm not saying nobody could. I think act.
I think there was some interceptions once in a while, but nothing to.
But it was like
there was
like,
no.
it's
Yeah,
not-
it wasn't like
there was no stopping that move. Like that.
like
that move
let's
was
be
happening.
honest, it's not a shocker. Yeah, like that's a cop out.
That
in my
move was going to
opinion.
happen.
Yeah,
some,
could have happened,
Some
but that's a
stragglers were
cop-out.
getting caught, but you're not going to stop that from happening.
But that being said, it's like, does everybody in nullsec want to just do the same fucking? I don't even know what the day-to-day guys do as far as like orbit a horde or
They
something.
nerfed
'cause
my
that
paladin.
is not my
I
day-to-day gameplay.
They nerfed my
Despite
paladin.
me
I
not
don't even know how to
leading
rat anymore.
thousands of people in fleets, as some people have highlighted, I am very aware of what a lot of people are doing. But that being said, I don't know what specific sites they're running at any given moment because that's actually not my priority. But I think there is something to be said for that.
That being said, do we want to call it? It's 10:30, which means it's way later for everyone else. I think I am always the farthest back in time. LB just woke up.
Time travel.
LB was sleeping in place, and it's like we can. Do we want to call for the night?
Yeah.
I want to make some soup. To be honest,
no.
although I don't know.
Gang.
I
I
don't.
like we're having.
It's.
Hashtag
I want to make soup, but I might make it in the morning. I don't know, but I'm thinking about soup.
I'm gonna keep arguing with Akaroth off stream. That's
Hell
all
yeah.
I'm doing.
Okay, yeah, y'all
This is
should
fair.
do that separately.
Yeah,
That being said, soup sounds nice for folks who like that.
You don't deserve.
Hashtag
I
soup
can appreciate
gang.
it's not gonna be ready
Whoa.
till like 11:30. Do I make soup
Salad.
this late?
Is it a good salad at least?
Oh shit! I'm a criminal.
I'm just gonna make some chicken noodle soup, some
Criminal.
celery, and carrots and stuff. I think soup tomorrow sounds like a good idea. I think I'm gonna do that. But I'm gonna make some ramen. That's not a soup either. Because I
Here's the-
don't.
Already
it
has
can
it
be.
today.
I drain
Here's
the
the thing,
water
though,
out
Drayden,
before I
we're
put
at-
They use bean soup.
I
We're
drain
at
the
4
water out before I
hours
put
plus.
I drain the water out before I put the ramen packet in, so it's more of like a stir fry noodle with like excessive amounts of salt.
Oh.
Hell yeah.
Soup adjacent.
I need it's like I need my 1000% sodium value for the day. So,
Sodium spike.
hell yeah.
Mhm.
I just eat salt
So
cubes.
Akaroth,
My name is Akaroth.
what do you think? What do you think the most comfortable for a player? Basically, they're almost change resistant, skill point wise. Let's just use subcaps. What do you think around point wise? Do you think players basically become almost immune to changes, barring CCP doing direct hull change, like balancing changes and skill changes? Skill change attributes.
Are you asking from a nullsucker's point of view? What do I think the most resistant nullsuckers are to having their skill queue change or whatever their skill category?
No. More like, okay, for a player to become change
We gotta adopt a shot.
proof.
We gotta adopt a shot for a scrub.
Good
Or for
guess.
the scrubs. I was like, no, you ain't a
I
scrub,
feel
man.
bad because Drayden was literally being like, "Hey, we should," I'm trying to shut it down.
Well, I mean, we can.
Here's a question for you, sir. But
No,
no,
no. I mean, you can ask the question, but we gotta do a shot. We have to adopt this shot
well, let me grab a drink
for the
and then I'm
foster
gonna make him repeat it because I'm still not sure. I
for the
exactly
foster
understand
system.
the
Yeah, I'll make it more clear. Sorry
Wait,
about that.
adopt shots or foster shots, man? Oof.
Why am I a criminal? That's so
Because you
annoying.
broke the law, sir.
No, but actually though, like, why is my sex status is -5? And
Oh,
little
you
woman?
shot people. It's
Oh,
probably
what
because
did I
you
do?
shot blues back in the day.
presumably in higher low sec, where
Yeah.
police pay attention.
This is what happens when you shoot slice, dude. You
When
get
you're in
eight
null
of-
sec, they don't pay
Yeah,
attention.
you shoot
No,
slice,
it
you get 8
has
of 5.
nothing to
Yeah,
do
yeah.
with shooting slice.
No, it does.
When you're in null
Does-
sec, they do not affect your criminal status.
Oh, I know, but he
Yeah,
shot
Slice
well,
is
if you
their
take
own
certain
flavor of
that's-
police.
Yeah.
Apparently, they're
Okay, so
effective at
Akaroth.
one time. Sorry, go.
I'll put it through again. So, what do you think, skill point wise, makes you a change resistant player? Meaning the amount of skill points that no matter what CCP does to add or subtract things, you as a player with your ships, as a subcap pilot, would be able, like, you wouldn't matter whatever they change. Like we did the balance, you were reading the balance passes.
100 million. If it's like if you're just looking for something you can still do, I would say 100 million. Like you're at 100 million, you as long as you're not just like focused on industry or focused on like a Titan or something like that. Like if 100 million skill points, you are so well broadened around so many ships at that point. Like, I mean, that you should be fine doing anything. Probably even less than that, to be honest. But I would say at 100 million skill
Probably
points,
75. It makes sense.
yeah, like 75 to 100 million. Like I would say, like at that point, like it's not like because I mean, you could always find a ship that will work. I mean, even at like 20 million skill points, like if you can fly a Dictor or an Interceptor or something like that, like you're still going to be viable no matter what change they do, right? But I would say at 75 to 100 million skill points, like it doesn't matter what major shift in a meta that happens, you should be able to fly not just one, but like probably several things that matter. Well, so
I was just asking
I realized
'cause
that
to me, like
Drayden jumped up, which I don't fault him for because
sorry,
I think this is no. I again, like I think it was funny, but it was like I don't fault you for it because you had a good, you had a contribution. I don't think it's applicable for where I stand, like my point of view. I don't know that there's a very visible or easy to identify meta change that would be like it that would make noticeable ripples, let's say, without throughout the nullsec meta. I can't imagine such a thing.
That's probably
all these things are developed around. I'm not going to say outright lowest common denominator, but there is a
game. And if you want to learn how to fix the game, watch Open Comms next week.
Yeah, I actually do kind of agree with Hackrath on that. To a point, because things like it's like generally, even if there's a meta change, like there's never a big enough change that it's like, oh, these 10 ships I fly well all suck now. Like that just isn't a thing. So generally, if a meta shift is happening, it's like in the back of the day, it's like, oh, we're gonna get rid of Munins. It's not Munins online anymore. It's Cyclone Fleet Issues online,
or whatever.
Yeah, or Ferox. It's like you generally have to shift to like 1, maybe 2 ships, and if you don't have the skills for that, that's fine because you can get there. You can get there in like a month or 2. So, like, if you're talking subcaps, you're probably never more than like 1 to 2 months out from whatever the best thing is. So.
But imagine they change the meta every 1 or 2 months, and then that requires people to buy skill injectors.
That sucks though. That sucks as a newer pilot. I've been there. Way back in my first year or two. In my first year or two, I was literally chasing, whatever I was doctrine chasing is what I called it. Is because it's like this is the doctrine. This is what our alliance is using. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna start training into those. And by the time I finally started getting, I wasn't even like level 5s, and I was like, I can get in this ship and fit it at least meta module wise and be I can at least fly it, right? And then I was like just starting to get it. I'm like, yeah, and then like, okay, we're changing doctrines. I'm like, fuck, I can't fly that new one. It's like I just got into this one and now we're changing to that. Okay, well it was like, it's like we would fly Drakes, as I finally got into the thing where I could start flying Drakes, and it's like we changed from Drakes to Hurricanes. I'm like, fuck, okay, now I gotta train like artillery and shit. So I trained into Hurricanes, and then we switched from that to Zealots. I'm like, fuck, and then I finally got into Zealots, and then we changed from that to Armageddon's or something like that. I'm just like, it was just constant doctrine. It was like every time I finally got into what we were flying, we switched to something else, and it was really fucking annoying. So
I'll be up in Canada, instead of keeping up with the Joneses, do they call it like keeping up with like the Jacques or like the I'm just curious.
Because that's it's region dependent. It's region dependent.
That's fair. I just want to make sure it transferred. I assumed it would. Yeah. Chasing doctrines is a fool's folly, in my opinion. It is something that wait, no, it's fine, Drayden. It is something that a lot of groups without consideration point people towards, because they will share guides, they will just point them towards the resource. They won't individualize advice, which is understandable because not everybody's trying to be a mentor at any given time. Some people like those sort of things, a lot of people don't. And there's a lot of resources as a result. Hey, let me link you this thing and you can learn a bunch about shit as long as you know how to read. You'll be fine. Which hopefully, if you make it more than a week or so in EV, you're probably okay with reading. But no shame to other people who can't. Like that's not my aim here.
The nice part about
Or
it though
don't have patience.
was the broadening of my skills very quickly. Was because I didn't max train any specific thing. I was training good enough to like be sufficient.
Pivotal.
And then
You could
the
pivot.
fact that it's like
Pivot.
it's like I didn't really have anything up to 5 unless
Thank you,
I
LB.
except
I
for
knew
like
you were there.
when we did like Zealots. It's like, okay, well I gotta have like a Mark Cruiser to 5 to do that. But it's like I didn't have anything perfected, but I over the course of a year I now all of a sudden had this like wide spectrum of like I can do most everything okay. I can't do anything perfected, but like I now have artillery skills. I have laser skills. I have missile skills. It's like I got to a point where it's like, okay, and it did eventually get to the point where like even as doctrines changed, I'm like, oh, I have most of these skills. So now all I have to do is like, if that's the new doctrine we're using, hit these few things to 5, but they were already at 4. So I'm like, I'm competent,
Mostly.
but not perfected. Yeah. So
Yeah.
it did help me out by broadening all my stuff very quickly, but it was really annoying early on because it's like, oh, we're shifting to that. Aside from just flying tackle, I can't fucking do that fleet, which sucked. But this is before I found out that Logi is the magic key to everything. Train Logi, train your 4
And you
Logi ships.
Don't have to listen to the rules.
Yeah, train the 4 race Logi ships and just train Logi to 5, and you can literally fly in every fucking fleet, no matter what. And people will love you.
Here's a not reflected on enough aspect as well, which some groups do reflect on it, but tackle as well, dictors, inties, etc. When I first joined Nullsec, which was 2006-ish, I don't fucking know. It was a hot minute ago. I could not fly what people were flying. That was the Nano era. That was the original Nano era. People were flying Vagabonds, Ishtars, etc., etc. They were flying nano ships in an era where there was not a lot of counter. And that's why groups like Triumvirate earned their early clout, and they were able to stand toe to toe with some groups that they should not have been traditionally otherwise. And while I joined them based on a vouch, from someone else, I could not afford to fly those fleets. That was not an SRP based alliance, and my experience, like I've never leaned on that sort of thing, but in the progression of how you fly in Eve, and these are all individual choices. I flew poor because I couldn't afford the holes that those people were flying, and I flew inties and then eventually dictors for a long time. And it was some of my most like influential moments as far as learning how to fly ships. And I probably wouldn't trade it for much. Now I've had other moments where so I flew the Ares for 6 months to a year back in 2006, 2007. Like I flew an interceptor, very affordable, tackle things. You feel like you're fucking Superman when you grab the thing that everybody killed, then you feel like you're a piece of shit when you die when something looked at you, which is the other 98% of the time. And that's fine. Like, these are part of the pilot experience, and I think you'll have a good time, and hopefully the community and the camaraderie and all these things. I think there is something to be said for people going through the progression and the stair step of things versus, hey, let's give them all a skill queue, either requirement or suggestion that says you're going to be flying Feroxes in 2 weeks, and when it comes down to it, you're going to be Ferox number 698, and we're going to do great, or we won't, which is fine. Because then you'll get another Ferox. It'll be fine. It's like, yeah, you're gonna have hopefully a good time, but like you're not gonna learn anything. And not everybody and any battle is gonna learn anything. I'm not expecting that like every person who flies in a fleet should, come away with something. You should always learn something. But like on a good day you should, right? Like eventually you refine on some of your tactics. I'm still not a phenomenal pilot, but by any means in this game, but I would say I'm like average or like a hair above. Like I've learned some things over the course of time by being frugal or et cetera, where you fly some of these ships that maybe people wouldn't linger on long, Maybe they would just jump right into the Ferox or the Cyclone Fleet issue or the, you know, I don't know, whatever the doctrine is of the moment. And it's like, I think that is doing people a kind of a disservice where you just homogenize everybody into the same specific type, but they don't learn anything along the way. I don't think there's anything wrong with flying unified doctrines because I think that's just the natural byproduct of efficiency. And if nothing else, that's what we're gonna do as Eve players. Like that's what we do. But I do think there's merits along the way to like flying and trying and whatever, you know, doing other ships and seeing how they go. And honestly, like my experience with the Saber, which was 10 or so years ago, I decided at some point I was gonna learn dictors. I'd already been playing the game for many years. And I decided I was going to play Dictors because that's a real hot ship and they're very pivotal and useful and nobody ever has enough, you know, let's say. And it's a very fickle ship. Like half the time you get yelled at and half the time you get praised. And let's say a third and a third, because the other third, nobody knows you even existed. You just died because you were out there and you got blapped. So a third, a third, a third. It's a very fickle ship, and a lot of the times in learning your way and working your way into learning how to effectively be a Dictor pilot in a fleet environment, in a null-sec fleet environment, and this is all with those caveats because I don't spend a lot of time in other sec space. Yeah, it's brutal and it's uphill, but it's so like for me anyway, it was so fulfilling because sure the learning bruises and whatever were noticeable, but like the fulfillment of it, like the times that it went off and that it hit, it was like you were the fucking savior. Like you were the man because like otherwise it would have never happened. Whatever it was, you know, whether you caught the super, whether you caught the Rorqual, whether you caught just a fleet, whether you caught the one guy. If you were the right guy in the right place at the right time, which the Dictor has the potential to be, whether it works out or not, it made you the fucking man and you felt like you were on top of the world. It was like, oh, okay. So like you're not always you can't always hit that high. I hate to use too much drug references, but when you do, you understand it and like you're like, I will always chase that moment because it's like that's how this works. Like you'll never always execute in the same way or be presented with the same opportunity, but like when you click and they click and it all falls into place, like, oh, I'm in a 100 million-isk ship and I just secured billions and billions and billions for a fleet to show up and do the work and blah blah. Like it's so the Dictor was the most fulfilling ship I ever learned how to fly in this game, and it's so far down the food chain. It's ridiculous.
Real dicks fly Erises.
Oh, well, there you go. Got them hybrid.
Okay, I'm going to bed. I gotta work in the morning.
It's time for bed. I think we should close the stream. Hold on, we should raid somebody. I would say.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let me see who we got. You guys want to raid Uwadama Scout?
Well,
no, I don't know.
I don't want to throw shade, but like I don't see the merit.
There is
No, I was kidding. I was kidding.
Okay. Okay, I was like,
no, I was
maybe I don't know something.
That's a bot channel. Well, it's not a bot, but it's just a.
Good morning.
It's fairly automated, sure.
It's automated. Yeah, there's Art Gravy and a Narcos.
Amber says Art Gravy and Narcos.
Yeah, I think one of those. I would say Art Gravy's got some dudes. Let's send him to a Narcos. Why not?
I mean, he blessed us with this. Let's do it again.
Yeah. All right. Raid's going up. Thanks everyone for watching. We'll catch you all next week. But yeah, in the meantime, we'll send it this way. Bye, everybody.
Be well, everyone. I think there was 2 people who rated with that.
I was rated with 53.
Yeah, on
Shit.
paper, that's what that looks like.
Whoa, right. Yeah,
Yeah,
a bunch of
53.
AFK. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna hop off.
Yeah.